Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. And assalamu alaikum to my lovely sister talk. Thank you.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you for having me. And
Thank
welcome
you.
to all the viewers as well.
Welcome to all the viewers. Please, if this is your first time, please, guys, hit up the like button, hit up the subscribe button. And today, why are we struggling in the West, men and women? That is the subject, sister talk. Sister talk. Why I wanted to bring up this subject was obviously I had you as a guest the other day. Lovely, lovely as usual. Always dropping the knowledge, coming in, coming in as usual. Thank you. I just wanted to thank you again.
Thank you for
And
having me.
as
Definitely.
as
Always a pleasure.
always a pleasure. And earlier I was listening to some. Obviously you were streaming today about similar issues. So I thought, you know what? Let's just carry on the momentum. Today's Friday night. Let's all carry on the momentum. Let's see what we're doing. You know, the ones. Let me wish Assalamu alaikum to everyone. Dadwini, yeah, please, fadlan kusar the mata de kuare so Somali speakers. Share, like, subscribe, nudi ba. Qoful share, qofna qofkala usi share. That's how we roll out here. And today we've got furthermore let's play these two videos, sister. I'm going to play these two videos. But let's play the first one back to back. And these are the type of struggles maybe some of the young sisters might be facing. And this conversation was trending in our community and in and around the Muslim community as well. So I wanted to speak about this first. Let me play the video and then we'll break into it. Yeah?
Okay. Thank you.
There you go. I'm sorry, Sister Talk. I thought my mic was on. That's the number one subject I wanted to get into, Sister Talk. Especially, I think this is per se, even these subjects, well, yeah, I like obviously look up to me. I don't really like to speak about subjects like this, but this is a new phenomenon that is maybe facing Hablaha. I think her name was Siham.
Right.
Little Siham right now. She's getting told to compromise her way of life, Dean Tedder, to fit into what can I say, systematic norms, shall we
Right.
say? So that's another struggle. What's your intake on that story? What do you think? What do you think?
Well, firstly, Huna, I feel really sad for the young girl, because it's a sad situation. Because firstly, we do have a belief. We are inclined religiously to dress modestly, alhamdulillah. But to go to school to feel like you're not, I guess you're not fulfilling the standards of their norm it's quite sad, because I don't think we tell other people, unfortunately, to forego some of their religious beliefs. We know modesty in Islam is very important. We know that, as a woman, we have to wear the wahdair to cover us, and awradin, we have to inan asturno. So it really made me angry, if I'm honest, because
Mm,
you're sending your child to school for them to learn,
mm,
and whether she's wearing a long skirt or a 3/4 length skirt, I don't think that really has anything to do with her aql or whatever she's learning.
mhm,
But yeah, it's quite sad, and this is an insight to the pressures that as young women they're facing, unfortunately, living in the West. I mean, Alhamdulillah, we know that in the UK, especially sort of in the London area, the West sort of
mm.
London area, we are a lot more accommodating. There's certain pockets around where we have predominantly Muslim communities. So to have an area where, Oxbridge is full of Muslim people,
I
you
know
know.
this is the thing. Well, if this was outside somewhere else here, I would have said something. Do you know what I mean? But then I had to look at it and look at. But then again, this is the whole question. Well, living in lands, like we have to, as Muslimin, we have to obey by the land laws of the lands that we live in. So that was a bit of a tongue twister.
Mm.
Per se, saying that, sister, do you think it's and the school has a dress code, it has an ethos, it has a dress code. Do you think should the little girl then apply by the school's rules? Then what do you think on that intake? If there is a code that if there's a code of contact there, go ahead, Walala.
Yeah, to be honest, I disagree with that. Firstly, that's a really good question because, yeah, you are right. There are the laws of the land that we have to follow. But at the same time, what happened to, being an individual and being, a society where we, allow people to be able to have the freedom? What happened to, the human rights that we all meant to exercise? And like I said, a skirt, the length of a skirt, I don't really know how that could relate to someone's academic sort of side, unless it's to do, excuse me, with the whole notion of sexualizing our children from very young. We're teaching them all these being gay is okay, and
Mm.
transgender, and we're putting all of these things into our children, into
Yeah,
their young impressionable minds, that
yeah.
if a parent decides that they want their child to dress modestly, I don't understand how that right can be we have to forsake that right because now institutions or society, certain authorities have given a different version of what that looks like for our children.
Mm-hmm. That's the. But then again, then does that create an identity crisis? Because if all your friends are all wearing this, that, you're gonna try to fit in at a young age, and especially a lot of especially sometimes our generation as well. We've seen some of the brothers and sisters go astray. Do you think it's part of assimilating?
It
And
is.
then, yeah, go ahead, Roland.
No, it really is. It is because there is that sense of, okay, so part of human nature is that we want to belong, right?
Yes.
We have this herd mentality. So to be singled out from your friends, of
Yeah.
course, it's going to take its toll on you. And on top of that, for especially a young person who has not maybe, been grounded in their faith 100%, or even if they have, they're still learning, they're still, wanting to find out who they are and, what
Mm,
their intakes are about the world and their experiences. Of course, when you make it seem like their religion is oppressing, it does have that play of, okay, well, I need to let go of this because now I want to, fit in with my friends.
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So the hence is that gonna be pushing someone away then? Because if the family's gonna be like, no, you have to wear a skirt, you have to do this, that, and then the school's forcing her to her skirt to be lengthened down. I'm trying to look at the child psyche because sooner or later, do you think that child could rebel?
Of course,
And
because
then the
what
rebellion nature is gonna come out. Go ahead, sis. Walala.
Yeah, no, definitely that child is going to rebel, because what's happening is that, that child is going to have internal conflicts. So when they're in the home, they're exposed to one set of rules, but then when they go out of the home, now they're exposed to another set of rules. And for a young child, where their mind is not fully developed, it's going to create conflict. They're going to have internal, like, what's the truth? Why does society tell me to dress this way? And why are my parents telling me don't dress this way? And of
Mm-hmm.
course, as that young girl, may Allah, strengthen her and, keep her steadfast, Ameen, and her family.
I mean,
The fact that her family, no matter how much they, prepare her for the real life, she hasn't gone out, she hasn't seen men that maybe lust after her in a very sexual way, in a society where it's quite it's promoted to be sexualized, for a woman to be a sexual object. So yeah, of course, for her, she has that innocence. And unfortunately,
mm-hmm.
I think that's what we're doing. We're not allowing kids to be kids, for them to be grounded in who they are, their identity, their culture, where they come from, and internalize all of that, because then that means that child later on is not going to be a grounded being. Rather, they're going to be conflicts.
And that's why then again, sis, this I have to negate this back and tie it back to the subject of today. We're looking at the young side, yeah, and like I say to us, may Allah, guide us all. I mean, young and
Ameen.
old, all of us will, Allah, yeah. But isn't that frightening? And plus, you know what? Tuesday, this conversation led up to from the last, the last stream, sis,
Yeah.
to even your stream today. And I thought, you know what? Let's carry both of this energy round, and let's keep it this type of where we have to solve out solutions, well. And part of the struggles is, yeah, knowing the struggles, well. And this is why I wanted to speak to a female. What do you think your sides of the struggles are? Because I see what this little girl. Imagine this. I've always said that I can't imagine being a woman, yeah. But imagine this, like or say my little daughter school can't get in here, and I wanted to dress her modestly, and stuff like this happens to me. What should I do as a man, as a parent? What would be one of your key advices?
Well, that's a really good question. And it's also a very loaded question, because I think, um, for someone to have certain views of the world, there's various of experiences that as a woman you go through. And sometimes, inshallah, sometimes the way, like, from the question you asked me, the way I would maybe advise a parent, or a father who experiences this kind of situation when it comes to their children. Firstly, Horta, there's laws involved, because like it said in the video, they're actually going to be penalized for not sending their child to school. So
Mm-hmm,
that's, this is something that's beyond his authority. But
mm-hmm,
if we look at how that maybe, that issue could be addressed in the home, I would say is to, be really firm when it comes to the
mm-hmm,
understanding of why, say it in a beautiful nasiha, in a way where you empower your daughter, where you teach her about, the women before her and us, and why we cover up in Islam, why modesty is very important for women, and really have those open discussions with them. And I think normally what happens is, children are very bright, alhamdulillah, they're really, really bright. And I think if we are open with our children, and because everything starts with the home. Right now, the father has full authority over his daughter while she's in his house, and this is where he could utilize that time by instilling, like, love and beauty, for
mm-hmm,
Islam, and also to give her a sense of self-confidence, that she don't need to sell out, she don't need to compromise her Islam. That,
mm-hmm.
in a day and age where we live in, where, hardly anyone really, when it comes to the Western aspects, people are leaving their faith, and, atheism and all of these isms are going around. It's
Yes.
really important for her to have a sense of grounding and understand the beauty of Islam, and
Mm-hmm,
adore her, love her, make her feel appreciated. Because like you said, she's going to have that identity crisis when she goes out of the home. But in order to counteract that, it's making her feel,
mm-hmm.
accepted and wanted within the home.
Definitely, definitely. On that note, but if for per se we going back to your subject that earlier, the stream that you're doing with the intelligence side. What was it again? Intelligence. You were looking at the
Are women intelligent? Are women
yeah?
deficient in intelligence? Yeah.
Does that play aspect as well? What about that type of struggle, sis? Talk to me about that type of struggle as well.
Yeah.
Because she's going through this, and then later on, like, obviously with the past stream and the topic that you were talking about, and what do you think about that one?
Well, to be honest with you, I think from the Western perspective, they do look at us as Muslim women, as women that are deficient in intelligence. Because what it is I think they can't understand why we would choose to cover ourselves up as women and why we adhere and hold dear, inshallah, to the idea of modesty. And how modesty and, keeping yourself, in all forms, inshallah, away from any source of fitna, or exposure to any harm. um, they see that as if the woman's been oppressed. And, we're not oppressed. Like I said, I decided,
Mm,
for a very long time, I didn't wear the hijab. May Allah forgive
yes,
me. And I started
I
wearing my
mean,
hijab, I mean, in my later years. And this was a choice, and the reason why I came to that decision was because I read about the hijab and the meaning, and, the aspects of why it's important for a woman to wear a hijab. So I think when people have clarity in a situation, it's easier for them to adopt that aspect of the faith.
mm,
So in regards to that, I would say, yeah, unfortunately, the West, because we hear it all the time, women are oppressed. But for me, I don't understand how, exposing my aura, exposing myself, is going to give me any form of, further intelligence. If anything, it behooves me as a woman to knowing that I'm the, weaker sex, knowing that we live in the West. Even when we think of Hollywood, it wasn't very long ago where, the whole Me Too movement started, where women
yes.
were coming out of, every corner of the world saying that they've been abused and they were sexually harassed. And unfortunately, that's what happens, because when you're in a situation where people have authority over you as a woman, subhanallah, and men are very much, indoctrinated with the, to lead with sexuality and to get
Yeah.
self gratification. Subhanallah, yeah.
Why
I
do you
don't know.
think women are lead towards sexuality? And why do you think they're taught that? Do you think that is? Sorry if I
So
don't mind me asking.
no, it's a good question. So for me, I mean, Allah knows best, but from my understanding is that out of the sexes, like a man, his strength is, his strength, right? So
Mm,
he's out, he has physical strength. But for a woman, unfortunately, we're not the same as a man. We're very much different. Out of the sexes, we know that a woman is physically more weaker than a man, even though it varies, because I'm generalizing here. But I know there could be some women out there that, could be as strong, Allahu A'lam. But anyway, I'm just generalizing here. So in
mm.
that regard, I think for women, because they know that men tend to be enticed by a woman, so we think of like the seducer, and, we have all these sort of names for women. We think of Queen, not Queen, what's that woman's name in Egypt?
And Cleopatra.
Cleopatra. Whenever we hear of women, it's always been in a way where it's to captivate a man. And unfortunately, and could be a good thing, but this is something women do have, alhamdulillah. The Prophet ﷺ did tell us that,
Sallallahu alayhi wasallam.
with a woman's, vices, there she can overtake a man, and it's something that men have to be vigilant about, and as well as a woman. So it's actually because we have in that domain, I guess, a lot more, sort of a lot more, I
Like you
wouldn't say.
said, Wallah, you see how you just said that devices. Do you think in this modern age that we live in, it's more of a competitive device that we have? The two sexes are competing more. What do you think about that aspect?
Yes, definitely. I think there is a war out on gender, and I do believe that, men and women are being put against each other. And, each comes out with from their toolbox whatever is more convenient for them. Whether a woman uses her sexuality, because the thing is, when a woman uses her sexuality, she actually gains financial gain. She gets a lot more perks. And we see that in society. If a woman came in dressed modestly, or if a woman was wearing, like, a mini skirt, or, a 3 point whatever suit, and she was dressed very, sort of like, just even the way women are dressed. Like, I don't understand. A lot of the times we see women, when a man wears a suit, it's a long trousers, but when a woman wears a suit, it's one that's above her knee. So again, it's designed in a way where women are taught to use their sexuality in order so they can survive.
So it's more of a surviving mechanism.
If you think about
And
it,
it's more
yeah.
of a,
Because if she can't find a man that, like we spoke about again on the last stream about hypergamy, right? It actually benefits a woman because, like I said, physically men are better, right? In terms of the strength. So when a man goes out to work, like a man can, his resources he could hardly run out of resources, right? But for a woman, unfortunately, we use a lot more resource. If a man works, he normally works to give back to his family and to provide and to protect, right? But for a woman, if we get resources, we want to use that for ourselves. We want to use it to, live in a nice house. We like luxury, we like beauty, and all of these things cost money.
Definitely. I agree with you on sir. I agree with you in the aspects.
You
Sis,
can
do you
tell
want
me,
to
by
play?
the way, if there's anything that you don't agree, inshallah.
No. I'm a very vocal person. Sis, I wanted to play this video. It's a 12-minute video, and it's relating to the next subject that I wanted to get to. I wanted to get into, okay, if we're talking about women being so tough nowadays, do you think alpha women are creating beta males as well? I mean, should we watch the video and then we break it down? Let's watch the
Yes,
video and then we break it down.
inshallah.
My issue is,
First off, how old are you?
I'm 35.
All right. Go ahead.
My issue, I agree with everything that you're saying. You're absolutely correct. But my issue is, a lot of you men do not hold each other accountable. Just like I know a lot of us.
Ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Are you about to ask me to have some balance?
No, I'm not asking you that.
Okay.
I absolutely.
Men have been held accountable. Men get held accountable for our actions since at the dawn of time.
You're right.
So please get on to the real issue.
That's my real issue, though. Like, I feel like a lot of us.
Who holds women accountable?
Men.
No, because if men held women accountable and you listen, men wouldn't be having the gripes and complaints they have. Are you
You're
blind?
right, but at the same time,
I know. Okay, let me ask. So here's a question: What do men say they want a woman's weight to be? They say they want them to be overweight, in shape, or fit. What?
I agree with all that. I think that we should all be in shape.
No, I said no. You want to split it into genders. Men want women who are fit, but yet in our community, 80% of the women are overweight and 80% of that are obese. No one holds women accountable for their weight. Women got children out of wedlock. Ma'am, that's a fact that you cannot get around. How many women on this show tonight have been 200 plus pounds?
Okay, but what man?
So who's holding women accountable?
I'm sorry, but who is going to get liposuction?
No. What the French toast? Liposuction is called push away from the table, drink water, eat vegetables, and exercise like a liposuction.
I know, but
no, ma'am, it's called exercise. It is called exercise.
You're absolutely
See
right.
what I mean? See what I mean? I said, who's going to hold women accountable? And who's going to go get liposuction? Wouldn't need liposuction if you didn't allow yourself to get 200 some odd pounds.
You're
Who's holding you
absolutely
accountable?
right on that.
Exactly.
And I agree with everything that you're saying, Kevin, but I think that men should. You guys are the leaders. You guys are the ones that.
Where's your husband?
I don't have one.
Then who's leading you?
I'm leading myself right
Then,
now.
okay, listen. If we're the leaders, tell me the man in your life that you're following.
I'm following myself.
Exactly. Like most women today, no one's leading, and you say we're the leaders. You're
Because
only
we are
listen.
the
No,
leaders.
listen.
I'm leading. To
Listen.
be honest with you, Kevin.
No,
I'm
no,
leading-
no. You're not gonna talk over me, because I'm leading this show. You women come in here talking about men are the leaders, and you're not under anybody's goddamn leadership. Now, ma'am, you can unmute yourself, but you will not talk over me.
Sorry, my phone is dying. I didn't mean to mute you.
No, I muted you because you were talking over me, and that is unacceptable.
Absolutely.
Man, men are the leaders, but how can a man lead if women are not following?
Can I speak?
Yes. You said you're not married. I said, who's leading you? You said you're leading yourself.
Yes. You're right, because I mean, you're right on saying the reason why I'm leading myself is because, honestly, let's be honest, most of us are leading ourselves. Like, we're leading our
You have any children?
Yes.
How many?
I have one.
Boy or girl?
I have a boy.
God bless. So you
Thank
think
you. Absolutely.
No. So I mean, so you think a woman who's not under the leadership of any man is capable and qualified of leading a boy into masculine manhood?
No, I absolutely think it's a hard job. Absolutely.
No, I asked you, is it okay? And the reason so many of our boys are so soft today is because so many women are like yourself, not under anyone's leadership. Why didn't you marry his father?
But do you think that was
Why
my
didn't you marry his
decision?
father? Yes, it's your problem. Yep, it's your problem.
No,
Why
it's
didn't you marry
my
his father?
problem.
Why didn't you marry his father?
I didn't marry his father. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. That was my decision. I was younger at that time, and that's still not.
Why didn't you marry his father?
I didn't want him.
But you had a baby with him. See what?
But I had an abortion the first.
I don't give it.
time.
No, man. No. Listen.
No, I'm gonna tell
This
you.
is the
you want
no.
the truth or not?
No. This is the problem. See, you're a woman outside of anybody's leadership. You didn't marry a
Absolutely.
father. You had a baby before you had a wedding. That's already a problem. Then he wanted to marry you. You didn't want to marry him. And then you're trying to raise a boy. And then you're going to question why men are what they are. Because women like you make the very men you complain about.
Absolutely.
So don't ask me about why men aren't holding men accountable when this all starts with women like you.
Absolutely. I allowed it. I absolutely agree with that.
But your question came in, ma'am, asking why don't men do something? And men can't do anything with unruly women.
I
unruly.
get that, but I don't feel like I'm unruly though. I
Ma'am,
feel like
you're not under anybody's leadership. You're not
because
married.
of my decision though. Is that
You
my
said,
decision?
I asked you why you did not marry his father. You said you did not want to. That's your decision. I listened very well, but you decided to do something and bring a boy child into this world, and he's not under a male leadership. You're not under any leadership, and you are going to likely create the same thing you were going to complain about at the beginning. And that's the problem. This is a cycle over and over again. How do you fix it? Get up under somebody's leadership. Submit. Stop being so masculine.
But I don't think that that's my problem. I don't have a problem.
Oh,
with that.
really? Huh. So if I asked the men, Right. So why didn't you marry his father again?
Okay. I didn't make the best decision.
Why didn't you
I
marry
didn't
his
blame him
father
either,
again?
though. I never blamed
Why
him.
didn't you marry his father again?
Because I made a bad decision.
What does that mean?
That means that I wasn't going to have.
He wanted to marry you,
Yeah, he's still.
and you did not marry him.
No, I made a bad decision.
Right? No.
I did.
He wanted to marry
I still love
you.
my son.
He wanted to marry you. You did not want to marry him, but you decided to have a baby. See, let me explain. Listen. No, listen. Listen.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Women today, becoming a mother is far less of a decision than becoming getting married. That's the problem. You have women who are quicker to have a baby than become a wife. That is fucking-sane. Becoming somebody's wife is a big deal, but becoming somebody's mother is no big deal.
I'd never thought that.
But you're moving that way.
I know.
All right, ma'am.
That way.
Ma'am, but the net of it is you create the very men you have an issue with.
Absolutely.
And it's your responsibility, not the men. Women are the first teachers of culture. You're under no male leadership. You're following no man. And I'm sorry, based upon this call, this is who you are. And who is going to try to fight you for control of your household and that boy? They will say, she's for the streets and keep it moving. And there'll be another boy floating around out here without any masculine leadership because his mother is too headstrong, hard-headed, masculine.
You feel like I'm masculine?
Look in the comment section after the video's over and listen to what the men say. Hell yeah, you're masculine.
I'm sorry, I can't deal with half the men.
I'm sorry. Obviously you can't deal, and that's the problem. You can't deal with them because they're telling you about yourself and you don't want to listen. The men aren't the problem, man. It's like that smoke alarm beeping. That is a single woman tell. Because see, men wouldn't allow that shit to be beeping. Men don't allow that shit to be beeping. You masculine ass women allow smoke alarms to beep incessantly. So you can't handle men. No, you can't handle men telling you about yourself. But understand something. The men you don't seem to like, I hope to God's sake you don't raise another punk. But masculine women tend to raise punks. You muted yourself. Unmute. Who is his mentor? Where's the male energy in his life? Nobody. I don't believe it.
Well. Where should we start unpacking?
SubhanAllah. Do you know what? It's true. I'm just watching the comments. And
I'm watching the comments as well. I've been seeing. I'm putting the link out. Should we put out the link? And we have to turn this into... The link in the chat is right there, right now. I see Sister Hibbs. I see Batman being Superman. I see what's her name? Ifteen. Come on. We need to encourage her. HA, all the non-speakers. Come on, start speaking today. Let's break it down. Alpha female. Like there is bits and bobs. Do you agree with some of what he's saying? Yes or no? Let's get into your opinion first.
So my opinion is that, yes, there are some really valid points that he raised. And I think we can't shy away from the fact that there are, due to the way society is moving, that women, unfortunately, have become very much so more of the leadership in the relationships. And I think in that sense, it's definitely detrimental because a woman can't teach a man how to be a man. She can only teach a man about nurturing, about, you know, loving and compassion. So in that sense, I do feel like women do raise beta males, if that's the word that you want to call it. So yeah. But I see, brother, someone joined in. Yeah, go on.
brother, is that what's his name? That's Mohammed from the other night. Yo, brother Mohammed, well, talk to me. Hello, hello. I don't know. No, it's just
Okay.
my opinion.
So yeah.
Alright, the whole title of that. I don't know if you know about Cameron Samuels. He's a brother that's causing a bit of stir out there right now, sis. I think he's an image consultant. He talks about relationships. A lot of females are saying he's anti-female, but there is rhetoric that in there is true. And I've been saying this a long time. It is kind of hard to tell women the truth. Do you get where I'm coming from, sis? Or do you think women are ready for the truth? That is the thing I struggle on.
That's a good question. And I think how I would answer that is no and yes. No, because I feel like women are on the defensive. So anything that is of beneficial that sometimes could be relayed to us, we see it as an attack, or sometimes we could see it in a way where it's like, you know, making us feel like maybe we're not doing the right thing. So there is a lot of insecurities in that area where some women might not be able to receive. But then at the same time, the reason why I would say yes to that is deep down, to be honest, I think from my observation of the world is that women have been taught to, you know, not like the sense of unity in the household, the sharing of responsibilities, and as well as the responsibilities that each individual, you know, partner has within the household is something where it's very blurred now. The lines are blurred. Women are going out to work. You know, sometimes men are feeling demasculated. So there's a lot of number of factors that come into play. But I would say yes and no to that question.
Yes. I think
Yo,
sister. Yes, my brother.
well,
Sister Hibbs. Assalamu alaikum. Sister Hibbs must have said no. What did they say? No, no,
She
they
said no,
don't.
they
This
don't. Yeah.
Yeah, this man is chatting out of his ass. Alpha women raise alpha male sons. Period. I don't know, Hibbs. I don't know, Hibbs. There is a relation. There is a link. I'm not gonna lie to you. Alpha single mums in a household do. Sister, me and you were talking about this quite a while ago. Yeah,
Yeah.
where some single mothers they portray the insecurities on that male as well.
Right.
Do you understand where I'm coming from,
لا
sis?
والله أخي خالد
Oh.
أنا waxaan aaminsanahay
Salaam alaikum, brother.
عليك السلام ورحمة الله.
Alaikum assalam.
Yeah, so I believe waxaan u aaminsanahay waxa weeyaan men and women are totally different mentally, psychologically. Wallahi. And when a boy's dad passed away, or his dad, or a boy, his dad, some mothers don't let them see their dads, yeah? Wallahi, they're confused. They don't have no identity as a man. Do you get what I'm saying? And the mothers are too soft, too protective. Wallahi, what is that guy saying is 100% true. 100% true. And one thing, well, this is a debate. I know rag waxaan leeyahay inuu xishoonina, gabdhahan ka xishoonina, ma garanaysaa? So runta hala sheeganayo, talk the truth, man.
Yeah, Sister Tor, you got anything to say?
Yeah, to be honest, a lot of the things he said, like I said, I agree. But then at the same time, I think it comes down to unpacking, you know, why, because we are the way we are now, right? Imika, everything that the brother said is true. And when it comes to the way men are, if they don't have like a father figure in the house, that does affect the psyche of a man. Hence why even the time of the Prophet ﷺ, you know, if a woman has a son, you know, up to I think 7 or a particular age, the husband, you know, takes over the responsibilities of the young child and he raises them, because there are things that, you know, as a woman, I would like to say yes, that a woman can teach a man everything, but I'm sorry, she can't, and that's the truth of the fact. A woman can't teach a man how to be a man. But what she can do is, that's why we need two parents, because the man in the household, he's the disciplinary, right? He brings structure, he brings discipline to the household. And a woman, she brings, you know, compassion, love, and that's how, you know, we're programmed differently.
Yeah.
You're right. But then again, something, brother, I think brother Jamil says something in the comments I want to highlight out. Give me, where is it? Something here. You get me? They kick out the fathers. What's they say? What about this bit? Hold on. And put it up so everyone could see.
They kick the fathers out and then raise soft boys. Oh.
With no rugged anymore. That's what he said. That does play a factor, Walala. So sometimes some of the burden has to be shared on both sides.
Of course, of course. Yeah. And I would totally agree with Brother Jamil on that. Because when a young boy doesn't have that sense of fatherly figure, where he's taught about, you know, how to be a man, of course, that's going to create a sense of feminine traits within him. You know, unless and he's got uncles or, you know, other domineering family sort of male figures, and he can learn off. But yeah, definitely it does affect the outcome, unfortunately.
That's true. So, all right, you know what? We always,
Sorry.
Go ahead, Walala. Go ahead, come through.
Dappy, is it Dappa Khalid? He made a comment. I don't know if you want to highlight it, but he was saying that, sorry, women who are hard-headed, like the women in the video, what can you do as a man? That's a really good question. What do you think, Khalid or Brother Muhammad?
Well, I'll say that again. What did he say?
So he said, sorry, women who are hard-headed, like the women in the video, what can you do as a man? ?
Wallahi, it comes back to, I don't know, man. Just, it's the system here, isn't it? The system's fucking up everything, man. And these girls, they think they're too smart. And wallahi, even like girls can just get away with a lot of shit, man. Girls can get away, like the man said, who tells women what? Nobody tells them what to do now. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Right now, it's just silly. Wallahi, what's happening in Qurbaha, yeah? Where women are just, wallahi, they're just doing their own thing, bro. They don't care about the kids. They don't care about the father. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't know, wallahi. It's just fucked up, man. It's just fucked up, wallahi.
What do you think causes that, my sister Tulka Muhammad? What do you think causes them type of scenarios? Is it like a dinta? Is it where we're growing up? Is it like a dokan?
Like, if I was to answer that question, for me personally, I think, again, it comes down to, you know, the parents of that child. So if that young woman grew up watching her mum maybe being more of, you know, the controller of the relationship, or if she saw no father in the home, or if she saw her mum, you know, doing the work of both man and a woman, then it gives a woman a sense of false pretense that she feels she can, you know, have it all. And I guess that's where maybe to some respect we could say that women are not held accountable. There's no accountability in that sense, because a woman, unfortunately, society tells a woman you can work, you can have a family, you can do this, you can do that, but you can't do everything. And that's a lie.
Yeah, another thing as well is if a girl grows up in a household where her mom's been divorced a couple of times, yeah, and he is growing up, these kids, yeah, with different fathers and that, and that girl, she's not gonna see marriage as something good. She's just gonna see is mama did it, mama got divorced, I'm gonna get divorced. What's the big deal? I grow up as a good woman. Do you know what I mean? That's another thing as well. And Ragana as well, Ragana, bruv, this is just madness, wallahi. It's just madness. I know kids 14 years, but wallahi, they go and search for their dad. All that time they can't see their dad because the women's got grudges against the man, and it becomes like a relationship which is irrational. I'm gonna get back at you because what you did to me before, so I'm not gonna let you see my kid. Do you Do you know what I mean? And that's what's happening. Wallahi, that's what's happening right now. So how can we solve that, sister? Talk or Khalid, or what do you think about what I said?
I agree. I think when we make divorce very easy and the young woman doesn't see that that a marriage should be worked at, right? A marriage is not something, because like I said, a marriage affects everybody if you try your best to keep, because there's scenarios where, Furunta wala o galade, like in the deen, where it's compulsory or it's actually beneficial. But I think in this day and age is more frequent than I think it's necessary. And what's happened is that both people are too preoccupied with their rights. And unfortunately, the woman is the one that ends up with the children. And because of that, she now has a sense of advantage. If she's had a negative experience with the guy, or if he's not, the way she sees it, he didn't treat her right, then children unfortunately do get weaponized. Because now he has to pay financially for the children. She's living in a house, the government, if she's working, whatever. So she has other financial securities where now it's not as, is not as important for her. If any little thing happens, it's easier to walk away from that marriage.
And also, what did also the woman say on that video? What did she say? Women's, where a man goes up and gets mahala money to support and protect his family, but once a woman gets money, they don't give a fuck about nobody.
Say that again.
That is true, and that's so true. Wallahi, I've seen that.
Of course, because I don't know.
Come on then, Marka, how you guys? I don't know. And then, wallahi billah, and especially right now, because I know I can smell the air. The current situation that I'm in right now, with people, I see things, I can smell it. Wallahi billah, you can see if you're old enough, you would know. Like back then and now, it's just getting worse every day. Divorces, this and that, and majority is coming from the women. That's what I believe anyway.
Yeah, to be honest with you, firstly, I'm one individual, so can I just clarify that on this talk? I'm not here to speak for every single woman, but if there's things that I can speak on, I'm happy to, inshallah, talk about. And I agree with you, brother, because divorce, unfortunately, if we think of who initiates divorce in marriages, it said that maybe 70% comes from women.
Wow,
so
thank you, mashallah.
Yeah, so that is the truth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's
why do you think that is? Why do you guys think that is 70% of? Why do you think it's the women?
So for me, I would say the reason for that is, one is the lack of education about marriage. Secondly, I think it's the fact that there's no good role models of what it is to have a harmony in the house and unity. So it's definitely lack of education and not having good role models. And at the same time, making divorce easy. Because Imika, women have before, women were financially dependent on a man. So it was a lot harder for them. If we even look back in the 60s and 50s and however long, when a man has the financial burden in the family, it behooves a woman to want to make things work, because if she doesn't, then who's going to provide for her and her children?
No. Back home, if they have a problem, let's say now, a man back home in the 60s and that, or before that, if you go back to Tariq Somalia, men used to work. They used to be kamal and they used to hurt, They used to have, that's how they used to work from a young age and support a family. But once they don't have it, they used to get supported from the other family. Even their own tribes used to come and support them. Yeah. Right now here, there's no dagan here. There's no, it's like, gabdaha, gabdaha especially, wallahi ragga they can see shit. But girls, they're into this, I don't know what it is, man. This culture, you're a feminine, you're independent woman, I don't need a man. Well, I've seen that a lot of times. And that is just bombarded every day with girls' heads. With that, there's no deen in it, there's no role model. Do you know what I mean? So that's another problem.
Muhammad, do you think a lot of females are regretting that situation now, Emoko, when they get later on in life?
Wallahi, they're regretting it. They're regretting it. You know what I mean? They're good at it. But some of them, they don't care, bro. They don't care because they are strong. They can do everything they want by themselves. They can work. You can go hard, do your own thing. But come on, man. It's just wallahi. I don't know, man. Especially now, if you bring another man to the household, and you have kids, yeah, that man is not going to treat your kids like he's going to treat his own children, and that's going to be another problem.
But should the man? But then again, yeah, this is a question, Mohammed. Sorry, this is a question, Mohammed. Should the other man be expected to treat their kids like he's his own? Is that too much to ask for a man? No, but is that too much? No, but sisters and mandem, yeah. Let's be real, sisters and brothers. Let's open up this conversation as well. Should a stepdaddy be obliged to love them children like his own? Sorry, I think we've got someone new jumping on. Hello, Assalamu alaikum.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah.
Coming on today.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Welcome, new panelist, Ifra. Iftin, what's your name? Iftin, wallah, welcome to the panel. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. I want to address something that Muhammad said
Go ahead, sis.
about how back in the day the men were masculine and they would herd, and you know they had a sense of pride about themselves and a masculinity. Unfortunately, that doesn't exist anymore because of the fact that people over here, when they immigrated, they lost that way of life and they had to adapt to the way the society is. And that's what's corrupting the way the family functions. That's what's making the men lose their masculinity and all of that. But we also have to address that there are a lot of men who are walking out on their responsibilities and they're doing it out of their own choice. You get what I mean?
Okay, well, when you're saying that, can we not say as well, there's a lot of women who are not playing their role? Why is it always, I don't get it. When it comes from a girl side, when we're talking to girls, they get offended. They feel like they have to defend themselves. It's like, I don't know, it's like you guys having a war with us, or I don't know what's going on, yeah? But you guys don't talk about your side. You only talk about the guy's side. Like last time when I was on the show, I was talking from both sides. But girls don't do that usually. When they come on, it's just defend girls, this and that. But a lot of you girls are fucked up, wallahi.
Wait. Hold on a second.
You're talking a lot.
You're talking about the girls who grew up in the Western world, right?
Yeah. That's what you're talking about right now, isn't it?
I'm talking about people in the Western world, yes.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I'm talking
you're talking about specifically men.
I'm talking about the fathers of this generation, the ones that are in their 40s and 50s.
Mm-hmm.
The ones who, a lot of them have actually abandoned their families and they've done it out of their own choice. These girls, the reason why they're acting this way, I'm not making excuses for them. I'm just letting you know
just
how.
In general, it's like you have a computer in front of you, where you just check it and then go, oh, and the government told you all Somali men abandon their children.
No.
By their choice. You just said by choice.
By choice.
Like they left.
They've walked out on their responsibility. Really? Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, one at a time, guys. Here, let's all finish. Let the sister finish. First time, Sardo. And don't worry. Hold. I beg you, Somali speakers, hold your square, sis. 15. Hold your square. That means you gotta hold yourself up in this. You know them ones, yeah. But let the sister finish. Walala, do you want to explain yourself, 15? Go ahead.
Yeah. The girls that he was talking about, who are always on the defense and always talking about, I'm a feminist, I'm an independent woman and all of that nonsense. Those girls, you have to understand, a lot of them are coming from these homes where they see their mothers struggling with the responsibility. Where they see their fathers not playing their role. And it's coming out of a place of hurt. And they're trying to lash out and say, I don't even need a man anyway. They're all useless. And you know what I mean? Which obviously it can't be excused. But it's still kind of valid when you think about it. They see the examples in their neighborhood and their family, and that's why they're acting out that way. So it's going to take...
So what does that give anybody the rights to think that way?
I mean, if they see it in their neighborhood where it's like 55% or like 60% of the families are broken because of the fathers walking out, that's where the problem comes.
Okay, I know if you look at from a different angle, yeah, like them girls, they're going through that, yeah. Okay. How about boys who are going through that as well? And can we say, okay, that happened. Can we not say also the mom can be also toxic as well, not only the father?
I feel like the
Could
mother.
it also be a woman's playing that role where she says to her man, "I don't want you to see my son no more," and man says, "All right, fuck it, man." Just get out there,
Mohammed,
innit?
one question
Yeah.
at a time, Mohammed, man. One question at a time, broski.
Okay, the first question you said is could the mother be toxic and contribute to this? And I believe that she does. This is the thing. I don't know if you know about hypergamy and all of that stuff, where a woman would
Sis,
typically.
what is hypergamy for anyone that doesn't know it?
Yeah, hypergamy is the idea of a woman marrying a guy who earns more than she could for herself. She does this to secure her future and her children's future. Basically, she marries this guy who can give her a good life, and she's respectful and like grateful for him for doing that. Unfortunately, we don't have that. A lot of immigrant communities, they don't really have hypergamy anymore because of the fact that the fathers are low earning, and sometimes they even.
Okay, well, can you say that's very childish? Because if you are saying
No, I'm saying.
Mohammed, please, Mohammed, I'm not gonna do this with you tonight again. Yeah, let someone finish a point, bro. Please.
Okay.
This is a new person. One in on. Please, thank you. Go ahead, Iftin.
Yeah. The less likely a man is able to earn and take care of the needs of his family, the less likely, the less attracted he becomes to the woman. You get what I mean? She begins to see him as kind of insignificant and useless, and so that causes the issue of get out of here, I don't even want to see you, and all of that. You get what I mean? So
Let's
it's
go
like,
ahead. You finish all.
yeah, basically I'm done.
Does anyone, Mohammed, you got something to say? You want to add something? Mohammed, please
yeah,
come
well,
through.
what I want to say is like, girls, like, come on, man. When you're choosing a guy, you don't choose him literally because he can provide only. You choose the guy
for looks
because,
too.
huh?
Yeah, they choose him for looks as well and other things, personality. Yeah.
No, I'm saying if you look at hala maskahiyan, yeah, and diniyan, Allah does not say anything. Allah says He provides. He can provide. But girls in the kuchira right now, this time of moment, where is people are just materialist. They're going to a guy just because he's got money. Like, come on, when you're choosing a guy for your children, your offspring, don't choose him for money. Choose him for who he is. Can this man be responsible? I don't get it. Why? Right now in UK, no one is halal. No one halal. Right now, no one's struggling. Up to. If a woman right now gets she has children, right?
Yeah.
She's getting supported by the government.
Yeah. Okay, but that's the thing. The woman becomes less attracted to the man when he puts her on welfare, for example. It's like he can't provide, so I have to get money from the government. So that makes the woman bitter. It's like my husband can't even provide for me and our children. You know what I mean? That's where the bitterness comes from.
Yeah, but
No. Yeah, go on.
this is the thing. Yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of people in our community that believes, our bayasha or the fathers just walk out from their houses. Yeah, call the car around here. There's a lot of people that have that kind of mentality that that's what they believe. But no one talks about or discusses the reason why guryo or behen. There's a lot of problems. It's not just about like there's a dumar for badan or rag lacag haysta guursaday ayaa jira.
Yes.
And then
Yes.
they still come with the same problem. Yeah. Guryahooda laga area. Yeah. I mean, like, and then like the other day, like the other night, we were saying, oh, there's a lot of fathers, makahiyan tagan, they stay in the coffee shop or makahidi chugan. But then again, when they are at home, dabba kaga shidan. Yeah. Like, Abayasha Somalia, they work hard. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah. I've seen most of them. Most of them, like Yel Kudu Ilalian, they work hard, they work 12 fucking I've seen some of them do 15 hours, yeah. Like working really hard for the parents. So for you to come up and generalize everything and say, oh, it's their choice to walk out. Like literally, in a like that tells
Yeah.
that there are a lot of people in our community, like that believes that this type of ideas.
No,
So
I'm not
it's a
saying
joke.
all. I'm saying like a
Yeah,
significant
but if they,
amount.
I want to know how can someone choose to walk out from his family unless there's a really,
Let me
really
tell you.
a problem at home.
It comes from not investing in their children and the wife from the beginning. Men are less attached to things that they haven't invested in. So if they didn't put time and effort and money into something, they're more likely to walk out of it and not see the value of it.
Yeah, but
Unfortunately.
you're still blaming the man. Like you're still being defensive. Like under the woman also be the problem of the reason or the situation why the man has to walk out or
Yeah, women
like
contribute, but
Well,
to a lesser
Jamilo,
extent.
because to be honest,
Jamilo.
like a lot of fathers that's been pushed against the wall. Like
So
Alashan rights like I've seen brothers, young brothers that got married, you did well win, but I've seen like a 55-year-old, yeah, crying on the road, Sogo Bawata, and he told us we were sitting somewhere and he came to us and said, you know what, yeah, you see that building there? Yeah. Building Casa Ligi Sori Imika. Then he asked us for a cigar, we give him the cigar, he sat down with us, and then he started having a deep conversation with us about life. So these things do happen. When you go to the Murphish or Makahida and you sit down with these people, yeah, 85% of these fathers are having problem at home, and it's all coming from the women. Hata arurta wudra, yeah. So
Yeah,
please,
yeah, yeah.
I want
let's
to
not
ask.
don't just blame that shit on us, yeah. Let's just keep this like in general.
so
And
then
what I can I say as well? Can I say as well? Yeah, that wallahi he's been like, I don't know, man. Back in the days, like gabdhaha waxaa loo sheegi jiray, you know, be loyal to your husband, be loyal to your
Sah.
family, and now it's a different case right now. And then secondly, as well, we see that the problem is we see women as innocent, sweet. She can't be doing that, bro. Wallahi, wallahi, billah, I'm gonna be honest. Women are evil. A lot of women are evil.
True.
Let's get that fixed. Let's get that in our heads, and let's not make it like they're vulnerable, they're masakin.
Anyone can
It's
Nah.
be
always
evil.
the guy's fault.
Any human can be evil.
Yeah.
Exactly. Thank you.
Sister Talk, you wanted to say something? Come through.
yeah, I wanted to say, so this might be again a bit controversial with I think a lot of us as women. So like for me, I come from the point that we should hold both accountable. So even though yes, there are generalization here, but in regards to be fair to brother Jamal, like I personally know myself of women who have weaponized the children against men. Now, yes, granted, it comes down to even what the sister said about investment and having that structure in the household of wanting to provide. And wallahi, if I'm honest, as a woman, Imika, like I could say I know in a lot of brothers who actually do want to do good, right? Because we have to, if we think of how we created, like is a natural disposition, like nimanku shaqada, like to provide and protect, they can't run away from that, right? It's a responsibility that's built within them. Even if you see a little 4-year-old son, yeah, marke hoidi shopping or whatever, she's got bags of shopping, he will run to like help his mummy, right? So there, men do have this innate need to want, but I think the problem is the issues in the household is that we're emotional, right? We lead with emotions. And sometimes, yes, I'm not talking about we don't have intellect or anything like that, but in regards to a woman's state, we fluctuate with our emotions. We have hormones, we have menstrual cycle. There's times where even we don't feel like, we're able to what do you call it, maintain our own emotions. And I think it's, as women,
Yeah.
from a very young age, we're not taught how to self-regulate, right? And I think emotional intelligence is something that we both need from the sexes. And sometimes men do feel unappreciated. And I have to be really honest and say, as women, if we look in the mirror and look to ourselves, there is a part of us that if a man doesn't, treat us the way we want, and this again, the idealization of marriage, it comes from society. We watch movies, we see romantic movies, so it's like we we put the men to a pedestal, and then when they falter, we're quick to react and, you know, kind of not punish them, but come out in a way where we dismiss them. So even when we think of like the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, where he said, you know, women tend to be ungrateful, that is a characteristic trait that we have as women. And for us, we have to cultivate the fact that, you know, yes, there's people that have, you know, done everything and they've met a partner, and maybe ninku uhumade, you know, for whatever reason, and maybe in Fi'an he met a good girl, and he was
Okay,
good.
well, sister talk, yeah. Can we not say well, yeah? Can we not say love is earned? Why do you guys keep saying, oh, the girl is not treated this way? She's not treated. How can I treat someone who does not earn my respect and my love? I don't respect them.
Okay,
So whose fault is it? It's their fault, because they don't want to do no effort.
okay,
It's
so
all
you know,
me, which is kind of selfish.
Correct.
I agree. It's very selfish. But let's look at the situation, yeah. Because sometimes I think, you know, when we talk about things, right, if we're talking about it from a generalized, like for me, when I have discussions and conversations with people, because of my line of work, I don't generalize. I go straight to the point. You know, I'm like, okay, what are you having? What's the stresses you're going through? Let's talk about it. But in Mika, we're in a platform where, you know, everyone has different opinions, and we're not here trying to make women wrong or men wrong. We're trying to talk about facts. The fact is, unfortunately, in this day and age, women do seem like they have the upper hand on men, right? And unfortunately, men do feel like they're being sort of demasculinized. But then at the same time,
Not really.
sorry?
Not really.
No, I don't believe that.
Yeah, they don't.
Well,
They don't.
I'm
They
talking
don't
about
have
when
the
a
upper
woman
hand.
raises.
I mean, like, they have power, but they don't have the upper hand. It's two different things. In terms of like where we live, or, you know, the government and things like
Sorry,
that.
guys. Let me just interrupt you guys here for once again. African Samba. Hello, new panelist. Salam alaikum. Hello. So hey, you know, new people, please can you unmute your mic if you want to speak? Safe. Sorry, I'm gonna kick him out of the chat, man. Yeah. The best way. Sorry, carry on, guys. Carry on.
Yeah, I think Brother Jamal was disagreeing. You said that they don't have the upper hand. They don't have the power.
I mean, like, they have, like if you're talking about general thing, then they might have some sort of power. Look, you have the power, they do, but they don't have that. They don't have the upper hand yet. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Because when you say the upper hand, then you mean like they're actually running things. If they're not.
Wait, do you guys believe that the government has plans to remove more fathers out of the home and
Yes,
give
I
out?
do, Walalo.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah, Walalo.
let's
Guys,
blame the
1
government,
second.
bro.
Guys,
Allow
1
it.
second
Let's
again,
blame
yeah?
the government.
Well, guys, 1 second. African Samba, can you please speak? What's wrong with this guy? You keep jumping on the panel. Hello. All right, you're not safe, man. Safe. This guy keeps saying, unmute the press, unmute. Hello. Sorry, guys. Carry on. Hibba says something. Can someone read that out for me? Sorry, I'm across the room.
Yeah.
For those, go on, sister.
I'm sorry. For those on the panel, when you're speaking, could you indicate which generation of women and men you're speaking about? Because experiences vary from different generations.
We're talking about right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're talking about this generation. We're not talking about the old generation.
Now, the
We
old
talk about our
generation.
generation.
If we
Now,
go back to
maybe
the
our
old
parents.
generation,
Should we just say our parents and us right now? That two generations.
our parents, like, when it comes to like our parents or who you're in kid, yeah, they had more respect for man than the young generation that we have today, bro. That's fact.
So can I ask?
I don't think so. I
mean,
because
like,
a lot of our mums, they're the ones that knew. Hence why there's a lot of single mums out there. I think it's our mom generation, and these two get I think they're different. Look at Europe a little bit,
No.
especially
What?
Europe.
Yeah.
Look at Canada. Look a little bit. Sorry, sis, where you from, 15? If you don't mind me asking.
Canada.
Okay, I see
Ottawa.
Canada. Oh, thank you. When we went to Canada and Europe in Malahan, I'm talking about that generation and these girls. Not kuwa had gay so Somalia ku South Korea. the women marka qaxi xaggan imaadeen odayaashooda eriyay and hablaha imanka that's the two we're sticking on.
Yeah, things changed when they got here. I think because, you know, they had a lot more rights than they ever did back there. So yeah, some of them did take advantage of that.
See what you're doing right there now is like you've been abused there, or I don't get it. When I see Somali,
No. I'm not saying they were abused. No. I feel like when they came over here, they got too much. Like maybe they got too many rights, and
You mean power?
yeah,
Power. Let's say
too much power.
Yeah.
And they took advantage of that in a dangerous kind of way. Some of them. Yeah.
Great. That's a good point.
Sister Talk, you want to add something? You wanted to say something?
Oh, no, I lost my train of thought. So it'll come to me though, inshallah.
It'll come back to you. I'll come back to you. Someone said city girls' behavior. And then Sister Hibbs, what did she say?
You can stand. We stand city girl behavior.
What?
Period. What
Oh
does
my
that
God.
mean, Hibbs? Hibbs is going nuts in the chat. Beg you, Wallah, Sister Hibbs, jump on. I want to hear your opinion. On this. What did Dusty say? A lot of Somali mothers do not work. What does that mean? Distinct. A lot of Somali mothers do not work. What does that mean?
A lot of some.
Because they don't know the language. That's what the issue is.
Yeah.
I think if you're talking about back home, then it's a different story to here.
No. Do you know what it is here? Let's leave back home here for back home minute here. Let's talk about Europe, Canada, and Mission Chognay. And when our Hoyas brought us in, that generation of women, and the women now. Do you get where I'm coming from? We know them. Dagan Heisten, Dean Heisten. We all know about what they went through. But we're going specifically, Jamil. The problem is everyone's trying to say is, do Burkina South Korea?
Mhm.
You get where I'm coming from? And then, boom. Yeah.
All right. So
No, I know what guys there. Wallahi billahi, you can't. You know, people they getting confused with this technology. There were people back then who were more smart than these people here.
right.
Yeah, it doesn't make you smart and doesn't make you educated or a smart person if you're living in a diaspora.
Correct.
Back
Yeah.
home, there's people out there back home who are so intelligent.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Even a little kid, he knows responsibility. A little girl knows everything.
That's what I was talking about.
Right now is basically you're getting taught. Your kids are not with you 24/7, and they're going to Mahalla, they're going to school. They're getting taught other stupid stuff here, and they come back to you. You're tired. You're gonna go up to bed. So the father is not there. The kids are gonna be fucked.
That's what I'm saying. Like I said this the other night as well. Yeah. I mean, like if the father gets kicked out from the house and he leaves the house, yeah, then like especially if you like teenage boys or like if there's a boys in the house, you got boys, yeah, then those boys will want a father figure to look up to. And that's why we see a lot of young boys disrespecting their mothers or even sometimes abuse them or kill them because they don't have that father figure at home who can say, yo, Fadiso, like inanku wuxuu u baahan yahay aabihii ayuu u baahan yahay inuu wax baro like hooyadii wax bari karto uu ka boqo.
Yeah, but then again, Abi sadunu ragatinimada garanayn.
I beg you, don't cut me off. Don't cut me off.
Go on.
Let me continue. Let me continue a little bit.
Okay.
Let me say this. Inankan ka hadlaya anigu because I can't speak for the dumarka, yeah, like as a man, yeah. Ilmaha inanku markuu yar yahay soo korayo, yeah, when he's growing up, yeah. Wuxuu u baahan yahay hooyadii buu u baahan yahay. By the age of 12, 13 markuu gaadho wuu ka baxay inuu hooyadii u baahnaado anymore. Like he doesn't need his mother anymore. Wuxuu u baahan yahay aabihii inuu wax baro. Like me, that's the age where my father was teaching me wax kastuu barayay. Like he was teaching me like Somaliga, Dakanka, Tarikhda. Sometimes we'll go for a long walk, like for 50 minutes, 40 minutes, and he's telling me, like, he's telling me about life. He's telling me about my dad was in the SNM for like 8-9 years. So he's telling me what happened there, where he saw die. Like sometimes I'll go to my dad's workplace, I will go with him, I will meet his friends. that is what you need. Like raganimada laga hadlayo waa kaas. Like he's training me. Alashan san hadhow
Yeah,
toolo
but
uu noqdo.
Jamil,
But
sorry,
like
sorry to.
caruurta halkan imika joogta, they don't get that. They don't even get the chance to get that because I've seen, wallahi billahi, what I've seen, like alashan meelaha waxa ka socda, bro. You don't want to hear it, man.
Yeah, but Jamil, like I was gonna before I was gonna interrupt you. Yeah, what
Yeah.
did he say? Yeah, Alhamdulillah. That's very nice, Jamil. Yeah, like I was just saying. But say if the inanka right now have done like raganimada la barin, and then
Sah.
ilmu high store. That's what I wanted to add to. You know that bit. And how can we stop that?
Alashan maxaa leedahay aabuhu haddaanu raganimada aqoonin.
Yeah, haduu imika right now aabihiis imika Soomaali ag joogay. Aabihiis nin raga, say for example, aabihiis nin raga muu hayn, yeah. Ilmihiina muu ag joogin right now, innit, yeah.
Okay.
Ilmihii obviously wuxuu ku soo koray bilaa ragatinimo. You
Yeah.
get what I'm coming from?
Yeah.
And then markuu ku soo koray bilaa ragatinimo,
Mhm.
what happens then is like asagoo aan ragatinimada ogeyn,
He ends up
wuxuu
female. He ends
he
up
ends up yes,
being
fam,
female.
because he's getting that energy hooyadiisa ku
Yeah.
akhrisay
Yeah.
then sida
Yeah.
wuxuu inantan wuxuu la dhaqmaya sida dumarka. Because he doesn't know ragatinimada.
That's what I
Yeah.
said. In certain period of age, marka gaadho, inuu markuu yar yahay, hooyadii buu u baahan yahay. I don't know ina aragteen iyo in kale, ina aragteen.
Yeah,
Ilaa
definitely.
12 iyo 11 uu ka gaadhayo, markaasuu ka baxa gacanta hooyadii, inta badan hooyadii iska jecel yahay, iskala joogaa, like markuu halkaa marayo 12, 13 meelaha markuu gaadho, waa waqtigii inanku aabihii u baahnaa inuu noloshiisa ka ciyaaro important role. Yeah?
Jamilo, another thing walaalaya, hooyooyinku waa too overprotective.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
every
I've
day,
seen that. Oh my God.
guriga joog, alla maxaa ku dhacay?
War anigu jabhad baan ahaa, meel kasta.
Babying their sons. You know, like I've seen some mothers, they shelter their sons from responsibility. Like there are boys
Yeah.
who want to do masculine things, who want to work hard, but the mothers are like, "Yo, you just need a rest. You don't need to do that." It's insane.
I mean, yeah, it happens.
Iftin, yeah, Iftin, Jamil, Muhammad, and sister too. If the man's not around to toughen up the man, or say if the man's there to toughen up his son, yeah, and Hajida doesn't let him as well. Because sometimes the woman will be like, don't do that.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Hajida will let him. Hajida will never have a problem. In Keda, in ilmaha wax la baro, yeah. I don't think hooyo oranaysa inanka wax barin ama waxba u sheegin ama raacin. I don't think inay waxaas taasi dhici karto. But laakiin waa loo baahan yahay nin kasta inuu ilmihiisa wax baro alashan inanka si gaara wax loo baraa arrimo gaara.
Okay, guys, can you also say girls are more connected and more loving to their father than their mother? The girls, they need their father too.
Yeah, girls need their father.
You have to train them as well.
Yeah.
I would
Actually,
also
you know,
agree
like,
with that.
Girls they need the protection from their father, like what's it called? Is it ghira in Arabic? Like the protection from other males and that kind of thing. Because I know most guys are not going to mess with a girl who has her father in the house. Yeah.
Yeah. And he's going to tell her, you know, when she sees a good father is giving her good advices, she's going to know also how the men think as well.
Yeah.
So that's going to help her. That's going to help her as well a lot.
Can I just say, Brother Maverick said, answer the question, do you have to live together to be a parent?
No, do you know Latan Maverick? You have to live in a different continents.
No. I think you have to live in the same city, though.
Man.
You don't have to live under the same roof, but you do have to live in the same city where the child can see you within like an hour or something like that. You get what I mean?
Why an hour? Why an hour? Why can the father not take his child with him like 3 days, 2 days?
Well, they can do that. Like, for example, weekends, he could see his father, and like holidays, things like that.
Like right now, like one of my friends there, he's got 2 daughters, and they had an argument with his wife. Now it's become, I'm gonna get back at you. I've got the kids now in my power. So whatever you did to me, I'm gonna get. So now he goes to his child. He goes to his child. She gets the children dressed, and she make them stand outside the door for 30 minutes. bro, that's taking a piss, wallahi.
So then could we, that is definitely not a good thing or a good situation to be in. So then could we maybe then say, right, that it's important for the woman
And then
to choose right?
he's just gonna give up.
Sorry, I
He's
was
just gonna
just
give up.
Yeah, I bet let maybe sister talk finish.
Yeah, go on.
Thank you. So would it be better then to say that it's important for the woman, inshallah, to choose someone who would be able to be better for her, and then also for the brother to choose someone to be better? So in regards to taking the conversation forward, what do you guys suggest of, like, if someone was listening to us now, to protect the brothers from maybe, you know, some signs emotionally, you know, to look for if he's trying to find a woman, and also for a sister, maybe she doesn't have a father, and instead of her looking for maybe someone who might take advantage of her, because I think we're all quite older and some of you are married and you've got kids, like what would be maybe moving forward you'd suggest? And that's to all of us.
Well, can you say that again? Can you say it again one more time?
Okay, so Imika, like everything we're out there, right? It's happened. So what can we now moving forward? How could we advise anyone who's maybe watching now to protect themselves from falling into these two extremes? So the man doesn't get taken advantage of. Like what kind of women, or what would you say the traits he should look for? And also for the women.
Can I go?
Yeah,
What a
go on.
woman, for me, what a woman should look for in a man she wants to marry is someone who's responsible, someone who can protect the family and provide for the family, someone who you think, I would like my future son to be exactly like this man. Because at the end of the day, that's who you have to think about, the children that you have with this person.
Well, another thing, yeah, right now, another thing is, problem is, a man, he's got a lot of responsibility, yeah. From young age, man's got responsibility. Man has got responsibility. Man has to be responsible. Now he goes and does his responsibility. He comes back home. When he comes back home, where he's supposed to relax for that moment, but he's getting headaches from his girl.
Why is she giving him headaches?
So you
Well,
don't want
girls are like that, innit? Girls are just, I don't know, they're just weird, man. And they don't want to listen to guys' advice, and they just want to do their own thing, innit?
so you saying like gabadh oo xumaqlin iska ilaaliya isku guursanina.
Yeah, nah, man, that's madness.
That's the number one thing. I think if any girl listening to right now, like girls who are listening to right now, yeah, like I can waxaan ka hadli karaa raggu si u fikiraan. Like number one thing, like when we talk about raganimo, yeah, raganimo marka laga hadlo, there's like meela aan la gaarin baa jirta, yeah. Number one, ninku ma jecla horta in la controlo oo wax loo sheego. Ama waxaan sameeya. He likes to be advised. Yes. Do we take the advice? Yes, we do. One dhegeysanaa. But like in la yidhaahdo tan samee ama waxaa samee to be controlled, they don't like that. Number one thing is ninku haybadiisa iyo sharaftiisa, yeah, meel sare taala. Like alashaan gorgortan ma geli karto. Like it's not something that lagu ciyaari karaba maahaba. Like raganimada laga hadlaya waa taas. So inamada imika caawinaya horta ama dhegeysanaya hadalkeena, waxaan odhan lahaa I would say that waxa guursataan inan marka ugu horeysa horta inan diin leh. Number one, shantada salaadaha isku tukato. Alhamdulillah. Waxba yani, she don't have to be a scholar inay alashaan Bukhari iyo Sahih Muslimka iyo minhaajka dhamayso looma baahna. Shantada salaadood ay tukanayso way ka badan tahay. Maxaa soo haray inantuniyow aan idinkula talin lahaa, inantu waa inay dhaqan leedahay. Inagu Soomaali baan nahay, hidiya dhaqan baynu leenahay. Dhaqanku waa maxay? Dhaqanku waa caadooyinka bulshadu ay leedahay, qaabkay u dhaqmaan ayaa dhaqan leedahay. Hiduhuna waa sooyaalkii aynu lahayn. Inantu hadday dhaqan leedahay oo alashaan ay dhaqankii si fiican u garanayso, alashaan marka haddaa isku dhacdaan ama dhibaata ay timaado, hadhowtooda waxay noqon kartaa wax la xalin karayo. Taas waxay keenaysaa in xaqaagii ila waa maadaama waa inan dhaqankii garanaysa inaa xaqaagii iyadana xaqeedii aad siiso. Laakiin haddaad guursatid tu yaroo wif yeah, oo fish and chips oo wagwan, like say wallahi iyo kuwan haddaad ku qabto abti lug iyo laantoona isla keeni maysid, dhibaatada ka bixi maysid, ma fahantay? So that's what I would say. Inan dhaqan leh oo diin leh, ama inan waddankii kale lagu soo koriyey oo af Soomaaligiiyo dhaqankiisa fiican u
Yeah, but
fahmaysa
say, bro, if
kaa
you
u
don't
yiri
want
waa
that, yeah. Say, bro, if you don't want that right now, yeah, and you're just happy with one of the, because I feel like you're generalizing habla hagan again as well, because there's some girls maybe doesn't you know, but they got a lot to offer. Hagadin say waha.
Yeah,
So I feel like I don't
like
know, bro. I don't know because with Dugan, how crucial is Dugan in the
I
21st
feel like
century,
it's not
especially?
You
it's
know,
not that important. As
you
long
know
as you have
what?
the
Let it
religion.
let sister yeah, go on if the
I was gonna
come
say,
through.
as long as she has the religion and she has positive characteristics, you know, the characteristics that you need for a mother to have and a wife to have. I mean, the culture isn't even really that important if you
I
think
know
about
that's
it.
true.
I
Sister
mean, she
Ayan said in it. Go ahead, Walala. Go ahead. Finish off,
she
sister.
should know the language though. If you do plan on moving back
Yeah,
home,
yeah. What about this? What sister said? No one likes to be controlled, and everyone likes to be advised and treated like an adult. What do you guys think of that? Sister Ayan in the
That's true.
chat. Big up, Sister Ayan Adams. Long time.
that's
She's in
true.
the
But
chat.
I would say that men kind of require a different level of respect in order to, you know, do what they need to do. Everyone wants to be respected, but for men, they really value respect a lot. And I think women value love more.
Yes.
Okay, guys. Anigu waxaan ku adgaraynayaa gabadhu hadday Muslim tahay ay anigu most important thing waa dabeecadda. You know what I mean? dabeecadda hadday dabeecad wanaagsan tahay, she's got good personality, she's a very good person. Waa la bari karaa salaada. You know what I'm saying? Salaad waa bari kartaa. And you will find a girl salaad tukanaysa, but she's not a good person. You know, a good person waa loo kala dhashtaa. Diintu kaa maragta a good person. Yeah? So,
Yeah.
shouldn't we choose gabadh wanaagsan oo dabeecad wanaagsan leh oo muslimada Soomaaliyeed ah?
Yeah.
Anigu that's what I believe anigu. So gabadha markii la qaato ay la barto gabadha aad dabeecadaha baratay, and you know she's legit, she's a G, then you can say, okay, this is the one I want. And then when markaas kursataan way ku maqlaysaa waa qof dabeecad wanaagsan, salaadana la bari karaa. But gabadh salaad laguma qaato, ayadan also you have to look at dabeecadeeda as well.
What did the sister say here? The sister Ayan said every time a Somali guy says marry someone with culture, what does that say? That means marry someone that can manipulate you with her culture. What does that mean?
Oh, I
Guys,
get what she means. I get what she means.
What does she mean?
She's talking about how some guys would would take advantage of girls who have quote unquote culture. For example, guys who go back home and marry girls and, you know. Yeah, like they take advantage of her. Kind of like, okay, you know how girls over there, some of them, not all of them, are raised to be kind of like servitude, like they're raised to be like serving your husband 24/7, do everything he says, keep your mouth shut, don't speak out. You know what I mean? That type of, I have cousins. I have cousins back home who are like that. I'm not even making fun of them.
Well, what do you think, sister talk? Do you want to add into the conversation? Let the girls come through a little bit, Mohammed, man.
Go on.
Sister talk. What do you think about that statement there? Sister Ayan.
I don't really know what to make of it, because I think I need a bit more context. Because if she's saying what the sister just also alluded to, that if a woman, you know, men choose to go with women that have, I guess, a strong sense of culture, it's because they want to manipulate them. I think, again, that's generalizing, because there are some guys that do prefer women that are maybe more kind of like, they remind them of their mom, or they have certain sort of traits, you know, that they look for within the culture. But unfortunately, there are men who also misuse that against them. So I don't know. It really differs from individual to individual.
Yeah, like, okay, this is what I have as an example. This one girl that I knew, she's related to me. She's my cousin. She was telling me it's too bad there aren't like enough good men to go around here. And I'm just like, yeah, well, maybe you should like look for other places where you could find somebody, like, you know, because she's abroad, she lives here, and she goes back and forth, but she mostly grew up there. She's like, oh, but it's a must to get married. So it's like she thought of herself as I have to get married, and it doesn't matter if the person is like a good option or not. They kind of think men are like absolutely necessary. It's like are so important that it doesn't even matter what type. You get what I mean?
I think to speak to that, sis, I think it, again, like I've said very early on, it's about education, and also it's about seeing good role models. And unfortunately, it's not just Somali communities, even in the West. You know, if you see a lot of the rom-coms that we watch, the romantic movies, you know, is always the man coming to rescue the woman. It's always the man that's, you know, so I think it's something that's indoctrinated with a woman to just value and put a man on a pedestal. But when we do that, we set women up, because a man can't be responsible for everything. Like, you know, a lot of the times men say women complain a lot, and again, there's reasons why, because we speak a lot more than men. You know, we communicate in various different ways, but then nobody, you know, nobody teaches both of them how to communicate with one another, or how the woman could find other outlets to, you know, get her needs met. And again, like everything, it really just depends on understanding one another in this fahmo, and everyone has different preferences in the world, you know.
Yeah, well,
I
lot,
feel- I
sister
wanna
talk. What do you think about what Ayan said? Sister Ayan said here on the board.
She said men and women both deserve the same level of respect and the same level of love. This is why Somali men have is a problem, because they're not loved in the right kind of way by their mothers. That's actually a really good statement. I don't think it's a question. And
Yeah.
to be honest, again, like I disagree, I would say, with that statement, only because I've seen how I would say maybe mothers over indulge when it comes to loving their sons. That there is an element of overindulging, especially if you know, if the man is not in the house where he can balance, you know, that love that a woman gives to her son. Um, so that's really what I would say to that. But in terms of levels of respect, you know what, it's subjective, because I've heard and I know personally that, yeah, everybody loves to be treated with respect, but at the same time, I think men need the respect a lot more, as the sister also said, a lot more than women. Because
Yeah.
respect for a man is, again, it comes down to, because Ilahi gave the man authority, you know, that he has a sense of authority, and I think we can't, you know, argue against that. And that sense of authority and that responsibility comes with a level of respect and admiration that a woman should have.
why though? Why? I don't believe that though. I
What do
believe
you believe?
a lot,
Sorry.
a lot authority. Authority. When it comes between husband and wife, they got the same authority, but in different cases.
Yeah, of
Like,
course.
so إلهي يقول كله ولهن مثل الذي عليهن بالمعروف. So a woman وخدمينها, she has to smile to her husband. That's a khidmah. That's like servitude, yeah. So smiling, cooking, also the guy working, helping each other. It goes both ways. So I don't know why you say authority. Man has authority. Man doesn't have authority over woman.
No, firstly, Ilahi has authority over everyone, right? But when we talk about, like, the authority I'm talking about is financial. When a man provides financially and he's given you his resources, as a woman, there is a sense of appreciation that you need to show for that. So that's the authority. Maybe the way I said authority, you know, might not be the correct word, but that's what I mean. Like, because if the household, he's bringing in the income, you know, there is a sense of compliance that has to go with that.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. What was I saying? Basically, man, no, it's something about the height. I wanted to carry on. I'll carry on. I'm gonna keep quiet. When I get the idea back in my head again, then I'll talk.
Yeah, I think I've just basically pretty much said really what I was going to say. That there is sense of, so, like, as women, Allah knows best, but from my understanding, as a woman, we need reassurance, we need a sense of guidance when it comes to the responsibilities of worrying about financial strains, right? Men tend to take that burden from the women, and in that regard, I feel like, you know, it's like when someone gives something to the house, that there is a level of appreciation that gets shown. And I think for a woman, also for a man to reciprocate that sense of tenderness, you know, that attentiveness to her emotions, to know that, you know what, sometimes a woman is going to be emotional, and sometimes a woman is going to be, you know, maybe she might be a bit combative, because again, it's all comes down to our nature. You know, what do we perceive as men and women? How do we interact? And I think going back to the original question of what should we be looking for when we're getting married, I think the first thing I would always address people is that, and the advice I would give in terms of nasiha is get to know yourself. You know, educate yourself about who you are as a person, and look at your environment, because the environment has a lot to play in with how we see the world and how we view the world. And
Yes,
but
yes.
it only goes so far, because there's only a certain amount of time where now you're accountable and you have responsibilities. And I think that's where sometimes we fall short, and we use the
Yeah.
environment to
Also, what
use
I
it as an
talk.
excuse.
Sister talk. What can I also say that lot of kids here, or adults, when they grow up, they wanna what do you call it? They wanna imitate their parents, yeah, but they don't even know their parents. Do you know what I mean? It's like my parents 100% correct. My parent can never be wrong. My mom's so strong. My dad is so strong. Can we not look through that as well and go, you know what? You don't have to listen to Hoyeda, and you don't have to follow her path. Recover your like, always whisper who you are and what you want to be, and instead of following. And do you get what I'm saying?
I agree. I think there's a lot of us, what we do, again, this even comes back to Dinta. A lot of us, we blind follow just because someone said so and so. Like Ilahi, he gave us the aqal for us to be able to differentiate things. And you know what, our parents, as much as they do their best, you know, they have flaws, you know, they make mistakes. And the ignorant person is someone who continues that line of thought. I think it's very much important for a human being to individuate themselves and to see themselves as a separate entity who Ilahi, you know, gave them something different from their parents and from society, and find out what they are for you. You know, learn about yourself and understand, you know, as a woman, how do you regulate yourself? Even as a man, learn about emotional intelligence, learn about, you know, being able to live in a world, in a society where unfortunately a lot of the times things are designed to break you, because shaitan is part of that as well.
Someone said, communication, that's the problem with the Somali family, lack of communication. On that note, guys, I've got a video that I want to play. Everyone hit the mute button. Everyone else smash out the mute button, and let's play this video. I want to play this video. I want your thoughts on this.
Hey, how are you?
I'm well, and yourself?
Good. We're just watching your live, looking at some of your content.
Mm-hmm.
I heard about you, but I don't really know much about you. I just came to my best friend's house. She was saying she was looking at your videos and she was offended by your content, but I haven't seen it, so I don't know what is supposedly so offensive about you.
The truth.
Okay.
The truth tends to offend many women today. But you know what? Who's not offended? The 8 black couples that have gotten together in the last 6 months, and the 3 black women who've gotten engaged in the last 6 months of knowing me, and credit my groups and credit my groups and my information as the reason why they're that way. So I don't know 3 black women getting married, and one found a multi-million-dollar attorney. So why is your friend pissed off again?
No one's pissed off. You just be feeling like you're entitled.
Excuse me?
You feel entitled, like
see, this woman doesn't know me, and see, instead of saying, you know what, I didn't know that, and that's a good thing. I appreciate that 8 black couples have gotten together and 3 black families are about to be married. That's good. No. Instead of saying a good thing, she wants to be off camera. If you're gonna talk, at least get on camera. Don't be like that.
like
You're gonna have the smoke. Bring your ass on camera.
She's like in a little pearl, like in her nightclubs and stuff.
Right.
It's the person whose live that I'm on. I'm on her live.
Oh, okay.
I'm not
Well,
on
anyway,
her.
I will talk to you because obviously you seem to have a different energy. Man, people don't come onto my show just because I'm rude and why would 15,000 people show up nightly if I was full of shit, lying, and just being rude, mean? That wouldn't even make any sense.
So what do you think are people's issue about you?
The truth.
But
I think that one of the biggest issues was this last video that happened when a woman rated herself being average, and I agreed. And then when I
But
said,
do you think the woman's value is in the way that she looks?
well, let me ask you a question. How old are you?
27.
27. Is a man's value in how productive he is?
I feel like everyone's value should be in their character. So yeah.
No, I said a man's value is in how productive he is.
Yes, and a woman's as well, but I don't feel like it.
No, ma'am. I asked you, is a man's value, okay. And a woman's value to a man, men are visual. Initially, it is how you look.
Okay.
But my question is, why do modern women reject what women for thousands of years have accepted? But expect men to still be the same way. You still expect men to provide, right?
Right, but I don't think this is only to the extent of physical appearance. I feel like if you compensate, you can always compensate in other ways. Like I've seen, and we've all seen it to where maybe it would be a very attractive guy with a woman who is not conventionally as attractive, and he does value her and he loves her. And
all right, but okay, how about this? Get 100 of your male friends and ask them what they want.
No, I understand. Studies.
That's what I'm saying, and that's the thing.
I agree.
And that's the point. I'm saying what men would say. I am saying what men would say, and the issue is women have no problem saying, "I want a man who's 6 foot tall, 6 figures, 6-pack. I don't want no scrubs. Ain't nothing going on with the rent. I don't want no." But then when a man says he just has a standard too, there's all of a sudden an issue.
Well, I don't have to have somebody 6 feet. As long as you're 2 inches taller than me, I'm 5'7".
But exactly, but
if you're 5'9".
But hold on, ma'am. But that still is a standard. That still is a preference, and men have theirs as well. See, what we've told women
and men can have preferences. I'm not.
But apparently not. Apparently not, because women can have their preferences. And
well, we're generalizing right now.
Hold on. Women have been memorializing what they want in movie and song for my entire life. When men just have the nerve to respond when asked, all of a sudden we're entitled in toxic masculinity.
I don't think that you guys are entitled by wanting preferences. First of all, I will say that.
Okay.
I'm not disputing that. Like everyone is entitled to have their whatever that they want. But what I'm saying is that it seems like what you're saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that a woman's, like, her value in all is.
I never said absolute. No. But see, that's another thing. You won't have to tell me where.
Well, that's what I'm telling you. I'm not telling you that's what.
Well, that's the thing. I have never said that. I have never said that.
But that's usually the forefront of the conversation. Is kind of
okay. Okay, let me finish. Can I get it out?
Okay.
If you ask me to tell you, then when I tell you, you're talking over me.
No, so listen, but I'm conversing with you because I want you to.
You're not conversing because you're the only one talking. Man, have you watched one of my videos? A 3-hour video from front to back.
That girl situation when he was ranking.
That girl. You're not paying attention.
When he was what?
Talk to him.
Have you watched one of my videos? Have you watched a full video of mine from front to back? One of my live streams.
I just saw one video. Was it the whole? I think it was a whole video of some girl when you were. I guess she
ranking her. He was ranking her. He asked her what her
she ranked herself.
So in other words, no. I have a full 3-hour show that I do, and you watched a 7-minute clip of a 30-minute conversation I had. I challenge you and your friend to go back to my channel and watch the full 30-minute. Oh, now see, I'm not going to do this. If you're either going to get on the camera, I'm not going to talk to them. I'm not doing this with her. Either I'm gonna talk to you, or we're gonna have to be in. If she's gonna get on the
Talk
camera,
about
get on the camera.
the contest. So I'm just, I mean, I guess.
No, ma'am. See, and this is the problem. But you haven't even responded to what I said. This is when women tend to become disingenuous. You're asking me questions, you're saying something, and I said you have not even watched the video from front to back. You haven't even watched the full video of where the excerpt was coming from. But your friend has the nerve to make a judgment. And I find that very rich. That women have no problem judging men on partial information.
Stop generalizing women, please.
No, I will generalize women because I speak to plenty of. I will generalize women when I have enough information to be general. And you women are acting just like so many women who get upset. You have little to no information. You're not willing to do the work, and then when I challenge you to do something else, you want to.
I didn't accuse you of anything. Have you noticed? I literally just asked you, what is your philosophy? Like, what is it that you think people are upset about? I literally came in with no judgment. And
I said no, but as we have gotten into it, you asked me, and I said the truth.
Ask what the content.
Right, but more so, what I'm asking you about is what we're talking about now. Like, I haven't made any assumptions based on anything that I've seen previously. Me and you are conversing, and I've talked to you enough to ask you certain questions, and what you're responding to, I'm responding back to it. So you're referring to past videos, but I'm referring to the things that you're telling me now.
The only question you've asked me is, does a woman's value in her look? The only question you've asked me.
But you don't even let other people talk. You're asking me how old I am. You're generalizing women.
I mean, there's just no talking to some of these people. And like your unattractive friend who did not want to get on the camera with all that masculine energy, women like her are angry at the truth. This is why this will always work. I mean, just angry. Why are you mad? Yes, and you're alone. You're alone, and you will likely end up like most women like you, dying alone. And no amount of being angry, upset, argumentative, vile, disgusting, masculine, rude is going to change what your outcome is going to be. And that's what bothers so many of these ladies, because they're having to face the fact that many women like her are simply unfit for a relationship. Thank you. She put her cute friend on the camera because we know, come on. And even if she was attractive, your personality is through. I mean, reverting to curse words. I mean, you ain't doing this, you ain't doing that. Look, you haven't even bothered to watch the video. And like I say, you cannot make this stuff up. You can't make it up, and women like your friend are becoming the laughing stock. I don't understand if women like you really understand how the world is looking at y'all right now. There's nothing to aspire to. Something to be proud of. And all you end up having at the end of the day is just insults, petty childhood taunts, insults. And then when you get met back with that same kind of mirror, you can't handle it. Thank you for proving my point. Thank you for proving my point. She's for sale. You can't believe this is this is real life. This is real life. The ability to sit back and just go do the work yourself. But instead, the low level of contempt and lack of respect so many women like her have for the average black man, they're not going to go watch a video? I'm not going to watch a video of you. You're just a black man. Go do homework and research what you said. How dare you expect me to do that? You're just a black man. You're beneath me. No. Instead, I'm going to question you like you're 27, even though you're 51. And I'm going to have this miscellaneous black woman talk to you like you're 27 and 51 years old. There's no respect. So, ma'am, thank you for proving my point. Don't argue. Shit. I am going to continue to do exactly what I'm doing, and I am going to become very, very successful at continuing to push forward the women who want. See, what's going on right now is a separation. The women who want to be with men and all the others. See, the woman who wanted to be with men was like that woman who showed up. The first woman that came in with the hair done, smiles, and the pearls, that's a woman who wanted to be with men. And the other sister who came in, see, the women who came in, like the last other woman, just compare and contrast. You can tell the women who wanted to be with men versus the other ones. And that's what this does. It helps you separate the ones that you need to just say, hey, sis, do you. Don't argue with them. Just leave them over there. The ones that don't, with all that masculine energy, you got to argue with them. But now the problem, now what's happening is the separation is happening. And women are starting to say, I don't want to be like her. I don't want to be like her, and I don't want to hang with her. That's what's going on. Women are starting to separate themselves from their negative energy friends. And to the 27-year-old that I was speaking to, I hope you get away from that woman, because you sound like you might have had a shot. But her, she would never let you hear anything other than what she wants you to believe. I simply asked you to go watch the video, but she ain't gonna let you do that. Go watch it. She can't keep you from watching it, because no matter what you say, you cannot sit down and make this a caricature. Well, everybody's wrong. It's just a bunch of woman hating and women bashing. Then go watch the video. Go look at it for yourself. All the videos are up. Go look at it for yourself. Don't listen to what she's telling you it is. Go watch it. I dare you. And then what'll happen? You'll do just like so many other sisters have done. You know what? I'm wrong. When I first approached you, I thought it was this, and now it's that. I thought it was this, and now it's that. And also remember when I said, what about the 8 black couples that have gotten together in the last 6 months as a result of my Facebook group? And the 3 engagements. You notice they didn't address that at all. Now, if somebody else had said that, or a woman had said that, they'd have got it. But they cannot, you will not give a black man that you disagree with any credit. When the testimonials are up on YouTube, go look at it for yourself. The videos are up. The video testimonials saying, thank you, Kevin, for helping me find my wife. Thank you, Kevin, for helping me get together my boo. Thank you. They're up. But I put it on the wood.
Yo, Khalid.
Hey. Boy, where do we start? I have to wear my robe right now. I have to put on my camera right now.
You probably won.
I had to. Well, I'm trying to do his style. That's my new bar as well. I'm gonna have to start jumping some of that. Did you watch my video? I'm gonna start telling my blood. Did you watch my video?
Khalid,
done.
you know what? Wallahi, this is exactly what we get from the sisters, man. It's same thing. Just what.
Let's talk. I want to talk disingenuine first. I want to talk disingenuine first. I want to break down one bit as well. You know the bit that Kevin said as well? There was one bit where he said there's real women trying to get married and find certain things. You get where I'm coming from, my brothers and sisters, and there's the others. Do you get where I'm coming from? So boy, let's break something down. What is going on? Woo! Again, kablab now. Labudi hablod at the beginning. The 2 energies. Hey sisters, talk to me. What did
Okay.
I want to break that. If so you go first, man. You're the new person.
The thing that he was talking about was the importance of appearance when it comes to women, and how much value that holds. And I have to agree with him, because a lot of the times, I mean, I'm not going to say this is a good or a bad thing, but a lot of the times when it comes to men and choosing partners, they do choose based on appearance. And that's not something that we should look at men for being bad for, because it is biological, like that's something that God has put in them. And so we shouldn't really come up against it, you know.
Mhm.
I think what we need to do is, there might be a lot of women that don't like that because, you know, they have the feminist mindset and they're like, we're not objects and we're not this and we're not that. And obviously we aren't, but we have to also understand that that's just biological in them. And we should encourage women to try to, I don't want to say reach the standard of beauty, but basically don't let yourselves go physically. Like, do what you can, go to the gym, stay healthy, keep your skin clear, drink all your water to keep those pimples and wrinkles away, dress well, wax your eyebrows if you have a unibrow, all that stuff. Yeah, basically that's
You're
all.
muted, Khalid.
Khalid, we can't hear you, bro. You're on mute.
Sorry, my bad. I was about to say, Wallah, you know that old saying, black don't crack here, but on Somali speakers, we say Somali don't spoil, you know? But
Oh, yeah.
good points. Good points, sis. Good points. Sister Talk, do you wanna come in? Who wants to come in? Do you wanna tackle some of the issues? I wanna talk about the disingenuine and women that are not letting other women get married because of the two women that were on the chat. There was
Yeah.
two different energies. I saw an alpha female and I saw a beta female. Wallah.
Right.
I don't know. The guys, did you see one weak, strong female that was telling the other one what to say, what to do, what to act, or I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well, I did see that. And in regards to this topic, actually, I did a topic about this on my channel where it's called group thinking. And unfortunately, as women, we do fall prey to this because there is a lot of stigma when a woman, goes through a difficult relationship or whatever it is. Instead of uplifting and doing the work for herself, what she does is she projects that onto young women. And now she, dilutes their mind. And she makes them believe that all men are bad and, you can't get a man and how to not get your heart broken. So, yeah, that does exist within us as women because we're social creatures, and women, unfortunately, they listen to one another, especially when it comes to trying to find a man. Now, in regards to, like, we can talk about the physical and that's fine. I think the sister already cleared that up. But I really want to go to the root of things because his whole premise from what I took was that there are some women that are very defiant. And in terms of defiant, I mean, they can't listen. And to some respect, as I said again, that is true. There are certain women, unfortunately, that feel like they have a sense of ownership of, they want things to go the way they do or their relationship. But in saying that, I think it's a lot more deeper issues. Again, it comes down to environment, how she got raised, and again, accountability and responsibility. And as some of us as women, we choose not to take accountability, and we do play more of the victim mentality, unfortunately.
I think I've got two. Sorry, sis. I think someone's talking to our sister Ayan. She's got a message for you on the board and another one.
She said, how is feminist mindset to not treat women a sex object? That's why they believe in women were told to cover up.
Okay, wait, hold on a second. Let me reply to that.
Okay, go ahead. Reply to the first one and then reply to the second one. Go ahead if you take that one.
Women, I'm not saying women are objects, okay? I'm saying men are attracted to women first and foremost by looking at them, by the appearance. So I'm not saying that's all the woman's identity is, and that's not the only thing men value women for. Obviously, you should work on yourself, like your mindset, your education. You should have careers, all that stuff. You could do that. But I'm saying when it comes to a man picking a partner, the first thing that they see is your appearance. And also, you could use your good looks to get to places that you probably wouldn't if you weren't that attractive. Think about it. The more attractive you are physically as a woman, the higher number of people that are interested in you. And there are good people and bad people that are interested in you. So you have all these options. You can pick and choose who you settle down with. Unattractive women, I'm sorry, don't have that many options. They have to stick, and sometimes they attract the low value ones, and that's all they have to settle for. So I'm just saying, the better you look, the more options you have.
I disagree. No, I
You have
disagree with.
options. You have a
Well,
bigger
Okay, what
pool.
do you think? Okay, what do you guys think of the second question? Sister
No,
Todd, do you want to take that one?
So it says group thinking is not only a woman's problem, men fall victim of group thinking as well. That's why a lot
think that-
of my
I-
brothers are in prison.
I think that question was directed to you. I think because you were
Yeah.
talking about group thinking. Okay, good. Do you want to take that, Mohammed? Sorry, let her take that, and then we'll answer your one. Go
See,
ahead,
for
Sister
me,
Todd.
I would disagree with that comment, Ian Adams, only for the simple fact that when it comes to men, men have countless of times demonstrated that they are very individualized in terms of their thinking. Like Imika, you can have a man, I mean, the brothers could probably chime in on this, but a man can make a decision and be very direct and concise with it and not have, because as brother Jamil also said earlier, men, they take advice, but they make the final decisions in terms of what benefits them, right? But when it comes to the people in prison, unfortunately, that's again, it's a larger topic, because when we talk about the demographics of men, when we talk about the nature of a man, for him to want to provide for his family, a lot of our young boys, they're in prison because sometimes the dad wasn't at home, or for whatever reason they felt the need to go out into the streets, and that was just the easiest option for them to make money. Men provide, that's again the burden and the responsibility that is on them. So when they see an easy way of making money, it's not that it's group thinking, it's because he needs to provide for his family and feed his mum. So that's what I would say to that question.
Thank you for summarizing. Mohammed, brother, you had something to say? Go ahead, my bro.
Yeah, bro. Wallahi, I want to respond to Iftin, and I want to respond to Sister Talk. Yeah. Iftin was saying basically, or even the guy Samuel, what was it? Kevin Samuel. Yeah. He was saying that ugly women cannot get a guy. They can't actually get a guy. It's all about your personality.
No. I'm not saying I'm not saying they can't get a guy. They can sure get a guy. I mean, there are guys out here who are thirsty as hell. I'm just gonna put it that way. But it depends on the quality.
Some of them are in the chat. Wallah, please. I want to check again.
The quality of men, the number of it. When you're attractive, you get a bigger pool, and in that pool there are high value men who are responsible, intelligent, capable of being providers and protectors. So when you're attractive, this big number of people that are coming after you, you can choose the best one. Whereas if you're unattractive, because think about it this way, the high value men of this world, who do you see them with? The super attractive women. They don't go looking at, they don't go out around
I don't believe that. I don't
looking
believe
for
that.
any old thing. Like some
It's true.
60-year-old out of shape.
When have you seen a high value man? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, with a 4 or 5. Let's be honest.
Yeah, it's always the 9s, 8s, and 10s.
Come on, 7 and above.
Exactly. So I'm just saying, women, don't be delusional. Come on, try to do the best you can.
Can I also?
Go ahead.
I respond to Sister Talk as well. What she said before.
Now, do you wanna let her finish this point and let her come in?
Go on, Sister Talk. Go on.
Sorry, I was just going to say, do you know what? When we talk about the things that a woman has, the attributes that Ilahi gave to a woman, I really do believe, whether she's beautiful or she's not, she has the capability of enticing a man or attracting a man to her. And that's something that Ilahi Nakto Kubere, like he gave to us, which is the natural feminine essence of a woman. That's all I wanted to say.
Mashallah. Very good point, wallahi. Also, what I wanted to say about the group thinking, it does happen. That's why Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, "Unzur ila man tukhalil," or something like that. Or kama qala sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Basically, choose your friends, because your friends are gonna be the ones who's gonna put you forward. So if you find a person who's really active, who's really passionate, if you go with him, you're gonna get somewhere. But if you go, wallahi billahi to lie, like when I'm with my friends, if I'm with the gangsters, I'll let you go. With the gangsters, you just don't realize, you just act like them, become like them without you even not knowing. Do you know what I mean? When you go to the masjid and you go to the brothers there, mashallah, you start to change. You become like them. So group, what do you call it? What did they say? Group thinking.
Yeah.
It's something is true. It is true. So you have to choose the right person.
Yeah.
Even me, when I was a kid, I used to become friends with older men in the masjid, and I used to get advices from them. I used to say to them, okay, how did you get married? How did you how did you obtain your marriage? How many kids you got? Do you get points from the old people as well? Do you know what I mean? And youngsters who are ambitious, if you go with them, you're gonna get somewhere. So definitely it plays a role.
Good night. Sorry, I know someone's joined. Can I just answer? I think the sister mentioned another comment. She said, "Wow, we make." Oh, thank you. Wow, we make a lot of excuses for men and all the problems that men seem to always lie. Okay.
You changed the
Because
Khalid.
they were.
You changed the Walala. Okay,
Sorry.
go on. Can you read
Yeah.
it fast, Walala?
Because they were somehow raised by their mother. So all the women on this panel seem to blame women. I think, just to reiterate, sister, and inshallah you're a sister, I think no one is blaming the women. So I think this is the thing, like every time there's a discussion about anything, I feel like we go to the extreme. So we become very defensive. Right now, we said that we're quite balanced. We're talking about in the UK and things that people are going through. And to be honest with you, it's not about blame. It's about, okay, we have an issue. Let's discuss the issue. You know, what could be the problem? And inshallah, how can we solve it? So I just want you to know that we're not, like the other night I was on here and, you know, the brothers were calling other brothers Sims, you know, and now we have one sister saying that, you know, we're blaming women. So it's about having the right mindset, inshallah. No one's blaming. There's no need to get defensive. It's just for us to talk, inshallah, in a healthy way.
Yeah. Well, 100%. Walala. It's girls like that. It's very toxic. That, you know, gabdaha kam maskaxda ka wasakheeya. You know.
Excuse me, I think we've got a new panelist. Hello?
Can you hear me?
No, I think there's someone else.
Hi.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Assalamu
Hi.
alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Alaikum salam.
How you doing, sis? Long time.
I'm good, alhamdulillah. How are you, Khalid?
I'm alright, wallah. Do you want to add some points to the conversation?
Okay, I think I missed the last bit of the conversation, but I think I heard. I'm so sorry, I can't see your name on screen.
Okay, let me put the name out. Let me take off the board.
The new sister talk. Sorry, the new one.
Yeah. Let me take off the. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So I've been listening, so I just thought I'll put my 2 cents in, and I feel like a lot of the blame is going to somehow always going to the women. Like, if men do anything wrong, is somehow. I totally agree with the girl who said that she thinks somehow is always men are being actually given always a excuse for their behaviors, and it's always somehow their mother's fault because they raised them, or their father wasn't in. That's why they born into the problems that they have. But women are never given this much excuses, and rich men do marry women that we wouldn't consider attractive. Bill Gates' wife is not what you consider a 10. What's his name? Zuckerberg's wife is not what you would consider a 10. Loads of rich men marry very mediocre women. Yeah.
Okay, but
the richest men in the world marry mediocre looking women. Like, you can look at all the billionaires, their wives are mediocre.
Okay.
Yes. Wallah, you're right. Because they're very smart.
Mohammed, 1 second. Let if come in.
Because
go ahead,
first of all, when you're that rich and you're that smart, you know you want a woman that's not just bringing beauty to the table. You want her to bring intellect, conversation.
Okay,
you want her to be able to teach your daughter something or your son something. And I think when you're making women seem like all they have to bring to the table, or one of the most important things to bring to the table is beauty, it's actually quite insulting to women, to be honest.
Okay, I'm not saying it never happens. Obviously, there are exceptions where a man is super wealthy and he gets married to a girl who's average looking or even below average looking. It all depends on what that specific guy values. But let's not lie to ourselves and say that most men, if they could get an attractive woman who's 8, 9, or a 10, that's what they want. Many of them have options. They know that everybody is attracted to a guy who's a millionaire or a billionaire. So they can pick and choose who they want. And most of them would pick an attractive girl over an unattractive girl. Obviously, personality and all those things come into play, and they want somebody who has those things. But think about it. They already have like the intellect from their side. If someone's able to become a billionaire, you don't think he's intelligent?
Well, I just gave you. I gave you a whole group of billionaires who have average wives. We can put up pictures if you want. And the thing is,
millionaires now قرح بنبحثن 7 to 8 to 10.
Mohammed, can you just not interrupt things, man? Please, I'll go
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. Don't carry on. Sorry.
Carry on, Mohammed. Sorry, carry on. No, sorry, he's muted up. Well, my sister, you had a point. Do you want to carry on?
No, yeah. So I just said, well, and the thing is, so beauty is subjective. What I find attractive and what you find attractive is going to be completely different. So
Yeah,
for us to be like, oh, a 10 or 9 or what is a 10 to you is going to be a different for. And the thing is, when you're that smart, you know your genes are important. You can't just rely on half of your genes to be passed on down. You want the full package. So when you're thinking about generational wealth and the education of your kids and what their mother is going to bring to the table, she better bring more to the table than just her looks.
Of course. I'm saying that looks plays a big role, but obviously they want an intelligent woman who's gonna have the generational wealth passed down. Yeah, obviously.
And I'm saying looks only matters to the people like Kevin, who just all they do is use the rhetoric that men on Twitter or men on the social media like to hear, and that's the same kind of gibberish that people on the Twitter always talking about.
Wait, you said that's what they like to hear. But doesn't that prove that the majority of men want an attractive woman? If that's
the majority of men are not all.
Girls, let me answer that. Okay. Let me answer that, man. Listen, yeah. Let me say this, man. You guys, let me answer this. That is absolutely wrong. Yeah. Majority of men like attraction. Some of them do. Yeah. But what do they like? Man simply likes woman that listens and follows the laws and the rules. That's about it. Khalas.
Okay,
and what laws and rules are these? I don't mind.
Woman that follows the rules, basically.
What rules though?
Like the rules that she listens, basically, and just like follows.
But I'm really not trying to. I'm not even a feminist, and I'm not trying to sound like a feminist here. But that just sounds like she's your poodle.
gabadha markaad exactly
I didn't even say nothing. It's Jamil.
I didn't even say Jamil baan jeedaa walaalaha
okay.
Jamil waan ku diidan arrinka because inantu gabadha kale waxay tiri hala 8 above bay gursaan ragga richka ah aan gabadhana waxay tiri mediocre bay gursaan inta badan richka ah, which is a fact. That is a fact. Because why? Ninku wuxuu eegayaa your personality. Your looks doesn't mean anything. So if you're thinking you're going to look good and you're going to get a millionaire is way above you. He's going to think, what? I'm not going to have a life with a woman just qurux. I want a woman that can grow up my kids. I'm going to caawin kartaa who's supporting it.
Wait. Why does he need a support when he's a billionaire? He just wants somebody to be
but
able
why
to
doesn't he? Just because he brings the money doesn't mean. But you still have to. Your DNA is half of your DNA. Your children are half of your DNA. So how can we say because he's one in life? So you want your kids to not have any other life skills or anything apart from being a billionaire's daughter or son?
Okay, that's.
I think you're wrong. I think Ifteen is right. Those billionaires you're talking about, most of them are like 50, 60, 70, 80 years old. their wives are going to be maybe 20 years younger than them, and older women generally don't look as good as younger women. And if you look at younger people
That's
in
not what we're
general,
discussing, though.
no.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
just saying.
You're missing. I never said anything about age group. I never said anything
Yeah, no,
about.
I know you.
And first,
Yeah, but you said million. You said these millionaires.
I said
and
to you,
billionaires.
no, I said to you, let me quote myself properly. I said to you, give me a billionaire right now. How about Khalid puts you up, Steve, what's his name?
I know I'm
Bill
agreeing
Gates.
with you.
Bill Gates' wife up. Why doesn't
Yeah,
Khalid put Mark Zuckerberg's wife up? Tell me if you would consider those women a 10 and above.
Okay.
These guys are very, very old. Their wives.
Michael Zuckerberg
get...
is not old. Michael Zuckerberg is in his 30s.
He's an exception. He's an
He
exception.
is an exception.
Most billionaires are exceptions to the rule. Most people are not billionaires.
Yeah, but I'm saying
the actual billionaire is an exception to the rule.
What is an exception to the rule is a wealthy man marrying a woman who isn't an 8 or above or a 7.
But you haven't given me an example. Let's use actually fine. Let's do this.
Kanye
but
West?
why don't you bring
Sister,
me
what's
the
your name,
richest?
though?
Why don't you bring me the richest man in the world? What's his name? Elon Musk. Tell me if you think she's a 10 or above.
She's all right.
She's not all right. She's a goth, sweetie.
No,
she's not. She's not a 7 or a 10 in anybody's standards.
I don't know. Face wise, she's kind of average.
That's what we were talking about.
Who's that? What woman is that? Which one?
Elon Musk's
wife.
Yeah, what?
Elon Musk,
what was she? A 10, a 4?
She's not a person that you'd think she's a stunner.
I feel like.
But then again, Walala, you said no, but sis, earlier you said beauty is in the eyes of the beholder.
To
him, that might be a stunner to him.
Exactly. So us talking about beauty is irrelevant because to all these men, their wives are stunners.
Don't you agree?
You can't bring a scoring board of 7 or 10s if beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. So that guy Kevin thinks is an average looking woman could be a 10 or a 20 to a billionaire. You can't tell somebody what kind of man they can attract.
Do you agree that Do you agree that the world, when they look at a certain woman, they can all agree that she's attractive? Like, for example, you take a picture of Kim Kardashian and you bring it to the whole world and say, look at this woman. Do you think she's attractive? Like, a lot of people would agree. So it's like, I'm saying that wealthy men would choose that type of woman.
You can go to places. The thing is, the beauty standards that we have in this world is set by a white man. So you're putting down the same standard of beauty.
Not true.
It has
it is.
It has nothing to do with race.
Okay,
they agree with
I never said anything about race. I said the beauty standard that we set for ourselves is a white man's beauty standards. You can, and the person who said it wasn't true, we were growing up being told the same thing. Like, even when you're watching movies, it'll be like bombshell, blonde,
this cat fighting, please?
It's not a cat fight.
It's actually a cat fighting, man.
How is it a cat fight, Jamil? It's a discussion.
It's just a discussion.
I would just seeing 2 points of views.
I don't have a problem with it. I just think if you're gonna point your fingers on women and say what's wrong with women, but you lot want to say in the same sentence that men are leaders of the family. If anything went wrong with the women, then the men are to blame because you lot were supposed to be the leaders. So if something went wrong, blame the leader.
That's what I'm trying to correct now. I'm trying to be a leader and say, like, let's stop the cat fighting. And
no. I wasn't talking about. I've got a leader. I've got a father. So alhamdulillah, thank you so much. But what I was saying, and I'm just trying to make it as clear as possible, we can't just keep bashing women. It's not productive.
So sorry, I didn't hear your name, or I didn't get your name. I can't even see the names for the new panelist. What's your name, sorry?
Are you talking to me or Jamil?
No, to you, sister.
Oh, Aya.
Aya, okay. Oh, okay, the girl in the comment. Okay. Is that you, sorry?
No.
Okay, it was someone else. Okay. Do you know what? I think, to be honest, firstly, we know women have a feminine essence that Ilahi gave to us. And I do believe that beauty is subjective and it varies between people. But unfortunately, the way the world is going towards nowadays, we live in a world that's very materialistic. and capitalism is upon us. So it behooves women to want to be aesthetically pleasing, and I don't agree with that, if I'm honest. For me, I think it's all about inner work, self-work. It's about your mental, it's about your emotions, and it's about, as a woman, putting yourself in the best position to be able to, inshallah, find a husband who would be on the same wavelength, or if not, financially maybe a bit more secure than you, or both, vice versa. It's up to you, whatever you prefer. But the one thing that you mentioned, which was just before you were speaking to Brother Jamil, and you said about women being sort of blamed for everything. Like, I'm a woman, I'm sitting on this panel right now, and if I'm honest, I feel like we each, men and women, have accountability, right? But as soon as one of us speaks, I feel like it's really difficult to get any of us to listen to one another, because we seem to go on this defense or attack. So I think, even though we're having this conversation, and I'm sitting in a panel with quite a lot of brothers, and also you two sisters as well, it's not about blaming the women. For me, I feel like, okay, we've got to this point. What can we do different? Right? What can we do differently in terms of what society is indoctrinating with us? We're on here, instead of us talking about something where we argue, because unfortunately everyone in here has a right to say what they've experienced, because this is the reality, right, of each of our experiences. But how can we combine that, and inshallah for the viewers to take something beneficial? Because there's no point, like for me, I could be sleeping right now, but I'm here coming up to almost 12 o'clock, having this conversation. I don't want my time to be wasted. I believe in ilahi. Anything that I do is for a purpose, right? And it's not about blaming, because I'm a woman. I've gone through hardship, I've gone through relationships and what have you, and I know how difficult it is for us as women. But what can we do now? That's, I think, where I'm coming across with this, inshallah.
Do you want to ask the sisters?
Where I
Anyone, two of the
was,
sisters?
where I was coming
Go
from.
ahead.
Sorry, Khalid. Sorry.
No, I'm saying the sisters. Go ahead, sister.
Where I was coming from, which I really appreciate what you said. Where I was coming from is, I felt like the conversation was very unbalanced. It was a very one way. Women do this, women do that, and it seemed like everybody was in complete an agreement with it. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry. If I'm being, yeah. So that's what it wasn't gonna. If you're constantly, if it's balanced and saying, you know what, this is where we went wrong as women, this is where we went wrong as men. How do we come together and bridge these two differences so we can get on and raise a better generation for our next generation? That I wouldn't have had no problem with. It just seemed like a lot of the conversation was how women went wrong, and I don't think that's fair, because I don't think women are the only ones to blame. Do I think women have accountability? Of course we do. We're human beings, and there's things that we do wrong, and there's sometimes we don't give people a chance to tell us what we've done wrong, but it has to be fair and balanced. And I think that's what the conversation was missing.
Yeah. And to be honest with you, I totally agree, Wallahi. And thank you so much for sharing that with me. And I think with all of us. And in regards to how it might have come across one-sided, is because very earlier on, the brothers raised a very important points. And, they said there's a lot of women that kick men out. The reason why we have single mothers in the sort of community is because women tend to, get the man to get out of the house, and they're not sort of complying with the man. So it was more about hearing their, I guess, understanding of the situation, and for us to be able to say, okay, well, you know what, maybe we can agree here, or maybe we can disagree. So I think that's really the premise of this, inshallah. And thank you for sharing that.
Can I just sorry, I missed that bit of the conversation. I wasn't online when that comes, but I feel like men getting kicked out is not the root of the problem. We need to find out why any sane woman would kick out a good husband who's helpful, who's helping the kids, who's raising the kids right. I don't think any woman wakes up one day and's like, you know what, I really want to be a single mother. I really like to struggle. And I think if we're going to be fair, we need to actually go to the root of the problem. What went wrong? What happened? Is it just a normal divorce? Did two people not understand each other? Did they not learn to communicate better? Is it the fact that we were first generation immigrants to this country, which made it harder? did the welfare system help build families up? And we wasn't, if you're not going to ask any of the deep-rooted question and just be like, women are kicking out men because somehow they enjoy being single mothers, doesn't make sense to me.
That's true. And I think also, again, we definitely did touch up on a lot of these sort of questions that you raised, because they're very important. And these are the questions we should be asking. And, you know, Sister Ifa, I can't even pronounce it. Apologies. But, you know, the sister also mentioned about
Iftin. Yeah.
Ifti, thank you so much. You know, the sister kindly mentioned about, you know, the welfare system, how apparently, you know, a woman might not feel like she could respect her man if, you know, the government is helping, and there might be that need where there's that disconnect within the family. So there are, and also the other brothers as well, they've mentioned really good topics, like the environment plays a lot into it. You know, we can't just look at the symptom of a problem. Like you said, it has a deeper meaning and a rooted sort of issue, and that's what we need to first tackle. You know, why is this happening, and what can we do differently, and how can people benefit from our conversations as well, inshallah. So to ask,
That's go ahead, sis. Go
no,
ahead.
go on, sorry.
No, that is a good point, sis. That is a good point. And I just wanted to. No, gosh, I just forgot what I was about to say. Carry on, someone. Please, someone take over the panel. I was just about to say something. Does anyone want to have an input? Guys, girls? Hello?
I just want to say one thing.
Go ahead, Iftin.
We talked about it earlier, how the government is trying to take the fathers out of the household.
Yeah,
because they
yes.
have
Sorry, Iftin. I
agenda.
just remembered what I wanted to say. I just
Yeah.
remembered. Thank you very much. I just remembered what you wanted to say. Great point. Yes, big up Sister Faye in the building. Long time, long time. She just joined the panel. What about a lot of things that people forget? Our Behen, they came from a refugee sort of background, Wololo. So is it fair to sort of... Sorry, someone's got some background noise. Who's that with the background noise? Someone outside?
Oh yeah, sorry, it's me.
I know, sis. I was gonna ask you, what do you think some of our dads? A lot of people forget our dads were refugees. So
Yeah, we do.
does that, and with the welfare system, does that count? Because imagine this: you come to the country at the age of 30, 40. Some of our dads not knowing the language, not knowing nothing cool, and they had to
So
start
what
from
our
scratch.
mothers though? So
Huh?
what our mothers? But we don't give our mothers
Yeah,
that
but our
credit.
mothers, no,
Our
but our
mothers,
mothers in the UK, no, so we always give our mothers our credit. Well, but I'm saying our mothers have everything. Look, a housebomb,
They
Hueda
lost.
senior, everything. Look, I'm just saying, Hoyo in the UK or in Canada and these places, when it comes to the benefit system, Dummer can get cared more for. So I'm just saying, imagine you're getting cared for, you can't speak the language, you're at a certain age, your wife, everything. Them type of angles, can we look at that type of angle sometimes as well? Go
Yo,
ahead,
Khalid.
if you wanna come in, let Ifs finish, then does this you come in.
Yeah, I just want to say that since the fathers have lost the ability to provide, the government stepped in and is trying to give the family help. But I mean, it is disguised as help. But the truth is, they do have an agenda to break up the family and try to infiltrate the children's minds in some way and try to benefit from them. I'm not really sure exactly why they're doing this, but I feel like that's what's happening. Unfortunately, the fathers have not caught up to it. You know, they haven't recognized the plot and what is going on. And I think they need to, you know, stand up and try to protect their families and provide for them so that their children don't become victims of the system. That's all.
True, that's true. These things, you wanna say something? You wanna add something to the convo? And Sister
Yeah,
Faye,
yeah.
would you like to join us? She's a new YouTuber. Sister Faye, big up Sister Faye. She's got a new YouTube channel. Please jump on the panel and tell people what your channel's about. But go ahead, Wololo. Please come through.
Yeah. Have you ever seen that film Gaybotu from the I think it's the 90s or late 80s?
Gabio too. Gabio.
Gabyotu, yeah, that one.
Yes.
You ever follow the plot in that? That movie kind of captures it perfectly. Like, I know people find it funny and everything, but that movie shows like the whole dynamic and why the man got kicked out of the house and what he's going through and what happens to his kids and how his wife is acting and how the two daughters he's got two different views in life as well. that movie is perfect. Like if you wanna know what's wrong with Somali families, I think that movie captures it perfectly. You should check it out.
Definitely.
That's
What movie?
it's Qabyo, innit? You know,
Why the
Yeah.
Qabyo?
why the Qabyo single to me.
Okay.
Does anyone want to add something? I think sister, yeah, hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back now? Sister Maya, do you want to add something? You wanted to say something, Walolo?
Good.
Yeah, hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead. Hello.
No, I'm good. I was just listening. I'm good. I don't have
Okay.
anything to add.
Okay, sorry. Brother Jamil, carry on. You wanted to say something.
Bro, Neo, shakal welum tebe Neo. Hage marasa.
And Marissa, stop blaming Abba Yasha.
Leo worka.
Stop blaming Abba Yasha. I think haircuts are mother because I always think, yeah, or the Yasha, they got a real deal, Walala, yeah. And I think sometimes, like, there's some things I have to agree with Kevin Samuels. Sometimes the truth hurts. And Sister Talk and Iftin and Sister Maya, I want to ask one question. Is there a do women lack a bit of responsibility? Do women hate taking responsibility sometimes? Go ahead. Anyone of the sisters want to take that question?
You had a whole show where women were taking responsibility, even for things that wasn't their fault. Literally. It's not about whose fault it is or where you could place the fault. It's about a joint making things better. And where we both went wrong. It takes two to tango. A family doesn't get ruined just by one person.
That's true. It is a team effort in a way. Both have to take responsibility. And yeah, it depends on the woman. Some women don't like to take responsibility, but there are some who are, they accept their mistakes and they try to do better.
Yes, that's the angles I wanted to come from. Mistakes and responsibilities. And
Yeah,
men,
but to be honest, you know, Gabda imk so yeah. Like, to be honest, when we're talking about responsibilities, like, imika markalis gursado arur tamado kale, yeah. How do I say this, man? They're not trained alashan to deal aruta salola deal garena kale. Like kurinto kale aruta lo kurinayo guriga sida loo hananayo kale. Waxyaabahaas oo kale way ka dhacsan yihiin. Like, and that is a responsibility. Yeah, ilma adaa dhalay aabuu ku caawin karaa, but that has to come from you. And then gabdhaheena weliba kuwa qurbaa jooga, I ain't gonna lie, bro. We're lazy, Neo. Runtaa la isku sheegaa, Neo. And this is not a personal attack to anyone, but it's the reality.
Wait, how are they lazy? They literally go to school and work and...
I'm not talking about education, Kyo has. Listen, the sisters are doing good. Education, we're going to have to give up to that. We're going to have to give it to them and say, you know what? They are performing good. Schoolada melkasta jaamacadaha wanaga hadnay unu daynay. But gur markay ku timaado ya caruur la koriyo guri lahayo. Abta habkeedii ma hayaan. Yaan been isu sheegin. Yaan been isu sheegin. Kuwa wadankii haddii la leeyahay laga hadlayo, okay, it's a different story, but gabdhaha iminka soo koraya halkan guriga waxa u maleeyaa nin like baashaali tahay de, like, you know.
Okay, wait, hold on a second. I have to respond to that. It depends on what type of life this woman is living. If she is a stay-at-home mom and if she's a working mom, it's two different stories. Because when you're working 8 hours a day and you're also expected to do the work at home, it becomes difficult.
I'm talking about the young girls kuwa aan imika weli guursaninba, kuwa aan weli imika guursaninba ka hadlaya waano. That's the ones that I'm talking about.
Your statistics don't even make sense because you said they're lazy. Most Somalian girls, like you said, do go to school, do have a job while going to school. How is somebody who's lazy can manage to actually be at home,
guys,
with their parents, whatever they need at home, go to school and go work? That doesn't sound like
Yeah.
a lazy person to me.
No, but I'm not talking about like
You
going
wanna?
to school. Well, I heard that.
It's,
Listen,
sorry,
listen. I'm talking about.
sorry, Iftin. Do you want to
You
say
want?
something? Sorry, Iftin. Do you want to say something?
I just want
Hello.
to say we need to bring back the idea of how.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
I just
Yeah,
want to
fine. Let
ask.
me.
Yeah, I want to put sister. I want to put Sister Faye's link in the chat. She's a new YouTuber, and plus, I want to play one video. Her latest video. Are you 30 and still not married? If the sister's okay, let me know on the chat. Yeah, but carry on, guys. Carry on, please.
Let me
Jamil,
finish
you
that
got.
point that I made, innit? anigu markaan leeyahay waa lazy and they lay back, yeah. I'm not talking about like school la tago iyo jaamacad iyo waxa. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about caruur la korinayo guri la maamulayo, bro. It's a different story. Like jaamacad la tago iyo classroom la fadhiisto laga soo noqdo. That's not what I'm talking about. A whole human being ayaa hal
We
korinaya.
said just have
That's what I'm talking about. And I'm telling you, they're not trained. Number one, they're not trained. Lama tababarin. And habkeediiba ma hayaan. Yeah. Guri si loo maamuli lahaa loo dhaqi lahaa aynimada markay guursadaan la hadhi toolo wax maxaa dhacaya in iska hor yimaadaan oo la isqabsado madaxa la isla galo hirig because habliba responsibility uga qaadi kara.
Emil, can you explain to me? I'm so sorry, Bala. What do you mean by trained? What do you want them to be trained in?
Guriga si loo hanan lahaa.
Okay, so basically, I want to quote that. So basically, cleaning, cooking, maintaining the house. That's what you mean.
Not necessarily just cooking and cleaning. Like that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about all for all. Well, like alashan.
Guys, can you hear me?
We can hear you, sis.
Yes,
we
we
can
can
hear
hear
you.
you.
Do you wanna close? Do you wanna close the back?
Yeah, I just want to say one thing. And then
Go ahead. Sorry, sis.
I wanted to say we need to bring back the idea of housewives back. Those of us who are in the West and those of us who are back home. Because it becomes difficult to raise children when you're a working mom and when you're taking care of kids. It's hard to have it all. And I feel like a lot of the time, children who are raised without the mother inside the home, most of the time, they don't turn out so good. It's easier to infiltrate their minds,
100%.
basically.
100%.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, when I talk about responsibility.
So Iftin, when you say bring back housewives, what do you mean? Do you think certain sisters nowadays are not trained?
Basically, I'm not saying they're not trained because
Come on, girls, be honest, girls. A lot of girls don't. Why? This is why.
Sorry, Jamil. Let the sister finish, man. Come on, man. Please let her finish. Walala. What do you mean, sister? Sorry, there's a lot of background noise. Do you want to go for it?
I'm not saying they necessarily need to be trained. They already know what to do. Like most Somali girls, their mothers help them learn how to do these things. Help raise the children, help cook and clean. The problem is that they don't have knowledge. The problem is they simply don't have the energy because they are working full time and they have to come home and do the other side, the other responsibility. So it's tough. We need more providers, the boys to play the provider role, and we need the girls to do the housewife role. We shouldn't have this, blurred line of who's responsible for what and who's doing what. Let's make it clear. You know what I mean?
I mean, responsibility is like it goes both ways. Let's be honest.
Okay, but we do have roles, both ways. And gender roles work. They work. It's beneficial for the children.
That's good. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
You're right.
Like it goes both ways. Like even hadan qoto guriga wax kasta. That's not what I'm talking about. Father is responsible for his house.
Okay, guys, I have to go.
Yeah.
Sorry, Sister Faye, Sister Iftin, thank you for coming through. Walala, enough love, Walala. Thank you. I made you a mod on the channel. Go subscribe to Sister Talk. That's our sister there. Sister Faye, her channel's there. I want to play a video that Sister Faye, a new YouTuber.
I'll be back next time. I'll see you guys later.
We're gonna be doing a couple of hours, so stay tuned in, Walala.
Okay.
Right, again, Jazakallah. Thank you for coming through, sis.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
All day, pleasure. Alright, guys, let's take a little break. Sister Faye's a new YouTuber and she's talking about this subject. A very interesting subject that relates to what we're talking about. Let me just bring out her video. And she gave me permission to play her video, so I'm gonna play her video. Where is it? There you go. It's the latest video. So Sister Faye, yep. Alright guys, everyone hit your mute button, please. Everyone hit the mute button.
you're expired, or when they say, oh, your biological, you're expired, or when they say, oh, your biological clock is ticking, so after that,
Bruh.
hey, not California, it's always the girl's fault.
What?
You're 30, you're still not married, Hi everyone, and welcome back to my channel. My name is Kay, and I'm here today talking about another topic, another controversial one. So I hope you guys ready, and let's do it.
I love how you step, Miss Diva, grind for the best. Items we doing our flex, new freezers, you the realest one on my team.
This video is about a controversial topic, but before I get into it, I just want to let people know that, you know, I want to give my thanks to the people who've been really supportive, who've been sending me great messages, my friends and family and others as well. It's regarding my first video on my channel. So if you haven't watched that and you're new to my channel, make sure you click that link in the description box below. Make sure you give it a thumbs up as well. Make sure you give this video a like, comment and subscribe if you haven't already. So let's get into this video today. So let's talk about being single first. Let's go into the age group of 25 to 30 and 30 plus. Yeah? Okay, so it is quite frowned upon in our community and also I guess other communities as well, where at that age I believe it's kind of frowned upon for being single, because the older generation, they all got married when they were at a young age, where I believe having family of their own was quite important to them, and that was their main priority, which I'm not saying that shouldn't be like our main priority either. Obviously it should, but at the same time people want to think about things like, you know, being financially stable, making sure you have a career as well, making sure you're going after your dreams. But the pressure is on. When I say it's on, it's on, it's on. Like, I used to get pressured, I'm not going to lie, but I just feel like, you know, I'm not oblivious to the fact that there are quite a lot of people that are single, and then again there are people that are married and divorced as well. All I'm saying is, people need to understand that it's aleph. When you get married, that, you know, what's written for you, you won't miss, right? But the pressure, they need to allow the pressure on these girls. But it's also with the guys, they do get pressure, but not so much like with the girls. Like, girls, mahallaha, you know what, you might as well get married because biological clock you're 30, you're still not married, like, what? Like, like, if they're single, they're single. Oh my god, I think a lot of girls go crazy when they hear that, right? Like, it feels like that they're saying that the world revolves, you know, with a man and ends with a man. Like, no, it doesn't. You know what I mean? Like, yes, we understand, yeah, like marriage is actually a priority. We should actually think of it, and it's obviously we should be reminded, but not in a way where they say to you you're expired, or when they say, oh, your biological clock is ticking, so after that that's it. Oh my god, like, I remember when I was going to Tesco's at one point and I saw one of these aunties, Somaha, that just walk about, yeah? Instead of saying, how are you, said, how are you? So marka maxaa lagu bilaabaa, hey, xawada shama la cunaa, hey, shama aroos rabtaa. Nimanka fiican waa badiiday. Marka nimanka oo khasaare ah oo na waxna haynin, waxaas camal isku guursano, so you can at least have kids. Kill me now, academia. Is that how low they think of us? Because at a certain age, when we pass it, unfortunately, we expired. Biological clock another dial. You know what? Yeah, that is actually quite sad to advise someone, because then they settle for second best, and then what happens is they get married, they get divorced. Let them decide for themselves. You know what? Like, we know, like, we have a biological clock ticking. Yeah, we know that, and you know what? It's nice to be reminded in a positive way. Obviously, not in a bad way. But like in my circle, yeah, I do see a lot of my family friends do get married in their 30s. So you know what, I don't really see that much problem in my circle, but I'm not oblivious to the fact where it does happen, where there's a lot of girls, you know, they do get that pressure from family, even sometimes from their friends, when people are like, you know, you need to get married. This is what I'm saying, like, they're in your business 24/7. Like, let them live, you know? Like, if they don't want to get married at their age and they want to get married at a later age, so you don't know. Let them, like, let them just live their lives. It's like they have a machine where it tells them that our biological clock is about to stop ticking, or that we are damaged goods, or that we are expired. All three of them, like, literally. I feel so sorry for these girls that are getting pressured in this way. For the guys, yeah? Okay, let me go with the guys harder. They don't get that much pressure. So this is what they say, yeah? And Horta, this is the worst that can come from a guy's mouth, yeah? Markay dhahaan soddon, markay dhaafaan afartan, hataa markay gaaraan, they can get a young girl from back home, and instead of having these expired girls from the west, we can get one from back home. But what can you guys get? Soddon markaad dhaaftiin, wax ma bahaysatiin, if you're 25 plus, you're expired. The fact that they actually have that kind of mindset, like, what girl or woman would be in her right state of mind be going for a guy like that literally has a mouth by saying, oh, you know what, because I got the juice flowing, I'm desirable. Oh my God, Bismillah. The fact that they even think because they can produce, that makes them so desirable, that makes them so attractive. Please, sahib. Maxay jeceliin gabdhaha yaryariska inay manipulation ku sameeyaan. But it doesn't happen in the West though, so it does tell you something. Like, not everyone thinks like marriage is the beginning and end of everything, you know what I mean? But I'm just saying, some people want to do it in their own time, so let them. They want to do it in their 30s or in their mid-20s, whatever. Let them do it. Can we also maybe agree the fact that people may actually disagree here, the fact that when people do get married in between the ages of 25 to 30 or even 30 plus, they majority still are together? Because yes, you do have some people that did get, like, say, divorced between the age of 25 to 30, but not a lot. Not like the way it is with the early 20s or even, you know, under 20s. You do see that the majority of them, they get married, but then they get divorced within the year, because they have been either pressured into the marriage, or it's because they feel like, you know what, most of their family friends are getting married, so why not join the hype? So it's like it became some sort of a fashion thing, when marriage is supposed to be a blessing. You know, you need to know that you're mentally ready for it, you're spiritually, physically ready for it. But if you're not, you might as well, like, stay away from it for a while and then go back to it when you're ready. People need to know the meaning and need to be taught what marriage is. I'm not gonna speak about it in a perspective in a way that I have gone through it, because I haven't. So I will be speaking in a general way, so I don't upset any people out there that are married. So yeah, I just want to say, I feel like the meaning of the perspective of it has kind of gone with the wind, and people don't understand how to kind of take it seriously. I mean, people go from one marriage to another, to another, to another, like a roller coaster, like Bismillah. You know, like, I feel like you need to kind of take it as a blessing. It's a beautiful thing, and you should do it when you're ready. So let's talk about the marriage part now. I know I kind of covered it a little bit now, but I just want to talk about it in another perspective way. So back into the age group between the age of 25 to 30 and the 30 plus, right? Most of them, mashallah, they're still married, yeah. Some of them maybe gone divorced, but not many of them, because I feel like although I did say age comes with mindset, but let's be honest, the older you are, the more mature you are. But then again, it does, like I said, it does kind of like, it's a vice versa thing. Like when they're married, why is it that people, when they be in their business and be like, they have no children, for example, they be like, when are you gonna have children? It's okay. When the first child comes along, when is the second child coming? Hey, Sukia, the second child came, the third one, when is it coming? You know, ilmaha siblings will bahayin. First, you pressure them to get married, or maybe they didn't get pressure, whatever, yeah. But then they're getting pressure when they got married, like when they're having children. Bismillah. Are you going to tell them what school they should go to, what they should eat at night, or when they should go to sleep? Like, wow. You can't, literally, you can't satisfy these people. Like, let these people live in peace. Or a whole soccer team. Soccer team, when is the other child coming through? Wow, Ray. So let me get into divorce now. Yeah. So why is it always gabdhahan markay la furo, it's always the girl's fault? Why can it never be the man's fault? Why is it always the girl's fault? Yeah, you know what, naagta way ninkeeda ikhawayse maxaana cunta i korawayse, you know what, she was being all feminist, independent, iska dhigaysa ninkana saas u ku orday. What? Like, what are these things that these people come out with, yeah? It's sometimes a joke, because you just feel like, wow, guys get away with a lot of things. And it's sad when we're supposed to be treated in the same way when it comes to that. Also with these girls, yeah, gabdhaheena Soomaaliyeed, maxaa aragna obviously divorce stories in soo bixin on YouTube. Sometimes they start off with that kind of channel, or sometimes they do it within a couple videos in and they start talking about like one of their divorce kind of like experience. And I had a discussion with my family and friends one time, right? Where I felt like, you know what, we were talking about why they're bringing out their divorce stories on YouTube. Like why they're airing their dirty laundry. At the end of the day, people can learn from it. If you're not feeling that kind of content, move away from it, move along. You know what, I'm yet to see a Somali guy or any brother out there that's gonna tell his divorce story on YouTube. But obviously that's not gonna happen because if you're an there you go. So markana, they're gonna literally finish it, yeah? So let's go into also now the divorce guys. So divorce guys, horta, they never, it's like they're never seen as divorced. You know, it's like so markana nakla just what I was gonna say is markalas furo and Nakta basically wants to remarry. It's like it's harder for them to remarry because some guys don't really see them as preference. Why should you look at what label they're carrying? Because it's just a label. What, mashallah, when I do see my sisters getting remarried, it's a beautiful thing that, you know what, guys are actually, you know what, loving these kind of girls. And you know what, it doesn't matter what section they fall in, whether they're divorced, whether they're single, whatever, and their guys are still loving them for who they are. So the moral of the story is, whether you're single, married, divorced, yeah, it's up to us, it's up to us, our generation, to take away, to delete these kind of stigmas in our community. Yeah, because if we don't, we're going to pass it on to our children, we're going to pass it on to the next generation now to come. If we don't pave the way for them, then who's going to pave the way for the next generation to come if they having the same mindset as some of us? Just make sure you're a strong-willed individual that doesn't listen to these Chinese whispers. It just literally goes in one ear and out the other. It comes with confidence. It comes with the aura that you carry, the kind of person that you are. So if you manage to get to that level, trust me, you're gonna. You know what? I've been recommended to come on Clubhouse. I haven't actually joined the app yet, but I feel like hopefully soon I will be talking about this topic as well and about my recent topics on my channel. So hopefully I can get like people to discuss these kind of topics with me. I will be doing this with my friends. Hopefully some of you guys can join. I want to hear your views. So hopefully in the meantime, stay blessed and peace.
Hey everybody, it's Tony Robbins. How are you? I'm really asking because I really want to make sure that you are prepared for 2021. Listen, a lot of parts of the world are shut down again, and I really want to help you make a difference. And the way I'd love to do it is I've scored a challenge last year. Last year, you know, people are locked up. I saw so many people depressed and overwhelmed.
Guys, you hear me? Am I there?
Yeah,
You guys hear
yeah.
me? I'm just gonna, for the record, I'm just gonna let everyone know, if I ever get divorced, I'm gonna be the first Somali guy to, come out and say my divorce story. I'm letting you guys know, innit? Bilash
Nah,
Banisha,
don't do that, bro. Don't do that,
Nah,
man.
nah.
Don't be
I'm gonna be the first guy. Are you mad?
Nah,
I'm
don't
gonna
ever do
be. About
Let me get
Kafirneo,
on
are
that.
you mad?
Nah,
I beg
I'm
you, let me get
coming
on
in.
that, man.
I'm gonna be like,
Let me get
hey,
on that.
behead.
Let me get on
say,
that. Let me get
I'm
on
gonna
that.
set pace for the man them. Don't worry. Stop it. Ilahi, I'm not get seen him, but.
Let me
Why
talk
do that,
about
bro?
that.
Why
Let
don't
me
do
talk
that?
about that. Yeah. Let me talk about that.
What do you think about this? Some of the points the sister was saying.
Horta hede, alaabtan imika aa sheegtay. Let me get back on that one, yeah. Like my divorce story, yeah. Horta sheekadaas has been happening a lot, yeah. And I think like it's encouraging for Rinka, number one. Number two, when these sisters come in on YouTube talking about like wixii we're only hearing one side of the story. Inanka wixii dhacay iyo sheekadii meesha ka dhacday ma maqleyno. And then on top of that, yeah, there's a Facebook group here. I don't know what it's called, one ilawi. But what they do is, yeah, post bal sodrea, you know about post sodrea, so we don't know her name or who she is or where she is. And then waxay kusoo qoraysaa, oh, dhibaatadan bay haysataa, I need advice. All right. Then there is about 400 comments below that post, yeah. And then they are all encouraging in a Nikki Skitterido. Oh, what? He's doing that to you? Get rid of him, man. You don't need him. You don't want that in your life. Blah blah blah. Skitteri Ninka. And then the people who are typing this shit are like 15-year-olds or probably people who are going through the same situation, who are depressed and stressed at home. So waxaan oo kale iminka YouTube lasoo gelinayo laleeyahay my divorce iyo sheekadan baa igu dhacday. I think albaab bay furaysaa fitna ah bas gabdho yararo waxaa jira daacada oo carasha marka laisfuro waxaa dhici karta in laisku soo noqdo. But I think, man, sheekadaas waxa weeye sheeko aan loo baahnayn, aan gabdhaha dhegaysanayana u sheegayo waxaas kale ha dhegaysanina, iska ilaaliya. Hadduu kaa xumaaday ama wax lagugu sameeyey, meesha ku habboon iyo dadka ku habboon eed kala hadli karto la tag. Waxba Facebook ha kusoo qorin, then you will get advice from 15, 13-year-olds back who saw your comment, oh, what? Get rid of him. Are you really going to get rid of your husband? Do they really know the situation and the whole story and the background and what really went on? They don't. So waxaasoo kale waxaan imika dhibaatadina haysatay ka mid tahay dadkeena inaguna waxaynu aragnuun baynu qaadanaa alla ma waxaasuu kugu sameeya ha okay odayga ha la tuuro.
So Jamil, you're saying women giving women are encouraging other women with bad advices.
Oh, definitely. And the most these advices are coming from probably women or probably she was married and divorced, probably waa lagu soo ciyaaray ama inaba been usoo sheego ku soo ciyaaray, maybe a China baa guursaday for 1 year or 2 waa la soo furay. Some things like that happen like in our community. So when you come in on a social media platform and then waxyaabaha aad ku qorayso, then get ready. Markaa maxay ahayd advice xun lagu siiyo, cause advice haddaad doonayso meel fiican baa lala tagaa, meesha ku habboon baa lala tagaa. That's a big problem in our community, man.
anigu saaxiib anigu wax ma ku darsan karaa thank you walaal man. maxaa la dhahayaa anigu waxaan aaminsanahay ninka inuu emotionkiisa control garayn karo oona YouTube iyo waxa isku soo gelin oo ka hadlin noloshiisa. Because why? What's happening?
Guys, I was joking when I was saying earlier. I was really joking.
I know you're joking. Like gabdaha also chira YouTube channel samaystaa where they bring gabdha la divorce gareeyay and basically they just embarrass them. Oh, tell us about your life. What happened to you? Oh, he did this to me. He did this to me. Come on, man. You're just embarrassing yourself. Just just always remember, cut down the line, you're gonna get over it. You don't need to come on this and embarrass yourself, man.
Yeah.
Sisters, guys. Sorry, guys. Should we let the sisters? Any of the sisters want to take that? I think one of them she disappeared.
Yeah,
Sister talk. You want to take something?
Yeah, of course. I think we've had this conversation before. So I'm really on the opinion of both brothers. I think if you have gone through an experience, firstly, Horta, that experience, like for me, I feel like, right? Especially divorce or not, it's something that's a really big thing. And I think it's easy for you to only think of the negative aspects of things. And when you put yourself, especially on a platform like social media, what you're doing is you're only sharing one narrative of a story. Like for me, I respect far more if someone learned something, out of that experience, and they brought that without bringing other people into the story. Because whenever someone I don't really take it for face value. I want to look at it from all aspects, because I know the problem, it took two people. If I did watch these videos, some of them I've stopped watching them now, because I think there's just too many people that are trying to get clout. Because I think if you're given something productive, and if you're saying that, we're helping our sisters, I don't think how that is beneficial in order to bring family. Like it's not about learning, it's about you venting and you giving, and it affects people's minds. Subhanallah. Maybe someone that's never been married before, he's gonna watch your thing and they're gonna take your experience, and that's gonna like imprint in them. And then when they get into their marriage, they're gonna be thinking, oh, okay, you know what? Like, so I don't repeat the same mistake. Let me try to do this, or So I feel like whenever it's something personal, please stay away from social media. It's better for you to go therapy, counselor utag, talk about it, cry about it, sheikh utag, imam,
100%.
family, everything. And then maybe talk about, like, okay, if you want to open a channel, talk about, what, this is how you should, invite the relationship. This is what Ilahi said, this is dinta. Ilis adugu is to so heal gare, because if you're not healed, you're just going to infect your emotions with other people, and it's not
100%.
100%. صعب كالوتو مولي.
Wait a minute, I know what's good for my
Sasa la raba because imika waxa ka daran bahal baa soo baxday la yiraahdo war is sheega Facebook group baa jira oo anonymous posts baa la soo geliyaa man.
One garanaya, Jamal. I used to be on there, like I subscribed once, and then it was wallahi alosha xanunte one katige man.
Xaaskayga to stay like ana waxa la soo gelinayaa bahala la garanayn and I'm thinking like, well, 400 comments back qoran, and I went through like most of them one akhri and the waxa ku qoran ninka iska fur, yo, you're gonna have to bag his bags and just leave him outside. I'll have to sabah madu ugu balayo, like, and then I'm thinking like, bro, how dangerous ay tahay bal bahashan imika rag baa dumarkoodii lagu diraya ka waran.
Yeah, sister talk. Remember, I was saying this to you earlier as well, innit? Yeah. Is it because certain women, because wuxuda xumaatay, and say if the young girls are going to these women for advice and they're throwing them off, and isn't that fuckery on women? Do you get where I'm coming from? Is it have hasnimo for each other? I don't get it. Because if a man, wanag man scooter not, a man wants a wanag for our next man, yeah. But sometimes women, I don't know whether it's bitterness, haman, I don't get that.
Oh no, to be honest with you, I think everyone is entitled to their experience, yeah. And I know I have no right to impose on someone else, and someone else doesn't for this, impose on me. But I think that the issue is, Horta, can you just say the question again? Sorry.
I'm sorry, sis. I've said this here. I've spoke to a couple of sisters about this. Say if these bitter women or Kalafuri or Human Samari and these young sisters are really genuine in advice and they're going up to these women. Because I say a lot of times sisters don't step up to the plate. I don't know whether women listen to each other or women take advice from each other. Do you get where I'm coming from?
Yeah. No,
so
definitely.
Hence why they run to men. Like right now, why men like Kevin Samuels, sinner upon sinner. That's why they're making money. They're capitalizing off this because certain women don't give the righteous advice to younger sisters.
I agree. And to be honest, I think that comes from also the lack of, because you know what, how a woman is going to be is the mirroring that she gets from her mother. So in the household, if her mother is trying, at least, most of our parents try their best as well. But wallahi, if you see a lot of sisters that have issues in their relationships, they tend to normally have quite a difficult relationship with their mother, or they over enmeshed with their mother. So they listen to whatever she says. Yeah.
And I said that yesterday, remember?
Yeah,
Or
I remember.
the last show. Yeah, I told you.
Yeah. So I think women go into two sides, and also waxa nagu badan, if I'm really honest, as women, is that we are very competitive. There's an element of like wala shahaday wahisho, like you want to go and do the same. How many imka YouTube dawo, all the home decoys, like qof ba chandelier ba lusub sana misyar inanti kalana the same, like imka
There's
YouTube.
no originality between women. Is that what you're saying? Women are scared to be original.
It's not so much as original. I think it's just that as women, if we see something nice that another sister has, we want to mimic it. Well, a long time I heard, if you ever get married and you have friends that have marital problems, stay away from them, because no matter what, I think Brother Muhammad said earlier as well, people you hang around, they really influence you. So if every day you're listening to YouTube is not new. There's things like Shira 7 that people listen to. She talks about getting the money. She talks about becoming a sugar daddy. Having a sugar daddy that pays for your stuff.
That song.
Right? There's like, so all these people, they take advantage of people, because of like everyone is just following the herd. And I think a lot of us, what we need to do is look at ourselves, because only you have the answer. If your marriage failed, only you have the answer. So that's why I would say.
Hey, who's got background noise, man? I beg you, whoever's got background noise, switch it off, man. Please, what the other hand?
It's not me.
This thinks it's you, man. Switch off the background noise.
Can I just
go ahead, guys?
Question? Oh, sorry, go on.
Go ahead, sis. No, go on. Do you want to answer? Go ahead.
No, someone mentioned what happened to sisterhood, and I'm not really sure what you're referring to that. So I don't know.
I mean, he means sisterhood means you know how there is brotherhood. There's hardly any sisterhood. You know the conversation.
Yeah. I think they're trying to say, like, I don't know. Where's he trying to say, like, where's the sisterhood? Why are they not sticking together or something?
Yeah, that's a good question. And if you know,
women
as well.
No, because I think there's a theory. I think women honestly don't listen to women. I feel like, you know how you say it's the competitive edge. You get where I'm coming from, and I feel like women throw women off a cliff.
Yeah.
Well, I think they very, very do, and that's one dangerous thing. So if a young sister has to like get advice, I'll tell her, like you're saying, stay away from people with marriage and stay away from bitter women. I think that's one thing. Young sisters that are looking for marriage issues and advice, stay away from them type of women are dangerous.
There's
Society as well.
There's a lot of girls out there, girls I want to tell you, there's a lot of girls out there with a right husband who is mashallah. They come into your house and they're just there to fuck it up.
Yeah, of course. Well, oh, you know what? Yeah, what time do your husband come at home? Oh, my one comes at 10. Girl, what? He comes at 10. You know, my husband comes at 7. And then the next day, well, school cut to me. It can be simple as that.
Sahib, what they say is they come and they go, oh, what kind of house do you live in? Oh, my house kind of bigger. Okay, what does your husband look like? Oh, I got a better husband. It's like they're just too jealous. There's jealous people out there.
Yeah, it's true, man.
There's jealous people out there.
But do you know the root of all of this? Yeah, when you examine everything, is because for a woman, I feel like the best that she can do for herself is look inwards, because when I talk about nifti, that I'm talking about like emotional intelligence. I'm talking about, like whatever experiences that were negative that she felt. Then she has to speak about it. She has to pray about it. She has to go to Ilahi to heal her. Because otherwise, I think out of a man, like Ninka, you can tell his agenda. Like in Nag, like she has an agenda. It's very difficult to tell.
No, the problem is, you can never know what a woman wants.
Yeah.
Nobody knows what women want. Be honest. Let's be honest.
That is because. Do you think why is that? Do you think women are scared to say what they want?
Well, no, I think it, to
Or
be honest, it comes from childhood. It's because they weren't allowed to express what they want. I
no,
feel like
elaborate on that one. Elaborate on that one, sis.
Yeah.
I feel like as young women, you know, like you have to listen to your parents. You have to listen to your abaha. Like I feel like there's not that attunement to the child when they're young, where you allow them to make a mistake, where you know you encourage them. Instead, what we do is we shame them, we make them feel guilty. You know, "Hooyada baa saa ku samaynaysaa," you know, "Ceebta," this, like we make everything about external. And then qofku inantu markay weynaato, she suppresses all of those needs. And what happens is when she gets married, now she's expecting her husband to be a mind reader. And he's not going to be a mind reader. And then
Yeah,
he's
you
going
know
to feel
that's one
neglected.
problem. You know, girls want man to man read them. They cannot. There has to be a communication.
Yeah. Huna, you know
Yeah.
why? Because naagaha waxa laga dhaadhiciyay, from my understanding, is that, you know what, don't be difficult. You know, Ninka, like when he says something, listen to him, like put his needs beforehand. And sometimes now, if you've been trained in a way where you're just meant to, in some ways, really just care about other people, then what you do is you build resentment. So how do you get angry, you get frustrated. Waxaana weyn, but
Yeah,
wax
they
weyn
need
ka
healing. They
dhigaysaa.
need healing.
Pardon?
They need healing. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. You're
So
right.
wallahi, that's what I would say to that.
You're right.
So, so the healing still comes from a man. Do you think the self healing should start with them first,
Nah,
or does it
nah,
still need a man to self heal a woman?
nah. It's
Okay.
all about. Wallahi, you know, Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Yeah, he used to
Sallallahu alayhi
go
wasallam.
to sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He used to go to the mountain of Hira and stay there and contemplate about his life before he became a prophet. So gabdhaha waxay u baahan yihiin contemplate about their life, ask themselves questions, go out there to get help. Do you know what I mean? Educate yourself, and that's it. You're gonna get through it, and you're gonna understand your problems. But certain like if you're in a toxic relationship, and then your family is toxic, you're just gonna keep getting toxic people.
That is definitely true, subhanallah. And I think that's the biggest mistake we make, is that when a woman, she feels like, when I say about putting men on a pedestal, that's really, it comes with that territory as well, because now you're looking to this man to make you happy. And the thing is, in relationships, you know, I'm not the one to make you happy and you're not the one to make me happy.
Yeah.
And I think it's accountability and responsibility for each person to be able to self-govern themselves, and then they pour into the relationship, rather than always expecting for you to give me. Like, you know, today I'm feeling down, you need to take care of me. Tomorrow, now and then it's okay. But I think when a
Yeah,
man,
remember
and that's
what I
why
said
men
about
say women are needy a lot of the time, and they feel suffocated in relationships. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, like yesterday, as I was saying, Allahu Akbar.
Yeah.
Sorry. Basically, as I was saying yesterday, sorry, something will lie. Somebody made me laugh. Sorry, yeah.
Really?
So basically, as I was saying, sister, yesterday, no, last talk, no, yesterday, before yesterday, I think it was, yeah. I was saying a woman has to be strong. That's what I need. A woman that's strong to help you. You don't need somebody you need to help all the time. It's gonna be exhausting. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but dumarku kala duwan yihiin Soomaaliya. Like wax jira dumar, halsha dumarku kala duwan yihiin. Gobolbo waa cayn. Wax jira dumar adag oo dee calashaan u baahnayn emotionally inaa calashaan dee support garayso ama dee calashaan saacido. Dumar runtii 24/7 u baahana way jiraan. Iska ooyayaba maxaa kugu dhacay? Waa ilma caruurta. Ma fahantiin?
Maya, you know waxay tahay walaal, waxay tahay.
So it happens. They're
Yeah, it
different.
happens, way jirtaa. Laakiin they've been relying on people all their life. Do you get what I'm saying? They've been relying on their parents.
They
No,
are.
no, it's not. Sometimes sometimes it comes from your parents. Like I said, yeah, if you're that she's too overprotective, you can't get her out, you can't be responsible, you can't take the small thing, you can't think for yourself. She's just there telling you what to do, cooking for you. Like a mother should tell you, listen, you need to help out the house, do this, yeah, go and study, yeah, like discover who you are, discover what you want. But like, you know, mom who's dictating every little thing and micromanaging you, every little thing you do, then you're fucked.
Yeah,
And then
that's
you're just gonna grow up to be like that.
Yeah, because waxa jira mataqaana alshan there has to be a time where ilmaha aad like waqtigiisa siiso like si uu ogaado wuxuu yahay isagu moogtahay. And it's very important as well.
Let them be strong. Let them do their shit.
Yeah, but you know, adigu horta Mohammed, yeah, I think I was back home, yeah. I was born in Hargeisa, yeah. So when I was growing up, yeah, we had that childhood thingy that, you know, yeah. So at the age of 12, I was already a militant. Yeah. Like nolosha wax kastan kasoo arkay. Yeah. Like dagaaladii wadanka kasoo dhacay oo kale 97, 98, one xasuustaa. Yeah. So like anigo 12 years older, like asha my mindset ka sodonka xagga jooga ama 40 jirka ay ka sareysaa. Ma fahantay? Because I had that freedom. Meel kasta iska mari jiray, wax kasta la kulmi jiray, wax kastan soo arkay. Marka dhalinyarta xaggan ku koraysa, they don't have that. Guri bay ku xidhan yihiin, waa la ilaalinayaa. And to be overprotective, gabdhaha in la ilaaliyo as a parent, obviously wadankan there are a lot of waxa jooga dad xayawaana. Ma fahantay? Asha in la ilaaliyo to certain extent in la ilaaliyo dacalshan ilmihii la ilaaliyo, there has to ilmaha in la ilaaliyo. Waa qasab. But like at the same time, certain age markii gaadhaan waxa u baahan tahay dee inaad freedomkooda yara siisidoo you know, but yeah, there has to be some sort of freedom in us so. But yeah, man,
100%.
So yeah, that's what u fiican tahay caruurta marka like ay gaadhaan age-ka wax ku ogaan karayaan ina alshan at least wadankiina u celiso. Ha soo fahmaan noloshu waxay tahay. Like ilmaha wadanka ku soo koray iyo ka halka jooga isku mid maaha. Totally different. Halkan waxaa arkaysaa 20 jir xanuunsanayaba aad u malayso neef ariyo muqulaysan baad u malaysaa.
Maya laakiin Jamilo had even wallahi it doesn't help man, even if you go
to be honest, like for me from the angle that I'm coming from, like for me it helps. Yeah,
adiga egg also people kuna waa different ma garanaysaa. People some people they know, like you said, yeah, adigu waxaad ahayd adventurous person. A lot of people are not. Like me, I would tell my mates, let's go and do skydiving. I did skydiving. I
used to like, what's it called? You know, hiking.
Yeah, hiking or something like that.
We used to go illa iyo Arabsiyo iyo abaarsiyo dhulkaas tigi jirnay, bro. Wallah, used to be fun. So, you know what I'm saying? So, noloshaas oo kale markaa soo qaadatay, it's different from yaalka halkan ku soo korayo. So that's why it's important. Dadkan caruurtan like anagu imika waalidiin baan halkan ma joognaa. Adigu you have 3 kids, mashallah. Aniguna I have 2 kids, yeah. Like caruurteena like alshan korintooda waxa kamid ah caruurta wadankoodii horta inay jeclaadaan. I don't want them to see markay Soomaaliya ku timaado like they're going like some type of a holiday, like in a medical. I want them to treat that like they're going back home, like motherland. Dhulkii hooyo tagayaan. And caruurta marka halkaa la geeyo, wallahi markay soo noqdaan alshan maskaxdooda waayo arag mataqaana waxa noqon waayo arag ay noqonayaan. Marka taas waxa ka qaada korriinkoodii ka qaadanaysaa. I've seen a lot of progress.
Laakiin walaal another thing bay Soomaalidu khalas sameeyaan waxa weeyaan egg the kid Soomaalida especially Islaamaha Soomaalida ama odayaasha Soomaalida waxba ka qaldan waxay yiraahdaan let the kid do whatever he wants, isaga wax soo baranaya. But at the same time they need guidance from a young age. Guidance balasiya, and then you let them go out there. Ayako prepared out.
وقيد لبيري ومارتي
وقيد لبيري exactly. That's why Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam salaad waxa lagu bilaabay ayag bashir baa lagu bilaabay. You train them and then markay weynaadaan they can handle anything.
That's what I'm saying. Masaajidka tigi jirnay, bro. Anako iska yar 7 years older, like eedanka ma kala maqlo wala gelaya, like wala iska soo tukanaya, like you understand, like eedanka waa maqlaysaa. That's a big difference.
Sah
adoo wax sameynaya haduu lagu arko waa in hebel dhabaxa lagu dhufanaya, dangad baa lagu dhacaya, lagu leeyahay warbaax wala weydbinaya xaafadaadii tag. Waxa weey ilmo society-ga iyo community-ga dhan ay ilaalinayaan baad ahayd oo dee lagaaga baqayn balaayka ku dhacday iyo wax ku qaatay iyo ma fahantay. Taas waa u fiican tahay dadka dhegeysanaya waalidiinta caruurtiina waqti u hela wadankii aad dib ugu celisaan afkoodii dhaqankoodaa soo bartaan haddii kale qofka haddaanu ogeyn horta wuxuu yahay iyo halkuu ka yimi haddaanu ogeyn dee markaas maba socon kartidba iminka dhibaato guurkan iyo dhibaatooyinkan iyo waxaanayna haystaa teeni baynu ka tagnay mid kalena ma hayno marka bartankeenu taaganay dee
صح
kowdhe
also waxaan oran lahaa
anigu imika waxaan ku dheganahay 200 years back ayaan ku jira anigu tii horaan haysta anigu
صح
taasaan ku dheganaanayaa ma fahantay
صح
caruurtayda imika yaa wan baraa like you know heesaa yar ciyaalku qaadaan oo kale reemigana hore qaadi jireen iyo af soomaaliga iyo kobcintoodii ka mid tahay anigu markaa noo sheekayn jiray
laakiin jamiilo ma kula tahay in aad wixii hore ku dhegnaatay laakiin you not willing to learn something new or kale
oh definitely no doubt about that I'm learning something new every single day
yeah exactly
there's no doubt about that like I have to improve myself like inaan wax barto adduunku wax iska bedelaya noloshayda wax iska bedelaya dhulkan joogo wax iska bedelaya laakiin taada ha ka tegin nacas baa tahay haddaad taada ka tagto tagaalada doqon baa tahay haddaad taada ka tagto doqon baa tahay markaas oo tagaaladana aad gaari weydo because imika like ina saa dad badan waxa jira ciyaal badan oo saa gaalada u fikra
waa sax walahi waa sax
I have relatives mid baan ku wari war kaalayo hade kaalayo ayida la hadal telefonka hooyo ayida la hadal telefonka buu ka baqayaaba waxaad moodaa in malku mowt aad leedahay la hadal oh wallahi billahi to like what am I going to say man I can't even say anything like I'm thinking like yo laguma dilayo balstage bal horta ayida la yara hadal alashaan like maxabada iyo kalgacalkan waxayno waalidkeen iyo awiyaasheen iyo awiyaa they don't have that so dadka halkan ku soo koraya is different man so marka waxa weeyaan yo anu dadka dhigaysanay waxaan ku oran lahaa horta intiina af Soomaaliga aqoonu af Soomaaliga barta maalin kasta laba maxay haday eray af Soomaaliga ka baro
صح
inta English ka yeah like certain people spend time in bugaag English akhriyaan ama ay bartaan ay development sameeyaan okay no problem about that afkiina iyo luqadiina barta
100%
luqad baa leedin dhaqan baa leedin dad baa ka timaadeen meesha iska meydaan imanun
aan jamiilo wallahi to be honest ma garanaysaa iminka haddaad aragtid dhalinyarada yarada ee waddankan jooga they don't like the culture because they don't waxba loogama sheegin and they're lost and they think who am I and they go to galada they trying to and they start to hate themselves
yeah because they go the speakers corner markan joogo wallahi billahi the amount of kids that come to me waxa ku dhacay identity crisis basa oo haystaba yeah crisis balayo so are Somalis black or white are we Arabs I'm thinking like what are they but horta dhulka u dhiga soo dega koda Somali batiin horta dhaqankiina iyo bal horta idinku horta maxaa tiin qofku markuu ogaado wuxuu yahay markaasuu hore u socon karayaa de sax
aad iyo aad
marka ani Khalid we were like planning dhalinyarta runtii in halshan aan bilowno imika casharadii af Soomaali
Ahmed bro yeah go on
bro can I join an answer on that anagu hilib iyo caana caawa ku jira fish and chips tuna
laakiin inanta fay waxaan leeyahay inanta fay waxyaalo badan bay ka tagtay bro
why
yeah I believe that anagu the way she was talking or kale I don't know there was a lot of things she missed out even she was saying in the comments as well
السلام عليكم
a lot of good points
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله أحمد سدو
yeah الحمد لله can I answer on you brother Jamil what you were talking about
Soda
yeah it was a good thing what you were talking about the generation that has been grown up here born here and living in Europe in the West especially and I think you in this case you are like my older brothers you know you came here before me I think you're older than me and I think one of the children you were talking about like me you know I'm born and raised in Europe born and raised here and as a yeah but you know what the thing is that I think this thing that the people like the older generations like looking at us and thinking you know what habara kudati I think like every country and every generation has its own thing you know whether you're born in Somalia or you're born here but you know the thing even as a basic human you know it's like adaptation you need to adapt and our parents they came here alhamdulillah to give us a better life to go to school to make money to have a good life just live a good way and you know Somalia didn't have that at that moment And inshallah, maybe in the future we will go back and build it up again, so that the future generation has the same. But you know, the thing that like that the people here, I think one of the things is the way we raise our children. You know, like my parents, they came here to this country, they didn't know nothing, and I think that applies to everyone that came here. They know nothing.
Yeah, definitely.
And you as a
my
parent
mum was
coming
like
here,
that.
it's and
I remember coming back from school with a letter saying that basically your son was in trouble, and I used to translate for him and go, I was good boy.
Yeah, it's the same. Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and you know, one of the things that I came to understand when I became older is the struggles that our parents have. You need to understand, when you come to this country, you know nothing. You know nothing. Like, it's new. It's not Somali. You know, people have different religion, different traditions, and it comes at you at one package. And I believe.
لكن elaborate Jamilo, let him elaborate on the point that he said Soomaalidu caruurtooda waxay ka dhigaan magaraysa wax habaar qaba kuwa halkan kusoo dhashtay elaborate more on that, man.
Yeah, like for me, for example, I have brothers. Yeah, we were born here and raised here, you know. And me, like my brother, he has done things, you know. You could call them the people that we see as people at Habar. Like they have problems, you know.
Like they can Alice and stuff like that.
So they already had it.
No,
and they came back and they're still the same. And me, as their little brother, the same guy from the same mother, the same parents, with the same education, everything was the same. You know, it's like sometimes we're all human beings, you know, and everyone gets his own way. And some of us are like, for example, me, I didn't do the things that he did, and he didn't do the things that I did. And at a certain time, when you become older, the choices you make are your own. And our parents, the only thing that they can do is talk to us. And one of the things that I am seeing in the Somali community is that the communication between the parents and the kids are like, it's a problem. It's a hinder. It's it comes between them.
Yeah.
When our parents, when they talk to us, our parents, they always had the best interest in us, you know, for the most of us. And of course, every parent, they have their own problem, like the Dakhan thing, and some things of the Dakhan, they are not like good, and some things, of course, are good.
And some of them are going through bad situations as well.
Yeah, well, but for example, like our parents, you know, they come to us and they say, don't do this, don't do that, don't do this. Some kids, they will listen. Some kids, they need an explanation. They need talk. They need communication, you know. And our parents, some of us, they couldn't give that. And I think for this generation that's coming up now, that we need to look in every aspect, even the aspect that Sister Talk was talking about marriage and women and children. All those things are coming on the next generation. Is how are we gonna do it, you know? And me as a young man, I'm looking up to my parents and to the people that are older than me, and thinking like, how can I like change it in a way that is good for our community, in the way that we like. That we can make it better. For example, how are we going to raise our children in an Islamic good way in a country that's not Islamic? How are we going to raise our daughters to be strong, but at the same time to be Islamic? How are we going to raise our sons to be good fathers and good men? You know, those are all questions that, of course, our parents had, but they didn't have the baggage, you know, the baggage that we have right now. We have education. We understand this country. We understand these people. You know?
No, what I'm saying, those who who got experience, they should bring Somali parents to a certain meetings where they educate them.
Of course, yeah, true.
Do you know what I mean? But the problem is Somali, that's the big problem, man.
True.
You know what I mean? How they simple things like Ida, you know what I mean? They go to Somali community, that's all they have.
Yeah.
But we need a place where we can educate the kids. Deen koda, how to do with them, everything, wallahi.
Yeah, it all starts from young age. It all starts from young age in hostel laga soo bilaabo oo like hostel laga soo bilaabo ilmo markuu yar yahay, yeah. Like Mohammed said, yeah. Waxa loo baahan yahay imika new head marka iminka timajilaca iyo dadkan kale meelahan nala degan markaad eegto way naga soo horeeyeen badankoodu dhaqankoodii wuxoodii dhan bay haystaan iminka kuwa madax duubka markaad aragto dee wuxoodii bay ku dhegan yihiin
100%
adu waxa afkoodii bay ku hadlaan ma aragtay soo afkooda kuma hadlaan ciyaalkooda xitaa ku hadlaa kuwa yarar baa ku hadla xitaa inagu yeah, it's true. If you go to London, South Wall tagto wala afkoodii ku hadlaan ciyaalku wala baraa meele lagu baro oo diintoodii iyo dhaqankoodii lagu baro lagu ilaaliyo waayo society-ga waxa ugu fiican ee keeni karnaa waa caruurtan ilmahan waa inuu beritooda noqdo mid community-ga iyo dadka hanan karaya oo hogaamin karaya waa inaad ilmo tayo leh u soo saarto community-ga inaad wax kala taraynin ma fahantay marka waxaa loo baahan yahay Simonka sheegaysay meel caruurta afkooda dhaqankooda soomaalinimadooda islaamnimadooda waxooda dhan lagu baro so then they will have connection alashaan wadankooda jeclaanayaan dhaqankooda jeclaanayaan wax kasta jeclaanayaan ma fahantay so taasaa lagaga bixi karaa laakiin imika tii ma hayno tii gaaladana ma hayno
والله إمك صاحب جميل وما دي كرتا إمك we've seen lots this years couple of years down 2010 إلى إمك I've seen هويين Somali عروض school جينيا taking them tuition taking them to مدرسة
Yeah, that's good. I like that. We're not going to take that away from them. You know, when I take my daughter to school, Somalia, they're working hard. We're not going to take that away from them.
Well,
yeah. And what I'm keen to do,
they're waking up.
Yeah, but waxa loo baahan yahay like saa sheegtay meel caruurta wax lagu baro. That's it. That's what we need. Like inta wadanka la geey lahaa in xagan caruurta dhaqankoodii afkoodii lagu baro.
Why do they make one day of the week, Saturday and Sunday, where they go to Somali school? You know, Somali stories kind of are beautiful. I love Somali stories.
Of course.
Story you're gonna feel
the next time you won't come to me saying, am I an Arab or black or middle or you understand what I'm saying? I will use that marka lagu baro iyo halka ka timiyan your forefathers then obviously waxa timid ogtahay hore u socon kartaa dib uma soconayso dib u socdaan gadaal u socdaan they still going through the identity crisis.
Raggy is chatting shit, man.
No, but you know what it is? I think before we come there, you know, sometimes, you know, the Somali community, especially the older generation, they create like
I misunderstood wallahi. Raggy, bro. Yeah, you're right. You're correct. Hey, go carry on, Ahmed.
Yeah, like sometimes they create like a sphere, you know, like an atmosphere that some Somali families they don't want to be in that, you know what I mean? And I think that, like, for example, when you go, especially like sometimes as a single mother, that's what I experienced. It's like when you go and like sometimes that's way hotline, you know what I mean? That's way hotline, and then people talk about each other, and then sometimes that creates like a shyness or like a short from these families. They're like, we're not going to go there. They're going to be talking about us, or sometimes they talk in front of the children about their mother or father. You know what I mean? And that creates like the brother said, you know, Somali, they're not together. And I think that's one of the reasons is because we're not trying to literally help each other, but like sometimes we're trying to take each other down.
If I can chime in on that, I think, like, firstly, mashallah, you guys have raised really good points. I think the reason why from my opinion, how I've seen people come across, or that people I've come across doing that, is that they're very defensive. And unfortunately, within our communities, there's no such thing as privacy. You know, we have a thing where we overshare. And I don't know where that's come from, but you're right. I've seen parents that, tell the children things that they mentally can't handle. and they burden a lot of their responsibilities on the child. Like even when we think of the generations that come to the UK, like first generation or second generation, you know, they didn't have the luxury of getting to, you know, experience life or maybe spend that much time with their kids, because a lot of them, they were in survival, right? Like Brother Jamal said, you can't let your kids out because you don't know all the ins and outs. So it left people to be isolated. And when we did rely on each other, everyone was sharing all your business on the streets, you know, heavily. And there's something called fun, like once kufana, you know, like instead of helping ourselves. And to be honest, this is generalizing because I know a lot of
It
people,
happens. No, it happens.
yeah, that do maybe a lot more than that. But that's the only thing that I could think of, is that we don't really support one another.
Yeah, but Sister Paul, what do you think? Like, how do you think that can
Well, to be honest, I think
Before can I also I just one point before we move to that topic. And basically, wallahi, and our advice parents not to pamper their pamper is a pamper, am I saying it right?
Yeah, pamper their kids. Yeah,
pamper their kids. Yeah, so they do that too much, man. They buy them PlayStation, they buy them the latest shoes. Kids are getting out of control. Hoya, I just came from school, and Hoya doesn't probably have anything. Oh, my friend has got new trainers, I need it. And if he doesn't get it, he goes crazy. Do you know?
That's true.
Yeah, so that's another thing as well. And them kind of kids, when they grow up, they're not gonna grow up to be a strong person who can handle life, man, when they live by themselves. Because all their life they just been given everything. Do you know what I mean? So
yeah, sometimes like like you can give them a lot of
and you get reward back.
And then you get this. Yeah. That's how you train them. Yeah, man. That's how you train them. Do this, and then look at like the summer, and then you get it. Like,
yeah, well, like 100%. Yeah. I think I remember going to school when I came to UK, and my mom was new to the country, and Hoy was just taking it. Wallah, she used to buy me trainers, Tesco trainers, bro.
Yeah.
Tesco, and I used to wear that, go to school, and kids used to laugh at me. And I used to say, and my mom said to me, you know what I mean? And I used to okay, and I used to understand. I was a smart kid, you know.
Yeah,
and you know, when I used to go to school and I used to get beaten by my parents, I never used to tell the school about it. I used to wear a long jumper. I said, "This is my mom. I'm not gonna social worker. Do you know what I mean?"
Were you born here or back home?
Huh?
Were you born here or back home?
Back home, bro.
Yeah, so bro, so like yeah, like we are the last. You. This is the last generation. I ain't gonna lie. They are. They're like that's what I'm talking about every night.
I think that's a generalization, bro. I think that's a generalization.
No, they do it. Wallahi.
I don't think everyone is like that.
No, everyone's not like that, but they're doing it. The kids are doing it.
Of course, there are kids who are doing that. That's true.
Yeah.
I don't like, for example, if you hear like
I'm not saying
Sister Talk is saying, like if you're a first generation in this country, like my parents, they came from back home, you know, we were the first one here, and I was born here. I'm the first kid that was born here. Like what you were talking about, you know, I can see myself in that, you know. But what you were saying, you know, you were a smart kid, and you know there are some kids, you know, that are not like that. You know, they're not not smart, but it's not. I don't call it smart. It's like they don't. You know,
it's
see
like
those kinds of things.
They have empathy. Some kids have empathy, man.
Yeah,
emotionally they're not strong. Mentally they're not strong.
Yeah, but I think it's like some kids understand, you know, and sometimes if you're part of a bigger family, you know, the big brother who learns the little sister or the little brothers, you know, because he's the first one who's understanding it.
You know, bro. And also another thing is like, subhanallah, bro, is like, no matter, like, this is how people have to think, like, come on, man, no matter how much your mom beats you, how much she's rude to you, it's like inside you have to have the empathy to understand what they're going through. They're probably going through worse things than you. Do you know what I mean? They're having their own problems. Do you know what I mean? So some people, they just look at and go, "Oh, she's an idiot, man. She's taking a piss."
niman colaad iyo dagaal waxba ka soo arkin iyo xabad dhacaysa arkin maaragtay.
Aha.
Yeah. حبتها dhacaysa bismillah oo la qaxayo
Yeah,
walaal
boys and
walaal
والله
walaal
والله
walaal
بالله
waxba ma soo arkin
all of Somalis were traumatized بكون على صاحب.
yeah
Yeah.
Well, you
هنا
know
كان
what?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Sii daya bal sister talk maxaa leedahay bal caruurtan iyo dadkan iyo bal dhaqankooda soo lagu soo celin karaa bal noo sheeg bal noo taataabo
That's a good question. And wallahi to that, I would say, firstly, horta dhaqanka intaan ku soo celin lahayn, maybe we should meet where our children's are. Because sometimes, like dhaqanka, it could come from a selfish place for us as grown-ups, because we don't want them to lose the heritage and who they are and their identity. But I feel like imika, that it's more than the dhaqan, because if we're talking about people in the UK, you know, they have peer pressure. Like earlier on in the video, Khalid brought up a sister in Oxbridge a couple of weeks ago, I think. School, they said to her that she has to wear a short skirt, shorter length skirt. And she was wearing a long skirt, and if she didn't, so her parents, they didn't let her go to school, and now they might be penalized by the government. So like these are the things I think, and also the psyche of our child that's getting kidnapped and hijacked because of the societies, you know, the things that are in there, like you said, being independent, being you know, a boss lady, putting your education beforehand, putting marriage at the last resort. Like I think these things are more prevalent because zina is very widely open. It's easy for people to do and get involved. Alcohol addictions, these things are things that are right outside our door. And I think only when we meet the child in their level and understand their struggles, then we can, you know, prioritize things. And obviously, Dakanko is always first and foremost. You know, we're Somalis before anything, alhamdulillah. Obviously, Muslims and then Somalis. But at the same time, I think Dakanka, there's more of a priority right now, because at the end of the day, identity crisis, that's what I feel like a lot of YouTube, all the boys, all the girls out in the
black
streets.
or white
Yeah, subhanallah.
black or Arabs like this is the problem that we're having every day. This is the most discussions that we have in the park as well. I'm not gonna lie.
Definitely.
So
What about you? What do you guys think?
I'm so diet what do you guys think?
I think of what? Who wants to go? Who wants to go? Can you bring me? I just came back into the conversation.
If I can respond to sister talk.
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm listening.
If you know what the sister is saying about, you know, meeting the children is a very good point, because you know, our parents, when they came here, you know, it was hard, and we, like, if you're born here, you go to school, you make friends, you make acquaintances that are not your same culture. You know what I mean? Of course, you have people of your own culture, but you work with people and you go to school with people who are not like from the same culture, you know. And sometimes it makes up a struggle because your culture is something different than they have. And I think if I look at the like the raising of our children, especially from all the parents here, I don't think it's this exactly the same as in Somalia, you know, because they needed to adapt, because you have things here that you don't have there.
You have to adapt 100%.
I don't believe that I'm like, let's say, a guy who's in his 20s. I'm not the same as a guy in his 20s in Mogadishu, because we have different things. Our parents, they prepare us for different things, you know what I mean? So, you know, I think that the parents, sometimes of course, we need to come up, we need to learn from our dhaqan as well, but sometimes I also think that the parents need to go to us as well, you know, think about us too, because when you go to school and when you go to work and all those kinds of things, you know, we need to know that you're not in a country, it's not your own country. Of course, you need to be proud of your culture. That's something else. You should always be proud of who you are. You should always be. Of course,
have you been to Somalia yet?
Me, no, not yet. Not yet.
All right.
Where you from? Where you from?
My mom is from Mogadishu, my dad's from Hargeisa.
Okay.
Good. We like that. Welcome. Yeah, look forward to it, man. Look forward to it.
Of course, man. I've been looking forward to it since I was a small kid, man.
Yeah, man. I like that. I like that. Yeah.
Oh man, you don't. Hey, you don't. I've been dreaming about Anogel. Wallah, I've been dreaming about Anogel.
Yeah, I like that. I like of ودك يسجل, bruv. والله.
I remember I remember Aderke taking me to the Miga, and I was like a little kid, wallahi.
Yeah, man.
And he used to have a basketball, and I used to play with it, and I used to put stones inside so I can shoot it. Like you become like a man, wallahi billah, and the culture you get like you. And the night time when you have a when you burn a wood and we all have a discussion about stories here. Wallahi, so many people are amazing, man.
All right.
Like now,
Someone said something really important on the comment section. He goes, my son, he's 25, never been to Somalia. I'm taking him this year, inshallah. I like that. Rashid Farah. So full. Rashid
Someone, yeah, Rashid Farah Sagal, and because Ahmed, is that you on the background noise? Who's got that background noise, that crackling background noise? Is that you,
Oh,
Ahmed?
it's my chair. Sorry, it's my chair.
Yeah. Sorry, someone said going back home fixes, what was it? Never fixes anything. It's just a cop out. The answers of most people are worse. They end up worse.
Kulaha, most atheist Somalis you see were sent back when they were young. What the heck you on
No,
about?
I don't think so. I don't think so. That's these things. I don't think so. I think most atheists are the ones that go to university. The ones like nomad. You see the ones like nomad that think they're enlightened. They're better than everyone else because they see something that we don't see. In other words, and that's what it is.
Galyaro James iyo Stacy leedahay yar sanadood degree yar baa la soo qaatay all over the place.
Yeah, that's why a lot of them end up confused. Because what happens to a lot?
Waxaa tiraa baqal buu yidhi farda la daaqday faras space mooda farda la daaqday faras space mooda David iyo James fadhiistay inay yaro Stacy leedaayo blondu saa u yara eegay garabka ku yara qabtay marka xertaasu ku beerayba ma fahanti waa tiisi buu ka tegey waa dadkan aan ka hadlayo waa iyagaba
100%. And wallahi, if you look at eugenics program, your atheist, your Darwin, you realize how evil these people were, and how stupid these people were. Wallahi, all the murders that happened in Haldaha and all the genocide that happened to the Jews, it came from Haldaha, Darwin's theory.
Eugenics and all of that.
Eugenics and all of that, and you have to kill. That comes from the. How can you be atheist and be
the guy that made that comment? He's right now. All right, do you want to explain yourself? These things. Explain yourself, bro. What did you mean?
Yeah, man. No, literally what I wrote on there. A lot of people that end up atheists. A lot of people. I mean, even people that know that were troubled as kids when they go there and they come back. How many of them do you see that normally fix up their life? Most of them end up worse.
I've seen a lot of them fix their lives, get married, they're calm, they got kids.
Nah, maybe that's what you've seen, but I've seen guys that are troublesome as kids, and then when they go, they be gone for like a year, and then when they come back, they end up in prison. They start doing even crazier stuff. I don't know why, but it's just something I've noticed.
No. I get what you're saying.
Another thing.
Hey, Waka. Regardless what you say about me, I'm still love you. No, it's true. See, this is the thing. What these brothers, they forget love. I'm just saying, we're just ascertaining. Look, yeah. I want to know his point of view on the young Somali sister right now, yeah. She's told that she can't wear a long skirt to school and look like a Muslim woman. Isn't that oppressive, new nomad? For people like you who don't adhere to our religions or our ways, in it, yeah. We used to be in us to run him. Now our sisters are told in school they're not allowed to wear long skirts to cover up their aura because it's not normal society. That it doesn't fit the norm. Like you're a person that wants to fit in the norm and be accepted. So when we are Muslims, our women and our sisters are getting oppressed for being modest, we're not educated enough. It means we're barbaric. We're not educated enough. That's what I'm saying. So, boy, that's why I don't believe none of the atheists. I rate none of that shit.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree.
He knows. Because his little sister, hey, look, little Muslim Somali sisters, watch this, yeah. No man here can tell me nothing right now, bro. Whether you, I want one of these Somali atheists, especially them little girls or them women, Dean to couple high as well, yeah. They say, oh well, she should be like that. It should be like that because that's what these sisters will say. You know, these sisters that are on screaming. I want one of them to come up. Hey, no man, send the link to one of them, yeah. Tell them when little Somali girls are getting oppressed for being just modest. I don't see none of these Somali atheists jumping up. I don't see none of them speaking up. Because I forgot. Didn't take up a pen. Sorry. Gal. He wants all the sisters to wear bikinis and tits out. And sorry, my bad. Go on.
Can
Someone. Go
I
ahead.
just
Take over,
answer
sis.
that question? Sorry, with I don't know because may Allah protect us, but the only thing that I could relate to why maybe someone that is not Muslim might say it's a form of oppressing on the young girl. Like if she wants to wear a shorter skirt, then she should. I feel like because we live in a society where it promotes a lot about embracing who you are and being liberated. To be honest with you, anyone, whether they're atheists or not, I think if they really look at society and the makeup of society, they themselves will tell you society has this destructive way about itself. Because when we look at the objectifying women and sexualizing, when we look at the marketing, how men make money of women and all the things that go with it, like when a woman works in a workplace, we've got the whole Me Too movement. A lot of these people are not Muslim, but they dressed the way society made them feel like they were liberated. And also even abortions and things like that. When we think about it, society tells you it's okay. Maybe 100 years ago it was, forbidden because it was you're committing a crime because you're killing an innocent soul. But society now says no. It's your body. Do whatever you want with it. So I guess when they feel like they have that right and they see someone else, not. I guess working with them, they see it as in like, oh, you're suppressing them. So I think it brings a lot of trauma from maybe when they felt like they were oppressed. So that's why maybe
100%.
they fight for. I don't know, but yeah.
Yeah, that's true, sis.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go
but
now.
it's like you can say the same thing for people that wear braids. Black people when they're wearing their braids to school or dreadlocks or whatever, and you tell them to go cut it. The thing is I don't think it just depends on the policy of whatever school they're saying that. And I agree. I think it's a bad thing because you can't be free at the same time and say people are free, but then have rules for them where they can't do whatever they want.
No, but I want to hear now. But do you think that's double standards when a little Somali sister, her and her dad are going to be sued by the school for not going to school because we're Asturanta high. She's just like her ancestors. Some of these people wear a long dress. She's just Dean Taylor. Where's the double standards? And how comes we ain't seen in none of the sort of them, the so-called ex-Muslims speaking up for her rights?
We don't.
Because
I'll be honest. I don't really know.
You won't see that. You won't see that. They yap away too much, especially the girls. Yeah, the men. I don't really care. The women, but I've been watching some of their bullshit. Yeah. Okay, cool. What about when Somali Muslim women are getting oppressed on the other side? How comes none of you not speak? Keep your mouth shut. You keep your mouth shut. We don't see you speaking about these situations on the flip side. But then again, obviously Muslim mosques, they don't really care about us, innit? Do you get where I'm coming from? So
Yeah,
carry on, guys.
Khalido, eeg walaalow dhaqanka markaan ka hadlaynay dhaqanka Jamiil markuu leeyahay dhaqanka aan haysano. One of the ways of people maskaxda looga barmashkarayo waa in luqadda lagaa bedelo dhaqankaaga lagaa bedelo.
Bro, I keep saying this to them. They will never understand.
I've
been keep saying to this. Waxay soo dhan isagaa naga qabanayaniyo.
100%. Jamil, Algeria imka markaad eegtid Algeria Arab baa soo gashay dhaqankooda ka tageen. Algeria waxay dhahaan gabay bay tiriyaan moogtahay oo leeyihiin anagu Arabta waan ku nasab sheeganaa laakiin trigooda ma haystaan maanta. Who they are, they don't know. Dadkii u soo gala ba crab garaya and they change them. They have no roots, they have no magaranaysaa. So that's another thing. Gabdhaha waddankan jooga iyo inamada waddankan jooga in diinta laga xumeeyo laga wasakhayo. Wallahi billah waa dagaal baan ugu socdaa.
What's your solution there? That's an easy answer. That's an easy thing to say.
It's to reconnect with who you are, walala. Discover who you are, yo. Those things. It stops you from a lot of principles right now. I don't know if sometimes you talk a bit funny. I don't know if you have Muslim sisters some of your sisters are Muslim and they hijabin hina, yasturun hin, yeah. But
Aniga
if our
Muslim
young
maahan.
sisters, I don't know. Nowadays, in Somali speakers, we have to ask people what they are in it. Yeah, we get a lot of funny people or Somalia. Yeah, so we have to ask the Somalis nowadays: are you Muslim? Or if your sister, imagine your little 12-year-old sister getting sent home for school because her skirt's too long. That's disgusting.
I agree. I agree. You're not.
That is disgusting. As Somali Muslim men, yeah, that is disgusting. And it affects us. It hurts us, bro. But certain man, it don't hurt them.
صاحبه also there's a school called certain teachers if you want to be a teacher they will teach you self-guiding children and best way self-guiding children is having hijab, man.
Yeah.
What was that? I don't get what you say that again.
You know self-guiding children.
No, what's that?
That's like a programs, you know, the teachers school how to safeguard them and stuff like that, yeah?
Yeah, that's new to me. I've never heard of that before.
Safeguard a child. You see right now, child or dressed like a real woman or kind of sexy and all of that shit.
Horta Nikan Ishak, what's his name? The new panelist, yeah, he asked a very important question. He goes like, you guys are keep talking about Dakan, but how can we apply that?
No. Don't take what I was saying out of context. When I said to him, how do you do that? I mean, like, how do you bring it about? I'm not saying it's not something you don't need.
No, I didn't say that. I said like how can we like Alashan say how can we apply it?
I'm for it. If you see me talk on this panel before, you know that I'm for it.
Yeah, I know that, bro. I know. Rugby. نفهم باتاي. هذا بدقن كوحو كبلا ما personal development. أضو هرتا مالين كستا صوتوس أفكار دي دقن كاغو وحكبرو. Like it has to be in a book kugu jirto way marka ugu horeysa.
Wallahi Jamilo, I get jealous of you, you know that. Marka gabayada saa akhrinaysid ma garanaysaa.
In other, why do you think I done a tons of research and day and night and listening to audios and getting hold of classic gabayadi hore iyo waxaasoo dhan. I have to even make phone calls to get them back home your melas. So I know research waxaan sameeyaa in a gudbiyo. And right now my YouTube channel is coming up. Like I'm just gonna put some lightning your yellow sweeps in here. So we're done yeah. Inshallah.
Come on.
You know what? I know Nomad, yeah. New Nomad cannot wait for these things to come out. I know he's supporting this 100%. Don't worry,
he won't come on. He won't come and defend it.
He won't come. He won't come and defend that. But like I know he likes it. وكوسو صوتها شو وين حق لكن قصة قالت هاي لكن وعادي وكوسو صوتها. So marka wuxuu baahanahay subaxii marka soo toosto maalintii marka soo toosto waa bariyo isku day af Soomaaligii iyo dhaqankii luqadda inaad wax ka barato like you can sit 30 minutes ba meel iska fadhiisan kartaa adigoo caadi niyad qaba oo saaxiya marka wax ka baro isku taxalluji inaad wax ka barato because hadhow toole aabaa noqonaysaan hooyooyin baa noqonaysaan war marka caruurtiina maxaa baraysaan.
That's
exactly.
This generation.
صاحبه maalintii gabadha laga guursanayo rag u sheekaysan
maxaad ku hadli rag waaweyn baa soo galaya waa la istaxiniya taabad bay gaaraysaa waa la sheekaysanayaa geeraarada gabayada mahmaha waxbaasaa la isku shubaya la saroobka adigu markaa waxaad noqonaysaa afgarooc baad noqonaysaa afgarooc wax weeye kan garta sheegin karin afgarooc amuun baad noqonaysaa maaragtay marka waxa weeye is astura bi waaye dumar iyo hablaba
I don't think is as easy to do as you say it is. There's not that many resources for it. Where do I go if I'm really interested?
I'm Somali wala ma ku hadashaa.
Waa ku hadli karaa laakiin more comfortable speaking.
Wala nagula hadala taba. Aniga kaas igu baxlaaba. English tan iga taab. Because anigu mic magacayga lama yiraahdo mugti.
Look, I'm not a speaker like you because you were born in Somalia. You spent many years there. I've never been there. I've never lived there. I can't speak on
this thing wali aad maqashay abkay dawladda inuu ma daaho.
I don't even know what that means. I don't know what that means. Forget Saga. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
And the worst thing is, one of the worst things will hurt me, yeah, There's an
Yeah.
Adam, man. There's a white guy called Sam.
White guy that makes money on Somali, innit? Teaching
He
people
makes
Somali.
money. How
makes
can a
money.
white man that's married to a Somali woman, I don't give a fuck if he's married to a Somali woman, yeah? I don't really give a shit about that. The culture appropriation, this culture vulture, he only benefiting of us. He's not doing he's not out here when he's campaigning or something.
Yeah.
But at the same time I'm saying is, yeah, we've got other people benefiting of our culture. That hurts me more.
Well, but can we be balanced with this? Can we be balanced with this? Like I heard with that brother, Allahu A'lam, like his story. But I just wanted to say, like, you know, people are struggling just to even pick up the Quran and read it. Like, how are we meant to get people to focus on the Dagan beforehand? Like, that's the bit that I want to ask.
It's true. It's really that's a good point. Alashan Quran waa laga tagay. But do you know culimadu Soomaalidina la Quranka horta diinta comes before everything. Yeah. That's horta muran ka mid tahay. Dhaqankii wax kasta arkinka la dhigaya waa laga tagaya marka diinta ku jirto. Laakiin dhaqankuna wuu la socdaa. Wuu daba socdaa isaguna. Ka soo tag imika Quraankii baa dad badan aanay akhriyin oo diintiiba ka dhaceen. Aanay lagu soo celiyo. oo labadaba la isbarbar wado waa loo baahan yahay. Sheekh Mustafa Sheekh Daviyo ayaa la weydiiyay lagu yiri af Soomaaliga ka warrama. Waxay yiraahdeen af Soomaaliga diinta lagu fahmaaba. Anigu masaa'isha waaweyn markaan dhex galo mar waxaan dhageystaa some English speakers. They use some hard words to go through the dictionary because luqadeedii maaha. English is my third language, yeah. So I'm thinking like wariya maxaa waxaan igu wataa marka bugaagta waaweyn oo kala dhiganayo fiqiga oo minhaajka oo kale iyo safiinaha oo kale iyo and they use some words arki waxaan ku tuurtaa Sheekh Umal iyo Sheekh Mustafa iyo ragaasan ku tuurtaa aan san u fahmayo uguma fahmi karo luqad kale lagu fahmi karaa ma jirto ma fahantay marka iyaga la weydiiyay ka warrama la yidhaaf Soomaaliga I can find a video and then
جميلو أنا نبى نيسني مالين والله عربي سوء معنيني إنما عادي ماين وحيدي مالي أسمع جعجعة ولا أرى طحين وحكم معني تبتي مويها لطمي والما قلنا هيك كاميرا سنة ما رقم ولكن كلمات استعمالي عادي معها سو مركا لديسنا يو ان حديثيدا نين اللغة دي صادقتي وفيري جود لديستو والكو برانيسا as well
يا وكو برانيسا اللغة دو حكو فضوضينيا Soomaaliga oo kale dhegeysiga badan dhegeysiga inaad dhegeysato fahanto isku dayda inaad ku hadasho aan ka xishoonin bari baa waxa noo yimid 2004 baa ku yar baa hula nooga yimid code he came to us he was new in the UK على سخودي خد يخد بلايا سو غريايو
وانا Dutch people man
yeah
he's got one guy Dutch على سخود رستو خايفن
niet ahoren in Nederlands oké
gooit met jou
alles gaat goed alles gaat goed
you know man af musu ku hadlaa markaasa this was around 2004 we know you mean eray af Soomaaliya ma yaqaano we know you mean and wuu nala joogay sanad buu nala joogay dan af Soomaaliga bud iyo wuxuu la dhacay bakoorado dhinac kasto ka keena markaasuu ka keena iyada igu tiri wuu igu yiri iyada igu tiri waan ku leeyahay alashaan de markaasa ad waa lagu qosqosli jiray 2 sano 3 sano markuu nala joogay af Soomaaliga is perfect for noqday I saw him the other day in London ma ku arkay waxaan ku arkay anigoo Jubilee line ka qabsanayo carraya aan arkay wariya waa ninkii tareenkuba waxaan ku hayno joogay halkaas ku maqnay waan isfuraysanay mise afreer waqooyi aksana ayuu igula hadlayaaba waxaan ku leeyahay maxaa dhacay gabadha waqooyi ku qabsaday af Soomaaliga uu sii maraya ma jirto ninkiiba balaayo saa igu tufayba anigayga baaba yaabayba warheede ninkaagii aan ogaa wuxuu yiri inaad waqti badan baan geliyay والله he said وقت badan baan geliyay afkayga inaan barto so imika haddaad sanad quraato fadhiisato afkaaga barato wax weyn baa iska kaa bedelaya
صح
Where did you meet the guy?
Yeah, walaalo.
Where did you say he came to you in Somalia or where?
Well, the guy he came from Holland, so
yeah, but were you in Holland as well? Where were you guys at?
No, we were here in London, in the UK. They moved here.
Even Jamilo, والله, to be honest, even me, أنا مركان في Somali قبل I was finished. ما قرنا حتى تشري كلمة تشري لا ما قرني.
تشري ده.
تشري وحاله تشري محيط هاي. ركب على نفسه Somali ممكن يسيقوا قصة تشري. واركن
حيران كوكسي وصو يا تشري.
Bro, I had to go back to, you know what? I didn't learn Somali until 2001 until I went back to Hargeisa. I could not speak one word.
I think last 7 months of Somali guy improve we ba ku dhacay be. Ana kula
Oh, walanta. Anu chabka daman ku sitayna that is just mabo ku hadlo. Is markan ku hadlay dadan helo. Chabka daman ku sitayna that efficient agaras dadka ay moodin. Haatan sister talking like us. No.
Listen, brothers, you know.
Let's get it out. Somali ma taqaanta but she knows. Where they maybe.
Ay way garanaysaa.
Hey, listen, you know.
Arag badan bay dhaantaa. Arag badan bay dhaantaa.
Arag badan bay dhaantaa wallah.
يعني الله مد عصب نوصل قال هاي
Can I say something?
Wait, here's some turkey.
Gangster Sufi.
Don't say that online.
His family. So
I don't know who you're talking about. I'm a Hawiya, man. I'm a Hawiya.
waxaan naga daaya ayo GS you be listening to the subject Gangster Sufi, what do you think?
Yes, in my opinion, and I don't know, like I've been online a lot over the last few months, and what I've noticed is a polarized community. What we have is a crisis within our community of atheism, which is people that 20 years ago in their 20s they would play around, and then they would settle and they would become normal, and they would become part of the community, and they would have a collective interest in becoming part of the community. What's happened now is this identity politics of saying, oh, I am LGBT, I am an atheist, I am oppressed, has led to an issue, or I am a liberal, or I am a Salafi. This identity politics has led, in my opinion, to the division that I've seen within the Somali community in the West.
But what do you think about the women and men? What do you think about the women and men?
The women and men. What's happened is what we're doing right now is we are putting African American problems into Somali communities. So I have all the love for the African communities, African American community. I stand shoulder with their struggle for equality and justice. But I am going to say to you guys that if you say that the issues facing African American communities are the same as the situation when it comes to men and women that are facing Somali people, that's when I have an issue. When you start putting other people's community problems into our community and saying that all Somali men are terrible, that all Somali men are filthy, that all Somali men are cheaters, that all Somali men don't look after their kids, that all Somali men don't work, that in itself leads to a gender war. And you see it online right now.
I think we're going to be the same as them anyway in the future.
I think we have a country to go back to, which is Alhamdulillah. That has to be stripped away from us. As long as we have that, we have hope in our country and our people.
Yes. Horta, was so gashayune. Bal hesterede macaanida jecleed nagu yar
Yeah. No, serious guys, let's not sidetrack here. Let's keep the focus onto the conversation here. People are engaged here. So GH, what will be sort of the remedies? What will be a remedy?
The remedy
to heal the rift between men and women. What do you think? Well, go ahead.
What I'll say to you guys is you could talk about therapy and counseling, but before that, there's an issue, and I've seen it like online. You might not believe this, but some people regard me as a I'm not even going to say it because it's not even worth the thing. But and these are extreme communist liberals. So what we have to do is we have to stop taking other outside information's ideology and just memorizing a bunch of stuff and then spitting out the memorized stuff and saying this is what we believe. We have to be able to use reason, logic, and our intellect in breaking down concepts and arguments so that we don't take everything from African American and we're able to use our logic and reasoning to see what's going on. That is the remedy to the solution. But you know what's scary is you have BML people or like extreme other groups within the thing who are so harsh, so fundamentalist that they're as bad as the without fuckers. Like these lot, and it's how we a fundamentalist problem, a problem in our way of thinking, and we need to stop that. Stop thinking with black and white.
GH, when you say GS, when you say without fuckers, what do you mean? Do you mean what group do you mean specifically?
I'm talking about people that want to take away the democracy of Somaliland, people that want to take away the voting rights of our people that want to elect an authoritarian leadership. So that's who I'm talking about when I'm talking about that fuckers.
Are you talking about the Salafis? Are you talking about the Salafis in specifically as well?
I'm talking about the Takfiri Salafis, the Jihad Salafis.
The Takfiri Salafis, okay.
Yes, أنا صاحب I disagree with Sufi. Sufi موقته وقاعد بخدع. You Sufi صاحب.
100%.
Stick to the topic.
Let's stick to the topic, guys. Let's stick to the topic.
Let's stick to the topic.
Let's start the Sufi. Let's start the Sufi thing, innit?
It's gonna get boring then.
You can't handle the fire.
All right. On that note, it was a pleasure.
Nice to meet you. I haven't met you before.
So one second. Sorry, the sister's talking. Yeah, go on, sister, talk.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say, nice to meet you, brother. And I'm gonna go. It's getting late. So inshallah, I'll leave you guys to it.
Sister, thank you. Sister, listen. Like I told Sister Faye, yeah, every Friday night, yeah, we're going to be talking about relationships and how to fix it. So again, big up to you, Sister Talk. Again, I'm going to put your link in the chat. You guys go hit on Sister Talk. Share, like, and subscribe our content. The best Somali live stream female I've seen. Big her up. And God, wallah, mashallah, thank you for coming through, sister.
Sister,
may Allah make you as good as you think I am, inshallah.
Huh?
Sorry?
Are you Somaliland?
Yes, I am, Wallah.
MashaAllah.
Alhamdulillah.
Where are you from? Hargeisa, Bur'a?
No, I'm from Hargeisa, you could say.
Yeah, so big up. Sister Habib and thank you for coming through. So I think this time we're gonna get a bit sticky. Alaikum assalam.
It's gonna get heated now, man.
It's gonna get heated now.
Yes, let's start Sufi. Yeah.
Sorry, distance. You gotta be referee. I'm coming back here.
What's wrong with you guys, brother Jamil? What's wrong with you guys?
Sufi,
حاجة الوالله.
What did you guys say? Okay, waxaan ku weydiinayaa walaalo su'aal baan ku weydiinayaa Sufi baad tahay Soomaaliland.
Of course walaalo.
Inanka Ilaahay Nabiga sallallahu alayhi wasallam is date of birth in la celebrate gareeyo diinta waxay ku qoran tahay.
وحاجة inuu waxa ku meemeedsan the most pettiest stuff. Let's talk about the fact that Ibrahim Taymiyyah has dated No, have you ever read any of Ibrahim Taymiyyah's book on Tasawwuf? I want to ask you that.
Maya,
you start criticizing. No, hear me, brother. This is what you lot do. You have your own script, yeah? I want to ask you a question. Have you ever read Ibrahim Taymiyyah's any of Ibrahim Taymiyyah's book on Tasawwuf?
Yeah. Ibn Taymiyyah garanaya, Sheikh Sam.
Have you read any of his books on Tasawwuf?
Tasawwuf, yes.
What books have you read on Tasawwuf?
It's not the Sufi you think he is.
Come on, but this is why I like debuting with brother Jamil.
No, there is.
I make fun of him sometimes. At least he knows what he's talking about.
Brother, why are you getting heated up, man?
I'm not getting heated up. Okay, I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you, brother, a question. Have you ever read the 40 Qudsis?
Huh?
Have you ever read the 40 Qudsis?
Sahib, we can't read every book, Sahib. Every book and
okay, what do you know about the 40 Qudsis?
He's talking about Hadith Qudsi. Hadith Qudsi he's talking about.
Hadith Qudsi, yeah, go on.
Yeah.
What do you know about it?
No, you tell us. Go on, you tell us.
No, we don't know anything about it, but yeah, you have to. I just said you tell me about Mawlid and Sufism. Wallah, become educated and then come back to me. Let the brother Jamil come in.
Listen.
I just exposed you your ignorance, Wallah. Expose your ignorance, Wallah. Let's have a serious discussion, Wallah. Nice to meet you, Muhammad.
Muhammad, yes.
Muhammad, you pause, Wallah, when you're on the thing. There's a sound coming out.
No. This is Somali speakers. Listen, Muhammad's a good guy. Yes,
just pause your thing. There's a sound coming from the microphone.
We can cheers Palera. رسم ترويه وصف لبود he's already defensive مركز تكشرة لكن والله قبطي والله حياه فودي سؤال بالودي you can't answer a question with a question so cheers محمد الحكوري mawlidka in la celebrate garayo halkay kaga qoran tahay diinta? That was the question to you, so you don't have to ask about
Fantastic. But I also can choose to engage with those topics or not. I don't want to talk about that because that for me that is petty. It's like talking about the most petty of stuff. So if you want to talk about serious stuff, I will do that.
Brother,
I
Ahmed,
personally don't celebrate it. I personally don't celebrate it. So I can't like argue for something that I don't even practice myself.
So basically, you don't have the
Why
answer.
do you call it petty? I don't know again. Why do you call it petty if you don't have no knowledge?
No, what I'm saying to you is I don't celebrate it myself. I have no desire to discuss it because I don't celebrate myself. I can only talk about my things that I believe in, the things that I think that are correct.
What do you believe in? What do you believe in?
And you're not a real Sufi if you're not really celebrating that, are you?
What this is another thing. It's like a white person defining what it is to be black. Come on, wow. Get a grip of yourself.
Let's have a conversation. Emotion kaga meesha dhigniyo.
Emotion. Why are you being biased for? Don't be biased for. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm not on my headset, so I don't know if you could hear me. But guys, just give me a second. Can you guys all go on pause when you're not talking? Because there's a sound coming out from somebody. It's ruined the stream for the people listening. So, guys, Mohammed, talk while
Yeah, walaal eg inaga nabiga sallallahu alayhi wasallam xadiid wuxuu yiri nabi xadiidkaasna caasha keentay xadiidkaasi shida raawiga weeyaan waxay tiri waxaan diinteeda ku jirin fa huwa raddun wax kastoo diinteeda ku jirin waa raddun which means it's rejected by Allah, it's not accepted by Allah. You understand? Bid'a hasanan wax la yiraahdo ma jirto, wax bid'a hasanan la ma jirto, ma garatay? Yeah. So waxaan leenahay mid loo kale Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, did he practice it? Yes or no? Did the companions practice it? Yes or no? If you find that they don't practice it, that means you're following bid'ah, and bid'ah is haram.
كل بدعة معها ضلالة.
Okay, that's an interesting practice. First, you made the point of bid'ah hasan. Are you a Shafi'i?
Shafi'i, yes.
Bid'ah hasan actually comes from Shafi'i, by the way.
No, it doesn't. It comes from Umar ibn Khattab.
But in the Shafi'i school of thought, they follow that.
No, they don't.
Interpretation.
No, they don't. Because
Bro, do you know what? Is that me being wrong or is that not true?
You know, أخي waxay ka tin bid'a hasan mataqaana. Bid'a hasan waxay ka tin.
Bid'a hasan come a story that goes around Umar ibn Khattab.
تراويح ayuu sameeyay ma tir hada bid'atun hasana. يعني waa wax cusub waa diinta ku jirta laakiin waa la soo cusbeeyay.
You also explained, but it was already in the religion.
It was already in the religion. So that's why he said bid'ah hasana, but it doesn't mean you can make bid'ah hasana, you can make up your own stuff.
Okay, fantastic, Mohammed. I want to ask you another question because I actually don't want to talk about Maulid. I actually want to talk about Sufism from a holistic perspective. So the question I want to ask you, which is interesting, is when you talk about bid'ah hasan, if your kid had for example, a clinical psychologist goes to a clinical psychologist, goes to Sigma Ford in the 19th century, and they do introspection and other practices. They use therapy and CBD oil to deal with the soul, unconscious. Give me a second while.
No, I don't have to using big words, Sahib.
Okay, so I'll break it down for you. It's not my fault. I'll break it down.
Stitchy. I don't come back to you. Go on.
Don't make a thing. If you want me to speak with less words and more simple for you, I could do that for you. But be respectful and have some like some what's the word? Some humility.
Go on.
Humility.
Okay.
What rest of the is good that you know with it.
You know, can you stop with the RS stuff now, guys? Online. Okay, continue. So the point I was gonna make to you is when you look at psychology and the work of introspection, psychology is a 200-year-old school of thought that was invented by I think Warren is a German company. He was the first psychologist that came. It's a 200-year school, and it really deals with the unconscious or the subconscious or brain waves or different stuff that deal with the metaphysical realm. So in itself, this is why I say Salafism is materialism. Salafism, literally, what it does is it creates a 21st century interpretation and says this is how it was at the time of the Prophet ﷺ, and that's it. But Bid'ah al-Hasan gives us the opportunity to integrate psychology into our and into our deen, and also
wrong.
It does.
No,
As
no,
long
no.
as
I
as
thought
long as you
okay,
don't say it's
okay.
compulsory, as long as you don't say it's compulsory, it's perfectly.
No sheeg
What-
waxaad noo sheegtaa Wahhabi ama Salafi, what is that they say which is wrong?
What they do is, first of all, they're very harsh, especially the extreme ones.
Forget
And I'm gonna
harshness. That's
give me a
subjective.
second, Wallah. Let's give me a second,
Yeah,
Wallah.
yeah.
They're
go
very
on.
harsh. They have a school of thought of jihadists, so they blow stuff up. They kill innocent people.
No,
with
they
their
don't. They don't
interpretation.
promote that.
Yes, they do, Wallah.
No, wallah, they don't.
It's in
No,
their
wallah,
text, Wallah. You read,
it's
you look
not.
at the
It's
history
not.
of Ibrahim Wahab. He did the same thing, Wallah.
It's not.
He was a fanatical.
It's not. It's not.
People like Yasser Qadar, Brother Haji, they have podcasts who themselves are Salafi, but the Ibrahim
Ibn
Taymiyyah is Salafi.
Uthaymin, wallah. Ibn Uthaymin, Sheikh Al-Albani, Ibn Abbas, Sheikh bin Baz.
Ibn Taymiyyah wasn't
Ibn
a takfiri Salafi. He didn't
Huh?
commit takfir on anybody. Ibrahim Taymiyyah was not a takfiri Salafi. He did not commit takfir on other
Mate, I
Muslims.
know that's who we follow. That's who we follow.
You know you don't follow him. You've never read any of his Tasawwuf book. You think that you follow him.
Who?
Ibrahim Taymiyyah. You do not follow Ibrahim Taymiyyah.
Ibn Taymiyyah, I follow Gary. I follow him as well.
You don't follow Ibn Taymiyyah, man.
They all are black. Right now,
Can I say something
you're
about
saying
that?
something to me you can't even prove.
I can prove it because you never read any of his books on Tasawwuf.
Can I say something
Ibn
about that?
Taymiyyah.
I have read many of his books and I know what he's about.
Okay, well, if you say so.
So, I
But
don't
the difference between Ibrahim, give me a second, Wallah.
Mm.
Right now, there's a split between the Salafi, between the Wahhabis and Salafis.
Takfiri,
Brother Muhammad, give me a second, Wallah. Let me finish, Wallah. Come on.
Go
on. So with that split, what the split is first of all Ibrahim Wahhab. When you do your first research of the first generation of Ibrahim Wahhab, he was a fanatical in his thing. Secondly, which is important and which you must understand, is that Ibrahim Wahhab committed and said takfir on other Muslims.
But Wallah, you're not mentioning any of his sources. You're not mentioning any sources. You're not pinpointing. You just
you could go watch it. There's a podcast, and I'll put it on the chat. Brother Haji, he's far more experienced in this field, where he does the Arabic words for every single source, and you can watch it. It's 150 minutes long. It's a beautiful podcast, and he himself is a Salafi. So from Aqidah, he completely agrees with Ibrahim Wahhab. And he says that in the podcast, but he also acknowledges that he was a fanatical that mass murdered innocent Muslim people and killed tens of thousands of people with his unholy alliance with the House of Saud.
That's Khawarij. That's Khawarij. That's Khawarij.
I will send it to you. Don't you Khawarij and Takfiri Salafis
and Salafi are two different things. Khawarij and Salafi.
Stop doing that. Wallah. Give me a second, Wallah.
Allahu Akbar.
Yeah, what percentage of Somalis are Sufi? Does anyone know?
The silent majority.
But it doesn't make it right.
Yeah. The reality is, before Salafism, there was never suicide bomb in Hargeisa.
There is a good people in Somalia that are Sufis.
Okay, I heard that. You're draining me out right now because we're not having a talk. We're not having a talk. It's like
give me a second. I'll go.
Were we Sufi before and did we change it to Sunnism, or were we always Sunni, or was it always split?
inagu Sufi baana soo gashay adan kadib waxaan soo galay ikhwan muslimin ikhwan muslimin baana soo gashay.
What did it start with?
No, there was always Sufis there. I think the majority back in the 60s I think there was Sufi, yeah. But it doesn't make it right, bro. It doesn't make it right because Sufis they've got no legs to stand on.
I don't know much about Sufis in general, but are many.
I put the link on the chat. If anyone wants to watch it, watch that link, and you learn a lot from that link. Brother Jamil as well, you should watch it. I think you're savable, Walala. I think I could save you, Walala.
Who, me?
I mean, Brother Jamil, I could save you. You're still the foundation, Walala. Have you ever heard of the NPC theory? Have you ever heard of the NPC theory?
Listen, gangster, adiga, stop using egg when you're talking to a man. Nina, hawla imanin, dad basana, adiga I can save you because what you're doing exactly what the Quranic guy did. Just go around in circles. Get to the point.
I'm not going around circles, Walala. You're not on my level. What can I do with you if you're not on my level, Walala?
No, talk about points, man. Then we can talk about what's going on.
I did well. I put a video. You told me to get this, and I told your brother
Why video? Why
it has
did you
1
put a
hour,
video,
50
bro? We're
minute
chatting.
video.
We're chatting.
He literally quotes every single thing in Arabic so that anyone could listen to and
I
understand
screenshot it. I
the
screenshot
evilness
it.
of
I
Wahhabism,
screenshot it. I
evilness
screenshot
of these
it.
months.
I لما
You
listen
people start our daughters and our
Jamilo
sisters
هذا
and our
Jamilo
sisters
ninkan ma ha. He
away
doesn't
from
want to
fish and
listen, bro.
chips. That's what you lot do. Fish and chips. That's how valuable Somali women are to you people. Wow.
All
So
right, they
go
so
and
walaalo.
give me
They so gangster Sufi walaalo. They so walaalo. Stop garanaysa. Let's get to the subject. Let's talk about the subject. What do you see about Salafis? And tell us what they believe, and then we can talk about it. If it's true or not. If it's bid'ah or not.
Okay. First of all, every
Because I
single
believe, Aniga, the
terrorist
way you're
attack.
talking.
Give me a second, Walala. You ask me a question, I'll reply to you. Every single terrorist attack that's happened in Somalia has been done by a person who follows the work of Ibn Taymiyyah and Ibn Wahab. Without a shadow of a doubt. Not al-Shabaab. What is their theology? What do they believe?
They don't believe that. They're Khawarij, bro.
They're not Khawarij. Stop lying about them. Stop lying, Walala.
Bro, listen.
You know what Khawarij are? They died a long time ago, man. Khawarij are more similar to Mu'tazilites than they are to Halayraha, to Salafism. Khawarij don't even believe in
I know you hate Shabab. Shabab waxaad u necab tahay because qubuuriyaad caabudi jirtay baa la soo qoday soo ma oo meesha laga saaray.
Of course, no, because they killed.
Of course.
You know what? At least you're honest, Walala. Because give me a second, because I'm gonna rip you apart. Thank you for saying that, Walala. You did me a favor. The reality is the reason I hate Salafism is because they have murdered my brothers, my sisters, my mothers, my uncles, my father. They have destroyed my country. That is why I hate Salafism. And that's why I hate Al-Shabaab as well. And as long as you lot exist, my country will be in turmoil. So, Walala, if you want to say that I hate them because they opened up blew up a grave, go ahead, blow up every single grave. If Allah says blow up every single grave, I'll bring back all the innocent people that the Al-Shabaab has killed in Somalia. I will bring back the innocent people that Al-Shabaab has killed.
Okay, well, okay. You know how we can have a conversation, Hal Gangster Sufi, yeah? Is you listening, are you talking, I listen, or when I talk, you listen. Okay? And talk about facts and figures, bro. We're not talking about nothing right now. What you're doing is you're just saying Shabab wa Salafi. Bro, أنا سلفي كا garanaya, yeah. Salafin tu waxa ma aaminsana. And I can prove it to you from my books.
Yep, that's
but
correct.
I think from your books, yeah. Is it allowed to make dua to a dead awliya or whatever, or dead man?
In the grave.
In the grave, yeah. Is that allowed?
Hadani. No, it's not allowed, Wallah.
It's not allowed, but your Sufis are doing that though.
They're wrong, and if they're doing that, we will correct them. We will do da'wah, and we will come with a loving and enlightened way of talking to our people. We will not blow them up. We will not massacre them. We will not say that their meat is not halal. We will not to do the crazy stuff that you lot do.
No,
it's not.
Listen,
you say you lot. Let me say this here. Cheers. Let me say this. What you need to understand is that when you're talking about Salafism, or Salafis, like when you talk about groups like the Shabab and all these extremist groups like Daesh and all this, like, to be honest, they have nothing to do with Salafism. Or
I think you're completely wrong. Wahhabism have something to do.
You're cutting me off.
Sorry, Wallah. Brother Jamal, I apologize.
Right.
Go ahead, Wallah. Go ahead, Brother Jamal. I apologize.
Like, to me, what I think is like these groups, they don't even represent Islam, let alone the Salafis. They're extremists, they're Khawarij, they make the blood of the Muslims permissible for them. So they believe that these people kill more Muslims than non-Muslims. We all know that. They blow up mosques, killing innocent people. You have seen what they have done in Somalia, Iraq, and Syria. These people Khawarij way. So there are a lot of people who are Salafis and who don't believe what they believe or what they do. You understand? So Salafism it's not something that which started 100 years ago or 300 years ago. We're talking about the first 3 generations that came. Ashabadi, Tabi'inti, Yatba'di, Tabi'inta.
I follow them as well, Wallah. I follow them as well, Wallah.
Kwasa, the Salaf were Kwas. Whoever follows them is called a Salafi. Like, for example, I came from Somalia, so you're a Somali. ما فهمتي؟ So أنا كواسن كنت ينار.
فجعلناهم سلفا ومثلا للآخرين.
Yeah. So the salaf means like your
It didn't mention in the
forefathers.
Quran the word salaf.
Your forefathers, like علشان وحكاهري. That's what the word salaf means.
Yeah.
So a lot of people think like when the word Salafism or Salafi comes to their head, they straight away think about the Shabab and all these extremists. So that's not what it is. So yes, your people, yeah, Sufis that you claim to be Sufis, yeah, you have seen what they're doing, yeah, they're up on bid'ah, on dalala, they are
They
up
don't
on
give
this
da'wah. They don't give da'wah.
you will see a Sufi who's worshipping the graves or asking for the dead or committing shirk, but they don't warn against that. They don't call to Tawheed. How come?
Yeah.
I never seen a Sufi who calls to Tawheed and says,
No, never,
"No,
never.
we're gonna call to Tawheed." Like, how come you guys never do that, bro? Like, Tawheed is not important for you guys, is it?
Ash'arism teaches Tawheed in their books, Wallah. Like, line. Ash'arism teaches Tawheed in their books.
Ash'ari, they're not Sufi.
Stop making stuff up, Wallah.
Some of them are Sufi, yeah. But
Ash'arism in its essence is in traditional Islam, you would in Orthodox Islam, you would choose one of the 4 schools when it comes to faith. You would choose one of the 3 theologies: Ash'arism, Mutaninin, and Athari, and then you choose one of the orders. This is Orthodox Islam. This is not some sort of made up stuff. This is Orthodox.
He's made up. He's made up.
If you want to say that,
but the brother is saying
the reality is,
give
me a second, guys. Yeah, the reality is what you guys Salafis do. Ahmed, you come through. I'll come through.
No, what the brother is saying is that what he's saying is about within our community, you have like what we guys, let's say Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah, you have the people who follow the Aqidah of Ibn Wahhab, Ibn Taymiyyah, Ibn Qayyim, and you have the Aqidah. Then you have the Ash'ari, the Mu'tazili, the Maturidi. Those are people with different Aqidah. Let alone Sufism.
Yeah, but the thing
within
is,
Aqidah, you have people who differ in Aqidah questions. That's
yeah, but
different than Sufi or Shi'i, but within the Aqidah.
All right. When we're talking about Aqidah, yeah, this is a huge topic, the Aqidah that we're talking about. When we're talking about the Ash'ari, yeah, the Ash'ari are the students of the Jahmiyyah. Yeah, that's where they came from. There's a guy called Jahm ibn Safwan. Yeah, that's where they came from, the students. But the Ash'ari of today are even worse than the Ash'ari of before. When we're talking about like Ibn Kullab, he was one of the first ones, and Hassan al-Ash'ari and those guys. These were the first today, yeah, they're completely different. Aqidah marka laga hadlayo, yeah. Imka asmaat wa sifaatu kala marka laga hadlayo. They deny all of wuxuu dhan bay ay deny garayaan. Like they don't believe any of it.
Yeah, they only believe in 5. They only believe in 5 of the names of Allah.
You can call them theologicals.
Or they put ta'wil on it.
Yeah, they're a theological creed.
Because Islam is split into 3 parts. So what we have is like the Sharia, we have the theology, and then we have the spiritual side, which is the tasawwuf. And whatever you guys say about Sufism in Orthodox Islam, Ibn Taymiyyah wrote 30 books on tasawwuf. And when I look at the harshness,
he was a follower of Ibn Qadr al-Jalani.
Tasawwuf is allowed in religion. Tasawwuf means is to purify yourself, is to make your iman come stronger. But with that, and that is adhkar and reading the Quran and making ibadah. Yeah. But the tasawwuf,
that's your definition of tasawwuf.
No, the way you guys believe is different thing, bro. Wallahi billah.
Tasawwuf for them means that alashan in a like they can make it intermediate in the Saman Quran or of Kalasimari Quran. Like this is the type of tasawwuf that they believe.
That's not the case. That's actually total false. What it is an Ibn Taymiyyah later in his life, actually in his deathbed, and later in his life, he actually believed that when you go into these spiritual realms, that you need a guide to protect you. And then this is the historical fact, by the way. So it's important that we understand that what we're talking about is metaphysical things.
What kind of guidance? What kind of guidance do you need?
With the ruh. And
what kind of guidance?
Because what could happen is you go into one of these states and you bring back something quite demonic. So that's why you need a spiritual guide to help you, a sheikh to help you in these things. What we know right now in modern technology right now, we know with the psychedelic revolution that people, when they take DMT, will experience these metaphysical energy. We know now that there's a study going on DMT right now at Imperial University for depression. We know that there's something metaphysical out there. We know stuff about quantum physics and all things. And right now, we're starting to develop the technology where we have brain scanners, we have brain imaging, and we're able to see how the brain works in these states of consciousness.
Hold on, cheers. We are not scientists and doctors here. Okay, let me get to the point. What help do you need from the sheikh? Like, what kind of guidance do you need? Like, we want to know.
Hadri,
you know what they say? What they say? Gangsters, yes, yeah. What they say, Sufis, what they say, yeah. وحاويان. And I was Sulaiman. You know when Ilahi said, when Sulaiman said, أيها الملأ أيكم يأتوني بعرشها قبل أن يأتوني مسلمين. And فقال الذي عنده علمك أنا آتيك به قبل أن يرتد إليك طرفك, which is basically when Allah is talking about, Nabi Sulaiman is talking to a jinn, and that's Ifrit jinn that said, I will bring her throne to you. And one of them said, I'm going to bring it before blink of an eye. They say this guy was a Sufi. Ninka waxan sameyn was Sufi. Another one, Abdul Qadir Jailani was there. He was the one that saved Ibrahim from the fire.
Really?
Also, they believe that awliya, they have the same hukum Allah has.
No, no one says that to you. Why are you making stuff up?
It's in your books, don't worry.
Man. When you're talking about these things, you guys get the most extreme Sufi. Give me a second, you get the most extreme Sufi, and you say that is a representation. When I tell you Ibrahim Afghan, one of the biggest terrorists in the whole of Somalia.
What Sufi do you follow?
Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Let me finish. When I tell you that Ibrahim Afghan, one of family, and he was trained by the British and Saudi Arabia against the Mujahideen. He also had his theology, his thinking was that of a gigantic fan of my father knew him. He was a gigantic fan of Ibrahim Tamir, Ibrahim Wahab. He had your belief system. But that guy was the person in 2009 that blew up Hargeisa, that blew up the present palace. He was the man that he did that, and his ideology was identical to what you believe in. But yet you don't regard him as a Salafi, but yet you regard the crazy Sufi as a Sufi. That shows the level of hypocrisy that you lot have, because you're destroying our country, you're pushing our children away, and you do not care about Somali people. You care about your ideology and the Arab worshipping that you lot do.
Yes, I think you're getting emotional right now, man. And you don't want to answer it. All I said was
completely well. I answered with integrity.
I'm asking you a question. You said you need a guidance from the sheikh. Like, what type of guidance do you need? That's what I'm asking.
The guidance is that as the same guidance you need when you go to a psychotherapist and he talks to you and he awakens your unconscious and he's there in the room. That is the same guidance that you need when you.
Where did Muhammad Hassan do that? Where did Muhammad Hassan do that?
When did they did not have that technology at that time? The technology wasn't there.
Oh, you don't need technology. That means Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam.
Talking about ibadah here. He's missing the therapy and the ibadah in it, so you can't be the same, Muhammad.
Exactly.
So no, but it's to do with the soul. You guys are materialist atheists, Wallah. That's what you lot are, materialist atheists.
Yes. Although waxaad ka hadlaysaa therapy iyo qof la daweynayo, yeah? We're talking about deen here. We're talking about ibadah, yeah? I need a guidance from a sheikh. So now I'm asking you, forget about the therapy side. I'm asking you, what type of guidance do you need?
I explained it to you. I said to you, when you go to a clinical psychology, because you guys are religious materialist people, so you believe that there is no fundamentally. You are in essence Protestant. Your school thoughts are basically you have an unholy alliance with the atheists because you literally believe in their system. So what the atheists say is that when people are experiencing these things, these are mental health issues. But as Muslims, we believe in spiritual issues. You deny the spiritual issues that are to do with the thing. That's what you're fundamentally
No,
saying.
we don't. No,
That's
we
your
don't.
logic and reasoning
No, we
behind.
don't.
So when you go to a clinical psychologist,
Iminka,
give me a second, Walala. Let me finish my point. Point. When you go to a clinical psychologist, you deal with the stuff to do with the ruh, the soul. So why is it when you go to a clinical psychologist, it's acceptable for him to do these things that are not in the Quran to deal with your ruh and your soul, but when it is a Muslim person doing that, it's bid'ah. Tell me why that is, Wallah.
This guy, wallahi, is confused. Okay, Wahati, there's Sufis that extremists. What Sufi are you? So we can understand exactly who you are. What Sufi do you follow?
I am an Imam al-Ghazali Sufi, Wallah.
Imam Ghazali.
Which in Wallah, it's Imam al-Ghazali, one of the greatest Islamic thinkers in this world, the man that defeated the Mu'tazilites, the man that defeated Ibn Rushd. He was a great Muslim, and people like him are Muslims as well. So the people that's up to you, Wallah. The thing with you people is you say bid'ah, but then you allow a psychologist, a Western psychologist to go through to your soul.
Bro, you're talking about psychology. We're talking about deen, bro. What's wrong with this guy?
We're not talking about therapy. Listen,
we're not talking about therapy.
No, because you guys are using 21st century terminology to define what was in the first 200 years of the Prophet. Stop doing that, man. Be honest.
Guys, listen. This is guys, anybody listening, this is where bid'ah comes from. People like him come after a couple of years, they think they discover something and they can put that into the deen. What we're talking about is, one second, what we're talking about, listen, what we're talking about is Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. How did he conduct himself? He himself, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Allah gave him healing, and that was ruqya. And other things he told us, like malabka iyo, habbat soda iyo, many things he told us, yeah? That is ruqya shar'iyya. But what you're talking about is
honey. Guys, give me a second. When he says malab, he's talking about honey. Please, can you speak English so people understand?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He could say it, honey, in English. There's no problem about that, yeah? Forget about
I'm not saying to you the deen is incomplete. What I'm saying to you, when it comes to like certain stuff, the deen might be complete, but us as Muslims, our understanding is very weak. So the deen is perfect, it's beautiful, but it's our understanding, our limitations that are imperfect and our knowledge.
Okay, are you telling me Nabi he hides something from us?
Hadri, no. What I'm saying to you is that we don't understand stuff. There's ayats in the Quran that we do not understand.
No, we do. Who told you we don't understand?
It's true. There's ayats in the Quran, there's parts of the Quran that we do not understand. This is
you're wrong.
Simple thing.
You're wrong.
Fantastic. You don't know what you're talking about.
Can I respond to Gangster Sufi?
There's not assault with the sphere. Ahmed, go ahead.
First of all, I don't think when you speak about Sufism, I don't think you're one of the extremists. Let me say that first. Yeah, I want to ask you. Yeah, when you speak about these stages and about the psychological, like the psychic
metaphysics and that.
Yeah, when you speak about that, do you mean that when the people do this in Sufism, when they go to a teacher, or how do you call that?
A sheikh.
Like a sheikh, that he will bring you to when he will bring you to a different realm in your conscious.
No, he will teach you. He doesn't bring it. He will teach you how to use.
Yeah, he will teach you. Yeah. Okay, and then you said like psychiatrists, they do the same.
Huh?
Like
no, clinical psychologists do the same. So they play with your unconscious, your subconscious. Go ahead, Rob.
Okay, but like how I see it is that what do you need like when you go to when you as a Muslim, yeah, when you go to Allah Azza wa Jal and you want to be close to Allah Azza wa Jal, is there a way? Is there a way that we do not understand as human beings that the Prophet didn't give to us?
Thank you, mashallah, well said.
That is a beautiful concept. If that was the case, we wouldn't have a mental health crisis where at least 30% of the world has some sort of mental health illness.
True.
And as Muslims, the idea of mental health illness, that in itself is a bid'ah.
Wow.
That in itself is a bid'ah.
This guy, wallahi,
say it again. I can't hear, guys.
The concept of mental health illness in itself is a bid'ah.
Why?
Huh? Hey?
The reason it is because what they do is they conflate stuff to do with the soul, with stuff to do with medicine. There's diseases of the heart, of the ruh. There are diseases the psyche, which is physical medicine. The prophet, there are actually basically.
So what scientific basis is there for that?
I agree with you.
Who's coming through?
I don't know.
Numbers.
Welcome, Numbers. Nice to meet you. Assalamu alaikum.
Fantastic. Brother, I have a question for you. What scientific basis do you have for disease of the soul?
What scientific basis
Exactly.
do I have for the soul? La ilaha illallah. You lot don't even Muslim? Ilahi wa makabaka lisani.
Is that your only argument? Is that the only argument you can bring? You know what you guys are? You guys are like Europe in the 1400s. You guys are like Europe in the 1400s.
So if you know like that, why are you talking about therapies and
there is not ruh. There's not diseases of the ruh. There's the soul.
Never heard of it.
Brothers and sisters, please don't ridicule each other. If you want to have a good discussion, don't ridicule each other. Just listen to each other.
I agree with you, bro. When they come to me, I'm not even going to engage with you if you don't even understand that. Google it.
What do you mean, bro? I think personally, bro, I think you're very dominant. I think you're very dominant.
Very dominant. Fantastic. Masculine energy is good. It's not my fault. My fault. The estrogen got the better of you, Allah. I can't help you, Allah.
You know, but you don't know anything about Islam, though. You don't know. You can't answer basic questions.
Yeah, exactly. You just go around in circles, man.
Brother.
He just calls himself Sufi, and then anybody who disagrees with him, he just says, "Oh, haram." You don't actually know what you're talking about. That's the issue here.
Well, I feel like you don't know what you're talking about. Well, you're the one that
told me.
Where's
what
the
basis is there? What proof is there?
The disease of the soul.
There is diseases of the soul, of the ruh.
Imam al-Ghazali talks about in the Hindu of the
okay, so the only thing you can tell me is ask someone else.
And he quotes hadiths over there.
So why do you come here and then tell us?
There are many hadiths in the Quran that talk about those kind of stuff. That the idea of for example, when a person is eating too much food, or when the person has his sexual desires are over the top, that would be regarded as diseases of the soul. And how would you deal with that?
So what about, bro? So hadith is the basis here. So hadith is basic, yeah? So hadith is...
Give me a second, You would use dhikr, which is remembrance of Allah to purify your soul. That's why it says in the Quran, a basic thing. You said disease of the soul. It's called purifying your heart, which is a basic thing in the Quran. If you ever opened up a Quran, you would see that. So do not call me dumb, and do not call me I don't know my religion when you don't even know about purifying.
I will still. I will. Actually, first of all, I will. Second of all, is your basis is your hadith, right?
No, it's in the Quran, the purification.
Yeah, but you also said there's multiple hadiths.
Do you know what? Allow the hadith. Put the hadith on one side. What I'm saying to you, the purification of the heart to remember Allah is a basic tenet in Islam, and it clearly states in more than one location the importance of that word. This is basic.
So do you follow Islamic literalism? Do you follow all aspects of the hadith in the Quran?
You didn't even know that word.
Actually, I did. I mean, I never heard of this. I mean, I could probably mention a couple stuff that you. So, do you want to go there with me?
Walalo, you do not even know that the purification of the heart.
I don't think you know anything. But anyway, I'm going to test your knowledge. I'm going to test your knowledge.
Scientifically believe diseases of the soul. That's what you told me, right? You came with your materialistic atheist nonsense, yeah?
That's what materialistic. Do you know what materialistic means? Wait, hold on. I don't think you even know what materialistic means.
Religion. Sorry, I take that back. Materialistic religious nonsense, yeah? Where you believe in basically religion, but it's from a materialistic worldview, and you use science.
Materialistic what?
21st century as a bid'ah to ask me and to challenge me about the purification of the heart and the diseases of the soul. Well, if you think you're educated,
I'm going to test your education, bro. So you just said there's multiple hadiths that say what you just said, right? So can you name me the hadiths?
No, I don't know on top of my head. I don't have a PDF.
You said hadith, so why say hadith? You don't know top of your head.
But what I did was I even went better, wallah. It's in the Quran, wallah. I can get that out from the Quran,
brother. Can I respond to that?
Go ahead, wallah. This is basic stuff, wallah. I don't know where you're coming with the basic stuff, wallah. Even brother Jamil agrees with me on this.
Okay.
Listen. The diseases of the heart, yeah? We're dealing with the diseases of the heart. The scholars of Islam. Listen, we're talking about the diseases of the heart.
Yeah, we're talking about the ruh, but by the way, when we talk about heart, the actual definition is ruh.
Nobody knows what the ruh is. Do you know what the ruh is? Do you know what it is?
All we have is what it says in the Quran, and
yeah, and that's and ruh the Quran kuma qorna. Nobody knows what it is. We just know it's called ruh, right? Nobody knows what it is. If you're talking about the heart, the diseases of the heart, yeah, the scholars, the diseases of the heart can be anything. Yeah, like what kasta noqon kartaa. Anything can be the diseases of the heart, like laziness, kiyo waxaasoo dhan iyo shaydaanku iska qabato. These are all the diseases of the heart. I so gelisas. And the scholars, they wrote entire books on these topics anyway.
Exactly. Or then your heart becomes dark.
Yeah, but the thing is, with diseases of the heart, yeah, you don't have to, take clinics, your doctors.
Okay.
When you're dealing with the disease of the heart, because we're talking about a religion. If you're talking about like the disease of the heart,
before you go there, let me interrupt you for a second. Bro, Jamil, but do you see my problem with M? M came with me and he was using he was telling me scientifically prove the diseases of the heart exist. And I told him I don't have to prove that. Give me a second, M. I don't have to prove that because it's in the Quran.
The disease of the heart.
You don't have to prove it because it's in the Quran.
First of all, the soul and the purification of the heart, which is where we get our.
I understand where M is coming from. What numbers are coming from? Because you said like you can go to therapists or clinics or doctors and shit like that. That's what M is. Angle that he's coming from. I understand him. But the diseases of the heart, which is that yes, the ulama, they wrote like entire books on this topic, yeah, and how to deal with them and how to treat diseases of the heart.
Okay, GS, سؤال بنكو يديني can a person who's really close to Allah, can he see Allah with his own eyes? From a Sufi point of view.
From some people have had those experiences. I've had those experiences. And I'll quote a hadith.
Okay.
I'll quote one of my favorite hadiths. Allah has created this world.
You guys heard that, yeah?
You guys heard that?
1 second, GS.
Get to know him and learn about him.
No, let me talk about
it.
Good evening. Praise Allah. Islam alaikum, my brothers. Hard work, my brothers. Hard work. What's up?
What's up?
You guys getting in a heated conversation about religion again?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, no doubt, man. What you guys talking about? I caught some of it, but what's the
I thought you were Maverick for a second, man. Oh shit, you didn't even Maverick, but you sound like Maverick.
Is it another white person?
Listen to you, man.
So what's your belief system?
Sufi.
What do you believe? Give me a second. Let the brother come through. We've had an hour thing. What's your belief system, brother? One of you makes sounds on your thing. Can you pause your thing? You're making like a sound. Go ahead, brother. What's your belief system? So I understand where you're coming from.
Me? I'll just go ahead and speak because I didn't know if anyone was going to. I found no home in religion so far, but I do believe in being a spiritual person. I believe in being a good person, and I feel like if we're all under the same roof trying to be good people, then what's the difference? But I don't discriminate against people who have a stronger belief than me. I do have a higher power belief, but I just don't know what it is.
Are you Somali? Where are you from, brother?
USA. In the mountains, Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
I always watch his channel, so I knew what to say in the beginning.
Oh, welcome, brother, to the channel. Yeah. Welcome to us.
Hey, but listen, Gangster Sufi, I got a question for you, though.
Before we do that, give me a second. Let the brother come through. Come on, have some short. So, brother,
what do you want to say? What more do you want to say?
So, give me a second, guys. Calm down, man. So, what we're talking about is a historical battle between the Sufis and the Salafis. What we're really talking about is literally, I am telling them that they are a bunch of jihadist terrorists, that their belief system are a bunch of terrorists, and they're telling me, give me a second. They're telling me I
let him talk. You have to let him talk.
Praise on the.
You can't be talking like that. You can't be talking like that, bro.
No, but that's.
Listen, let him finish.
Let me finish my point.
You can't be talking like that. I'm going to give you Wallah, you can't be talking like that, man. You're going to
give me a second. Let me finish.
Give him 30 seconds.
I'm a great worshipper who's irrational, who's full of bid'ah and innovation. Bid'ah means innovation, and who believes that that he can become one with God. That's literally what they're saying to me. So we have two different viewpoints. I believe.
Okay.
I'll give you a second. I believe that the Sharia should be done with the love of Allah and by the mercy of Allah. Supporting in the 40 Qudsis, they believe in a harsh hudud punishments that should be existing in the 21st century. Continue, brother. Don't be scared. Well, that's not the debate.
All right. Thank you. Let me ask you a few questions. Let me ask you a few questions. You've still not answered what the scientific basis for the diseases of the heart. You still haven't answered that. You've just gone in circles. That's number one.
Okay,
Number two.
guys.
Let him answer. Let GS answer.
I'll answer that question for you. I'll put the scientific basis for you.
Let me answer this guy, Sufi, gangster Sufi,
Muhammad, let me answer this question.
Muhammad, he hasn't even answered my question.
I will literally tell him all the evidence for the diseases of the heart.
Your evidence is the Quran. I mean, wow.
Guys, give me a second. First of all, we know that within the human mind that there's the unconscious and there is the subconscious. We know that within basic psychology. This is A-level psychology. We know that. Also, what we know when we're dealing with that is that Western, they don't have a definition of the heart. The heart for them is the collective unconscious, or not even the collective unconscious, but the heart for them is the unconscious. It's the unconscious that is the
we understand that. We understand
it's not. What's
Listen. You're talking about something else. I'm talking about, you said a minute ago that people have seen Allah.
No, but you guys, you told me.
No, listen. 1 minute.
Muhammad.
Listen, Muhammad, I beg you stop jumping in.
It's a tag team.
It's one question that this guy needs to answer.
Go ahead. So let me answer Muhammad M's question. I will come to M.
No, GS, you're a nag Dalai for that, for saying that. Come on, bro. You're a bit.
Guys, let's all chill out. Constructive argument. Relax. One at a time, man. One at a time.
You just guys are trying. But yeah. So the point that I was going to make, when it comes to disease of the heart would be diseases of the subconscious and diseases of the unconscious. This is their definition. The same reason the heart in Buddhism is different. They have their own belief system. They have their own words for it. But fundamentally, they are
where's
talking
your
about
evidence
the same thing. My evidence.
You just said Western, the definition of the heart is the unconscious. Never have I ever heard of that. Ever.
No. Okay, I'll take that back. It's not their definition. It is what when you look at the Islamic version and you try to find that in the Western version, you find it through unconscious and subconscious. That's what you would think.
imika su'aal baan ku weydiinaa su'aasha ka jawaab saaxiib waxaad tiri dad baa arkay ilaahay inuu arkay dad baa jira oo arkay adigu maad aragtay ilaahay
anigu walaalo haddaa ilaahay adduunyada ilaahay waxaa leedahay ilaahay ma haysto awooddaa ma haysta leedahay waxa ilaahay
no
ilaahay ma waranin give me a second Go on. But you asked me a question, and then when I answered the question,
you've been talking all day, man. So garbage question, can you?
So garbage. Don't tell. First of all, ada bila akhlaaq walaalo. Aduru ada hablaha Soomaalidu iibin fish and chips. Ilaahay kuna xariisto. Nimankiina wala na baabinaya. Ama waa wada kala gaarsiya. Soomaaliya hanoorado. Ummada Soomaalida oo mariyo wanaag ka gaaraan.
Why carry on? Answer the question.
Hanun.
Okay, I'm going to answer the question, but don't talk to me in that tone. So this idea that people cannot experience Allah, because that's what they're saying, we're experiencing Allah, and people cannot have mystical experiences. That, my friend, is an atheist perspective. This is not in Islam. Allah says in the Hadith that He has created this world so that we can get to know Him, and Allah has unbelievable power, and if He wants for Him to show people, to experience, not to actually see physically.
No,
people have dreams.
Don't go back from it.
Hallucinations. Give me a second. People have dreams and hallucinations. I am not. It's not for me to take that away from them. In Islam, it says clearly that you will see until the day of judgment. People also have dreams and hallucinations.
Listen. Ibn Taymiyyah, rahimahullah, in his book, Majmu' al-Fatawa, he mentions that anybody who claims that they can see Allah, they're kafir. They're not Muslim.
How did he?
You said someone on Ibn Taymiyyah that
No, I told you that Ibn Taymiyyah had 30 books on to solve.
Okay. No, I'm telling you what he believes. Baan ku sheegaya. Wuxuu yiri qofka aaminsan Ilaah la arki karo waa gaal. Hatta Nabigeena sallallahu alayhi wasallam there's a riwayah saying that Nur baan arkay, Nur. And even Musa in the Quran wuxuu yiri
Can you speak louder, Walala? I know. I want me to get you a GoFundMe campaign. Walala. Speak louder, Walala. I can't hear you.
No. Okay. Listen, Ibn Taymiyyah wuxuu leeyahay anybody who claims they saw Allah, he is not a Muslim. That's Ibn Taymiyyah. Yeah? Qof Ilaahay indiis ku arkay ma jiro. Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam indiis kuma arkin. No prophet have ever mentioned that are you closer to Allah than any prophet, or any of your Sufis are closer to Allah than any prophet. They never seen Ilahi, and there's no sources that they saw Ilahi. And you're claiming Sufis, some people Ilahi will think have power to see them. Ilahi, you get it? So adigu, that point you're.
Oh, I never said that to you. So Muhammad, stop misquoting me. I said to you, there's two things.
Some people
there's dreams. Listen to me.
Listen.
I'm gonna
listen quote what you said. Anybody, you telling me Ilahi hasn't got the power to see us? Not him.
Yeah, of course.
Exactly.
First of all, you Allah, you can't say that. You can't say that. You can't say that. You can't say that. Allah's Almighty, you're limited God's power. But before you do that, Muhammad, give me a second.
Can Ilahi listen?
I just replied to you.
Listen.
You made a statement about me. Let me reply to you. Give me a second. Let me reply to you, Muhammad. I know Allah that you're fundamentalist and you're foundational. I understand that. But please, let's have a two-way conversation. I called you foundational. That's not the eye. Muhammad, give me a second. Go on mute. Let me talk. What I'm saying to you, Muhammad, I just told you what I enough. Give me a second. Give me a second. So ميجي سماه وسؤال كنت كتابه waxay laba kamid waa yiri oo dib meesha ila saaraysa waxay qoftu muddo riyoodo qoftu waxa uu yiraahdo waxa waa ku riyooday taasi dambi ma qono qori ka soo bisay riyoodo sidoo mu haysto waxa la yiraahdo go'aan doesn't have his freedom waxa la yiraahdo freedom ma his own choice ma waxa la yiraahdo free will ma ku haysto wuxuu ku riyoodo qoftu. So when a person, for example, for the Somali for English people, is that when people are listening, dreaming, people do not have free will. People do not choose what they choose. And when people are in states of hallucination, as some people will call it, in these trance states, people do not have this choice as well. And of course, that is it. And when people have this choice, you can't take that away from them. I'm not going to take that away from them. That is their experience. They don't have any evidence for it, but that's their experience. So fantastic. I answered my question. Go ahead.
Can I elaborate?
Go ahead, Ahmed.
Yeah, okay. You were all speaking. I wanted to ask you some questions, yeah? First things first, yeah? You speak about Sufism, yeah? You spoke about spirituality and Ibn Taymiyyah and all the other things, yeah? And let me ask you this question. When you talk about, when you said like the distinction between physical and spiritualism, yeah? You talked about that. And then you talked about that some people will let themselves treat by I forgot the English word.
Metaphysics.
No. Someone psychiater. I don't know how you say that in English.
Huh?
Someone who speaks to you. When you have mental illness, how do you call it in English?
Psychiatrist.
Yeah, psychiatrist. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you have that, yeah. When you talk about spiritualism, yeah, like from the aqidah that I come from the point that I come from, is that in the way of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and this is what I believe, and of the Salaf, is I believe in spiritualism. I believe in spiritualism, and what you said about the disease of the heart and the ruh, they exist.
I believe that too.
Yeah, in many ahadith and many ayats in the Quran. I think the difference between us. Yeah, I think the difference between you and me is how we view it. And I think that it has when you look at the spiritualism, because spiritualism is something that exists in Islam. When the Prophet talks about cleaning the heart, cleaning your consciousness, this has to do with the heart and the soul. But we believe that it has to be within the Islamic rules. So let's say, for example, when we speak about spiritualism, and the way to clean yourself, we have a hadith and ayat in the Quran that tell us the way how to do it. Adhkar is one of them. Reading the Quran is one of them. Doing salah is one of them. Of course, in these days and ages, you have mental illnesses. It's true, they exist. There's no denying of that. The same way as we go to a doctor, the same way as we go to a doctor when we have certain diseases within our bodies that didn't exist in the time of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. When I go to a doctor, it's no bid'ah. When I have a depression, or when I have, maybe I'm bipolar or something, when I go to a psychiatrist and he will try to help me, it's no bid'ah. Unless he uses something that's not within the Islamic rules. But as far as that, if he doesn't use something that's haram.
So do you, Ahmed? I want to ask you a question, brother. Do you think CBT therapy, psychoanalyst therapy, the other therapies are haram or halal?
I don't know those kinds of therapies. Sorry.
Okay. Because they're regarded as halal without a shadow of a doubt. And the thing with bipolar, I actually disagree with you. I don't think bipolar is a mental illness. I think it's a spiritual issue.
No, if they, of course, in certain things, mental illnesses, of course, they have a spiritualism like
a crossover
direction from them. You know,
a crossover.
Someone who's like depressed, of course, maybe but there's also the way of the Islam is like maybe salah is not good, or reading the Quran more, and all those things. I believe that exist. But the thing about me and in the thing of Sufism is that I don't believe that you need someone, or someone can teach you, or you go in a way, or you will like that you say like that you will get a certain experience that doesn't exist in the rules of Islam. I believe that when the Prophet came to us with the law of Allah Azza wa Jalla, with the Quran, that he gave us the way, how the pathway to go on our spiritualist problems. And then I do not believe that you will get in a like certain that you will get a certain experience from something that you will go in a higher place or something like that. Because if that was the case, Allah would have said it in the Quran or in the Ahadith. On to you.
I agree with you, and I understand what you're saying, and I actually follow your logic, Ahmed. And Ahmed, you seem like a knowledgeable person. I agree with you. What I will say to you that in Islam, that they've never historically had a problem with Hadith-based Sufism and Quran-based Sufism. The Sufism they have a problem with is speculative kalam or speculative philosophy. That is the one that they historically had a problem with. So if it's Hadith-based, if it's Quran-based, they have no problem with that. Would you guys acknowledge that? Because I want to create a consensus of what's agreeable, okay?
Yes.
Is that fair? So if it's Hadith and Quran-based Sufism, historically speaking, they've never had a problem with that.
Yes, true.
The problem they've had is with kalam and speculative kalam. They've had a gigantic problem with speculative kalam.
Okay,
and
I've
that would be. Does everyone agree on that consensus?
What was that speculative kalam?
I don't know you're talking about.
Translate that.
The speculative philosophy.
Okay, yeah, philosophy, yeah. Okay.
Speculative philosophy, basically, cross over each other. But that's the best understanding of it. So historically, that's the one they've had an issue with. I would also like to put something else. My problem is, I agree with you 100%. But the reality is that when it comes to I regard the science of the ruh, the science of the soul, to be as you clearly guys stated within the quote today, that it's not in the Quran. The actual definition of the understanding is very limited. We don't have a great understanding. In my opinion, as God said in the Hadith, that I have created this world so that I can know you. It is, in its essence, it's the science, like the fact that the South America and in America that Columbus, people do not know at that time that they didn't have technology, they didn't have satellite, that they didn't have these stuff. These are stuff that Allah, in my opinion, I'm just stating in my opinion, has created so that through our intellect, which it clearly states in the Quran, through ilmi, that we can learn, and through civilization, have a better understanding. That is
But
my
when you,
view.
yeah, but when you go into the state, is that like ilm, like learning the hadith or learning fiqh, or is that doing certain things to get in that kind of state? That's the question for me.
Of course. That's why you need to read the 30 books of Tasawwuf that Ibn Taymiyyah, that you guys love, Ibn Taymiyyah wrote on it, so you have understanding. So instead of you
Okay, what did
arguing
Ibn
with me,
Taymiyyah say? What did Ibn Taymiyyah say?
Ibn Taymiyyah believed in Tasawwuf. He followed the
What
order.
did he believe about
I'll send you some good videos on YouTube so you could talk about it. But Ibn Taymiyyah believed in Tasawwuf. He believed in the purification of the heart. His issue was with Kalam and Sufism that did not have a hadith and Quran based perspective. But he also believed, the crazy thing, he believed in the miracles of the Awli. This is a historical fact. He believed in the miracles of
Karamatul Awliya.
or the friends of Allah, as some would call him.
No, Karam Awliya, I agree. Karam Awliya way to yeah?
Fantastic.
Okay, no.
Hear me out. Well, I remember small speaker. Give me a second. I remember going away a few months back, yeah, and I came online and I was thinking about the
guys. You know how somebody's on the truth. You know how you know somebody's on the truth and someone is on the battle is they cannot stop. They just they're over emotional.
Over emotional. Okay, fantastic.
Come on, man.
I am trying to make it fun and interesting for people. People like you, Allah. What happens is you're boring and people don't want to watch.
Listen, Sufi, man. What's your point? What's your general point that you're trying to make?
Exactly. This guy just going around circles. Wallahi.
Yeah, give us your 3 main points that you want to give right now.
You know what I give me a second. He just acknowledged something that the awliya, that Ibn Taymiyyah believed in the awliya and the miracles of the awliya. So we came to a consensus. What I wanted from the brothers is to actually go read Ibn Taymiyyah's books on Tasawwuf, and next time I come in a few months' time, for you guys to be able to actually discuss this matter without me having to break everything down into 4
Now then, answer my one question. Do you believe in hadith? Yes or no?
Of course I believe in hadith.
So you believe in Sahih Bukhari?
Okay, give me a second, Wallah. Though there's 6 books of hadiths. There's 6 books.
Okay, just say Sahih Bukhari. Sahih Bukhari.
Sahih Bukhari. I believe in some of the hadiths in Sahih Bukhari. Some of them are da'if. Some of them are sahih. Some of them are the highest levels.
See what I mean? People like you are a disease, bro. Because how can you say sihr?
I'm a disease. Okay, well. Okay.
Yes, you just said Sahih Bukhari books are, some of them are. What did you say again? Sihr.
Some of the hadiths in Sahih Bukhari are da'if. Some of them are
See what I mean? Based on what? Who told you they are? And how could you say?
Which carpet did you do?
This is historical. Historical.
See what I mean? Historical. He doesn't give you anything. He just says historical.
No, I'll give you a hadith. The FGM hadith, the one where it says that they did FGM. It has been proven hundreds of years ago that it was da'if. The ones where they talk about the Prophet having sexual diseases and not being able to function. Those ones that alayhim salam are absolutely wrong and da'if.
But which scholar?
Come on, man. This is a basic.
Were they from Sahih Bukhari though?
Wallah, do you worship Sahih Bukhari or do you understand the science of hadith?
So do you accept his hadith or not?
No, numbers. Well, of course I accept it, but I also use the science of hadith. This is basic Sunni Islam, Wallah.
No. You pick and choose what to believe in.
I told you,
you do. It's everything or nothing, bro.
Ahmed's my witness. I told him when it comes to the fiqh, I follow Shafi'i. When it comes to the theology, I follow the Ash'ari school of thought. When it comes to
Ash'ari school of thought, it's complicated. You guys have made Islam.
Let me finish.
Shias, Sufi, Salafi. All because people are so deluded and they can't follow one thing because of their ego. Why can't you just follow one thing?
I'm literally telling you, foundational Islam, wallah.
No, you don't know basic Islam.
With me on the
you don't know basic Islam because you pick and choose which hadith you like and you don't like.
No, wallahi billahi till I swear in the Holy Quran that what I have said is not 1% outside Orthodox Islam. Not one thing that I have said.
You just said you don't follow all of Sahih Bukhari's hadith.
Of course I don't follow all of Sahih Bukhari's hadith.
There you go. And who told you not to? How dare you not follow all of it? How dare you?
There is the science of hadith.
There is the science of hadith. Do you see how far you've gone? You've just gone into this dark abyss that you can never come out from.
Bukhari, that's what you do. You believe
You just
Sahih
lie to
Bukhari.
yourself and you tell yourself,
The
oh,
only thing.
I'm
one at a
allowed to
time.
pick and choose.
One at a time.
This is why Shias exist. This is why all this Salafi, all of this stuff exists, because you people pick and choose what to follow, and your ego won't allow you to accept that you're wrong.
Wallahi. If you believe that Sahih Bukhari is 100%, there's no da'if hadiths, and there's no ulama that have said there's da'if hadiths.
No.
Sahih Bukhari,
I'm going to attack your ulama. Why do you say ulama all the time? Do you know who Qardawi is? Do you know who Qardawi is?
I'm not even going to wallahi.
Ilahi Awi, bro, you're the one who needs Ilahi.
I'm not going to
anyway,
discuss.
Do you know who Qardawi is?
You're not even
I am. No. So let's discuss which ones you don't like.
Going against ulama, you're going against 1,400 years
Oh, ulama. Guess what, guys? I'm going to prove to you that this guy doesn't even follow the ulama. So, guys, listen.
What are you saying? We're going to prove it to you, but come with facts.
No, you are completely out of it.
So listen, Qardawi said, one second.
I don't care about
Oh, you don't care, so now you don't care about ulama, yeah?
Where's Khalid?
There's the science of hadith, and you follow the science of hadith when you're reading.
You follow the science of hadith written by who and made by who? Another person who has no relation to Prophet Muhammad.
Okay, my friend. Now you're
against one at a time.
What do you mean? You just said school of thought, and the school of thought is by a guy who wasn't around when Prophet Muhammad was alive. And you're negating him instead of following the guy who was around.
Hannibal wasn't around the time of the Prophet himself. Well, no, was he alive?
Yeah, but Sahih Bukhari was.
Brother Jamil.
Let me come in. The science of hadith exists. Who said it doesn't exist?
My friend M.
No, it does exist. It's called ilm al-rijal, ilm al-jarh wa ta'dil.
I'm asking you, why are you allowed to follow whoever it is you're following, the school of thought you just said, some random guy I've never heard of? Why do you, is that okay to follow, but not okay to follow Sahih Bukhari? Why is he more important and his understanding of Islam more important? Huh?
I do follow Sahih Bukhari, but
no, but you said some of it you don't follow. So why are you allowed to not follow some?
Within Bukhari, there are da'if hadiths and there's Sahih hadiths and there are high level hadiths. I can't pronounce the word, by the way. But we know
I'm asking you, why are you not allowed to follow some of them?
Because some hadiths are da'if. They don't have a chain of narration that is correct.
Okay, but they were from Sahih Bukhari. So who says that they're da'if? According to who? According to you and your people that you follow.
I told you as a Muslim that I follow Shafi'i and I follow Ash'ari and I follow Taqriri in Tasawwuf.
Okay, we all agree. 1 second. We all agree that those hadiths of Sahih Bukhari are not to be followed, right?
I never said that to you.
You just did. You just said some of them are sahih. Your words.
Manipulation.
Some of them are sahih.
I told you specifically, and wallahi, you're playing a dirty game. And wallahi, you just go
playing a dirty game. I'm asking you, do you follow Sahih Bukhari fully, or do you not? You just said that you follow a school of thought.
What I said to you, listen to me. I said to you, I follow the science of hadith when I am reading Sahih Bukhari. That is the tool that we have.
And what does science of? You can't just use words and not explain them. What does science of hadith mean? It means you follow a school of thought. Right? What is that school of thought?
We have La ilaha illallah. Someone keep this
guy out. Well, one at a time.
I'm sorry, bro. You don't bring anything to the table. I'll ask you a question.
Me and you agree with each other. You're one of those as brother Jamil called. What's the word? Mechanism. That's what you are.
What?
I'm not even going to discuss with you anymore.
I'm sorry, but you have a very low IQ. You have an
extremely low IQ, and maybe when
you're very low. You're very dumb. You're very naturally dumb, unfortunately. And you don't know your religion. You don't know anything about Islam.
You don't even know.
You just come in here and you act like you know.
You're not better than the
You don't know anything about Islam. I'm sorry to be the one to break it to you. You just don't know anything. It's okay to know nothing. It's okay.
You're trying to be more. It's so ignorant.
I'm ignorant, but you need help. Please educate yourself and please only talk when you know what you're talking about.
You believe
you don't have the intelligence or the IQ to back up any of the statements you made. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to break it.
I feel sorry for you. I have pity for you.
I feel sorry for you. You couldn't answer basic questions. You couldn't answer basic questions because you know nothing about Islam. It's okay, bro. It's okay. Google is your friend. Please use Google from now on.
You don't believe in the science?
I mean, it's clear that you ran away from the question because you know nothing.
I told you,
it's okay.
I answered the question many times.
You answered nothing.
This is Orthodox Islam.
I'm going to repeat. Can I repeat the question?
I don't know what you are. You're grown as
You
well.
guys,
You're
you guys,
Can
are
I
you gonna guys listen to each other?
Sorry?
Just
Brother Jamil, well, how come you listen to each other?
listen to each other.
Brother
Bro,
Jamil, I
I
don't know
asked
why
you-
I حكمك السكيني سؤال. What this
I
guy
am.
is
This is
saying,
what I mean, bro. This is what's wrong with people. They're emotional. He's an emotional guy.
The science of حجير وحجير معها. I don't go to you.
Who
say
said
the
what
science.
Masjid? I asked you to explain it. You don't know anything about it.
I did explain to you.
No, I'm asking you. You said science of hadith. So which school of thought do you follow? And does that school of thought, does it go against the hadith? Yes or no? You just said yes because you said some of the hadith is sihr. Therefore, your school of thought is teaching you to not follow some. You said, I'm not the one who said this. You said something very big. You said some of Sahih Bukhari is sihr. So if it's sihr, then you follow a school of thought that believes that the hadith.
Stop doing this. إلهي كبك والله إلهي كبك.
Brother against Sufyan numbers. Hey, brother against Sufyan numbers. I think you're going against each other. Brother numbers. He said some of them are not sahih, not sihr.
Oh, sahih. Okay, my bad. Not sahih, my bad. Sahih. Okay, sahih. Either way.
Thank you, Brother Ahmed, for correcting that.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for correcting me. Regardless, right? Sahih. It means you don't believe it's correct. So your school of thought is teaching you that there's a hadith.
Sahih does not believe it doesn't mean that it's correct.
You just said it's not sahih.
Okay, fantastic. Good. You're right. You got me on that one. I'll take it. You're right.
Yeah, so he says not sahih. That means some of it is not correct. So if it's not correct, that means your school of thought is teaching you that there's a hadith by Sahih Bukhari which is not correct.
Yes.
So why are they allowed to say that? And who are they? And what powers do they have to tell somebody who was around during the Prophet's time that what he's saying is false, but what they're saying is correct?
Wow.
What knowledge do they have? Did Allah contact them? Did Prophet Muhammad come back in time to speak to them?
You just see what he's saying.
Let me say this. I think GS is trying to say that he
No,
didn't
brother,
say that they are not incorrect. Let me try to help you out.
Around at the time of the Prophet.
GS, I'm trying to help you out. Wait. He said what GS is trying to say here is he's not saying there is some the hadiths that are not correct. What he's trying to say here
He said he did, bro. That's what he said. That's what he said.
There is some hadiths which is da'if. That's what he said.
No. He said not sahih, bro. We can't. I'm not allowing you to do this, bro. He said some of the hadith is not sahih.
Okay,
yeah, that's
can
what
I say something about this?
Meaning some of the hadiths are da'if. That's what he means.
That's what. No. That's not what he means. What he means is what he said. He said it's not sahih. That's what he meant. Don't say da'if. You adding because you don't want. Because you just want to change your argument now that you can talk. That's not how it works.
GS, are you saying the hadiths are incorrect or some of them are da'if? Just clarify.
Well, I'm saying to you with the science of hadith, if you actually go back into watching the stream, that some of them are da'if and some of them sahih. But this guy also made.
See, he just made it right now. Some are not sahih.
No, but give me a second. He also made the craziest line. If you guys go back and go back 3 or 4 minutes, he said that Sahih Bukhari was around at the time of the Prophet alayhi salam.
You mean Imam Bukhari, not Sahih Bukhari?
Or Imam Bukhari. Imam Bukhari was not around at the time of the Prophet alayhi salam.
No, that's false. Yeah. Bukhari was around after 200 years.
Yeah,
no, 600 years.
No, 200.
You sure about that?
Yeah, 600 years, bro.
It's 200, akhi, I know.
No, 600.
Okay, I'm gonna search up.
Google it, wallahi.
Brothers, it doesn't matter. It was after the time of the Prophet. It was not at the time of the Prophet.
Yeah.
So that's clear.
والله بس بكبح عاوز صحريه والله
listen.
No, because هذا واحد باطل تهضليسا
brother
وانا
against
ugu fahmay saaxib suufiyadu inay khaldan yihiin inay daal yihiin misguided yihiin ilaahay ha gaargareeyo meela guide
listen brothers
wallahi man you guys man ilaahay raawi man even Brother Jamil wallahi Brother Jamil has more sense to you. This guy told me that the wahada Bukhari was around at the time of the Prophet alayhi salam. Let's just digest what he just said, man. And he called me dumb. He told me I was intellectual. I had a low IQ. Bukhari
Okay, listen. It seems I was incorrect regarding this the era, but you're still dumb. You're still stupid.
Because take I need to get
والله صاحب
والله wow
One second, G. So you follow. One second. So Sahih Bukhari wasn't even alive during the time Prophet, right?
No, Imam Bukhari, akhi, you gotta be right with the terms. Sahih Bukhari is the kitab.
Yeah, Imam Bukhari.
Imam Bukhari, yeah.
Yes, it was not that time.
So you say okay. So you said he's not. So you said he's not around time, yeah? So you still haven't answered the question. Say what? So I was wrong regarding that aspect. So you still haven't answered the question. Why do you follow some of it and you don't follow the rest when you're supposed to follow? When the Sahih Bukhari books are considered authentic by all scholars.
Okay, well, Allah. Do you know that that the Maliki for example, the Maliki hadiths, they came a lot earlier than the Bukhari hadiths.
The book.
Imam
Shafi'i. Did you say Imam Shafi'i?
No, Imam Malik, Muwatta Imam Malik was one of the hadith. Yeah, he's right on that.
Yes. Do you know the Hanafi hadith, which another school of within the fourth fiqh came way before Bukhari as well?
Well, what book of Hanafi? Abu Hanifa was not known for hadith.
He was da'if.
No, he actually had a collection of hadith that he produced.
Okay, no, he didn't.
Wallah, he did. Wallah, I'm not lying to you. Wallah.
Well, what's the book called?
I don't know on top of my head, but you could Google it. You could check it out. It's historical fact. This is historical stuff, Wallah. This is basic Sunni Islam. There's no gray area in this. This is black and white. We do the evidence. If you want me to go stream it, I'll Google it and I'll figure it out. I need to go to bed now. What I'm saying to you guys, brother, Wallah. Dindi no parada. Brother Jamil, well, you thought Bukhari was alive at the time of the Prophet. You do not have a leg to stand on.
No, I do have a leg to stand on because you said it's not Sahih. You said Sahih Bukhari is not Sahih. You committed a sin.
I'm talking about number M.
You said the hadith is not Sahih. I haven't said anything major. You made a huge statement.
But if you're gonna go
crying because you've been caught in a corner, you made a massive statement where you said Sahih Bukhari is not. There's some of it which is not Sahih.
Listen, Bukhari.
You don't know anything about Malik.
Listen, Bukhari.
Because you must message Choga. waxa ka hadlayaan wuxuu ma garanaya Brother
Jahil baatay
listen
ended I'm calling you without
Jahil Sufi
thank you walaalo
Sufi sahib
much love to you walaalo Bukhari was alive
Jahil Sufi
ilahay daawiyo
Jahil Sufi
take care walaalo and anyone
he's going to run away because he doesn't know anything about Islam doesn't know anything.
Please brothers, can I say something
Alhamdulillah. Ahmed,
if I go to the day of judgment, I'm not going to be called for the age of you said Sahih Bukhari is not Sahih. You've done it a million times worse. Million times. Just remember that.
Walalo. If you don't, do you believe in the science of hadith?
Bro, you don't know anything. You just said it's not Sahih. You said some of Sahih Bukhari is not Sahih. Please remember what you said and go to sleep knowing that you've committed a major sin. Go to sin knowing you committed a major sin. Thank you. Please repent.
This is Orthodox Islam. I'm
sorry, you know nothing about Islam. You just said Sahih Bukhari. Some of it is not Sahih. You made that statement, not me.
Not the only thing that is 100% authentic is the Quran, and which is the word of Allah. The hadith cannot be.
So you don't think Sahih Bukhari is authentic?
I do not believe that it's 100% correct.
So which ones are correct? Which ones are not correct?
Yeah, which ones are da'if?
You study. This is the thing, man. Bro. It's two books. Sahih Bukhari and the Quran. They're not very big books, bro. They're not encyclopedias. So can you please point out which ones you don't believe in?
Well, I even quoted the ones that talk about the Prophet having sexual disease and not being able to function, which in my opinion completely haram. The ones that talk about FGM, which is completely regarded as the if. Three of the schools.
Subhanallah.
Where do you get it from?
FGM.
Okay, where do you get it from?
Because there's 4 schools of Islam. I want to teach you basically.
No problem. 1 second. So, do you believe in the hadith where the Prophet Muhammad says, "Drink camel urine"? Do you believe that?
Thank you, Wallah.
I'm saying. So, do you believe in the hadith where Prophet Muhammad tells some travelers to drink camel's milk and camel's urine? Do you believe in that?
Hadith. I have to do the research on that. I've never come across the hadith yet.
Of course, you never come across it because you don't read the hadith.
No, because Wallah, this is the person that thought Bukhari was alive at the time of the Prophet.
Who cares? You said, you literally said, Sahih Bukhari, some of it is not Sahih. You committed a major sin. You committed a bigger sin than everyone. Just remember,
I can't go to hadith without looking at the change of narration.
Just remember, it's the 23rd of January. 2021, and you said some of Sahih Bukhari is not sahih, not correct. You made that
I said,
statement. Very big
well, I
statement.
said there's sahih hadiths, numbers. I said there's sahih hadiths and there's sahih hadiths.
No. You said not sahih. Very strong words.
Don't lie, Muhammad, be quiet for a second. You can literally go back to the YouTube video and you will literally
Yes
quote
or
me.
no? Did you say sahih? Everybody heard you say the word sahih. Everybody heard you.
Just now,
Everybody heard you use the word sahih.
Yes. Just right now, you know what you said, yeah? Only Quran is authentic, nothing else.
No, only Quran is 100% perfect.
So there you go. So you
don't
agree.
believe in hadith
So you still stand by your statement.
No, the hadiths are not 100% perfect.
He's saying the Quran is the only perfect book.
Yes.
Which is true, man.
So So hold on a second. We know that we already know that, but we're saying you made a statement. You said some of Sahih Bukhari is not Sahih. Yes or no?
What I said to you is
there you go. He can't even admit it when he knows. Everybody here knows that's what he said.
No. You can watch the YouTube video. Anyone who's online, please watch the YouTube video. You will see the level of ignorance of this man. You will literally see the level of ignorance of this kid.
You used the word sahih. We heard you, bro.
There are hadiths that are da'if and there are hadiths that are sahih. This is an orthodox Sunni position,
Okay, we're going to ask Brother Jamil. Brother Jamil. Yes or no? Did he use the word sahih?
Yeah, he did use the word sahih. But what we're talking about here is, like, let's put Sahih Bukhari to our side for a minute.
Yeah, exactly.
You're right, cool. Let's put that to our side.
This is why I say Salat I'm out of the window.
When we talk about hadith, yeah, there's an authentic hadith, which is like sahih. There's a da'if hadith. There's a hasan, and so this is
there's
the
Aziz
that we're talking about. Yeah, so this Aziz like mutawatir and all this.
We'll talk about Sahih Bukhari though.
Yeah, but sahih. I'm talking about hadith is in general.
No. But in this case, we were specifically talking about the Sahih Bukhari hadiths, and this guy made a very clear statement. Some of them are not
Bukhari
sahih.
Sahib,
It's the most authentic book after the book, innit? After the Quran. Simple.
There's some scholars say there's only 5 hadiths in Bukhari which is da'if.
Yeah, like the likes of Daraqutni and Mawardi and there is scholars that say that there's a few da'if hadith.
But it's authentic, authentic.
But the majority of the book is authentic,
99%.
And everything Bukhari doesn't mean, listen guys.
No, it is.
All the hadith doesn't mean it's all in Bukhari.
And
Bukhari
if those
selectively pick the sahih ones. Do you know what I'm saying? And then he piled them together. And Bukhari was born 800 years after Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Okay, that's false.
Yes, that's 250 years. 250 years.
Google it now.
Give me a second.
But gangster Sufi, this is the only thing that you can hold on to. This is the only thing that you can hold on to. Is this one point. Just remember, you made a much bigger point. You said Sahih Bukhari is not Sahih. That's what you said, bro. It's a very big statement.
We'll talk next time about this one. Like, Khalid needs to cut this up and put this online because this is the most hilarious story ever.
No,
I just want to finish. Robert, give me a second.
You lie about number. You lied about them. You lied about the.
You know what? I'll pause. You not be quiet. I don't want to embarrass you. Just be quiet. Let me have my moment.
I want you to embarrass me. I've already embarrassed you. You embarrassed yourself.
Give me a second. Give me a second.
You attacked the authentic hadith and said.
Let me say my goodbyes in peace, Walala.
Now you've been disrespectful now.
No, there's a reason why I'm doing that.
Well, you've been a disrespectful.
What I have said to you, Jamil, hack by yourself. I have no space for this world. To the people to my fans who have DM'd me, have messaged me on Instagram and Facebook and said where I have gone, your brother is back. Please support Khalid, donate, subscribe. Also, brothers, please watch this video again and listen to
we're not going to let you. Go to sleep.
Let me have my piece.
Bro, look, man, you're getting very emotional. Just stick to your guns. Stick to what you said. That's what we're saying.
Brother Khalid, because he's gone to do the stream thing for donations and stuff like that. Just almost his shoulder. What I'm gonna say to my brothers over here, Somali Hanorato, Somali Hanorato, Somali Hanorato, Mudu Somato, Homon, Yuwanag, Alagasio, I mean that.
What's on you? I mean,
it's confused guy, man.
It is confused.
Shouldn't pay attention to people like that anyway, man. These ways.
What does the guy believe in وحدة الوجود?
Sufis, they believe that. They believe that ilahi wax kasta ku jiro. You know?
Yeah.
And that's kufr as well. That's kufr as well.
Your
Because you're saying ilahi is in
frame,
the
jump back
food,
on.
Allah is in the pig, Allah is inside. Some of them say, why should I worship ilahi? I am ilahi.
Yeah. That's what Ibn Arabi says.
Yeah, Ibn Arabi, exactly. Rabba Gal, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, just a minute ago, Wahamkudi, do you believe that some scholars can see ilahi? He said, yeah, ilahi's got the ability. However, he backtracked it. And that is kufr as well. Even Ibn Taymiyyah is talking about, say this is haram totally. No one can see ilahi. Even Musa, who was the closest to Allah, he said, oh Allah, arini an arak. Yani, let me see you. إلهي لن تراني ولكن انظر إلى الجبل. But you cannot see me by looking to the mountain. فلما مركو أركي إلهي نور كيس, some of the light of Allah hit the mountain exploded. And he fell down, he was unconscious. When he woke up, he be witness to Allah. That means no one can see. Ilahi's power is too much to be in this earth. And for us to see Ilahi in the Akhirah, we're going to have a different body than this body. Because Ilahi, we can't see Ilahi with this kind of body. It's too weak. This earth cannot even take it, bro.
صحيح.
So, Sufiyada, way khaldan yihiin, waa daalin. Wallahi billahi, things they ka hadlaan khuraafaadka. One guy, do you know, in the time of
Shi'ada sahib leeyihiin.
Shi'ada sahib leeyihiin. Another thing as well, you remember ninki la oran jiray Abdul Qadir Jilani. Abdul Qadir Jilani, in his time, there were Sufis who
Salafi buu habe. Salafi buu markii dambe.
Salafi buu ahaa.
Yeah. He was a Salafi, man.
He was Salafi. Abdul Qadir Jilani, waqtigiisii, people were worshipping, they were doing dhikr in the masjid. And one of the scholars says, if you see a light after you make dhikr, that means now you're taking knowledge from Ilahi. That means you can do zina.
I'm leaving, brother. Assalamu alaikum.
Who's that?
Ahmed.
Okay. So he said you can do everything. Everything's halal for you. So now, so they used to believe in that. So when they see the nur Ilahi and everything architecture, sorry, they used to see not nur Ilahi, but they used to see this light, which is from Shaitan. They used to believe that was from Ilahi, and that means from today you are going to Jannah, you're guaranteed Jannah. You can do any haram you want. And then Abdul Qadir Jilani, one night he was in his house, a cloud of light came to his room, and he spoke to him. And he said, Abdul Qadir Jilani, I'm your ilaha, worship me. And today you don't have to worship me. You are in a great stage. And he said,
no more salah for you anymore.
Huh?
Salah don't be iska daa baa lagu yiri.
Salah don't iska daa, wax walba iska daa baa lagu yiri. Haram, khamri, ab, wax walba samee. Today you're going to Jannah. And then he said, muxuu yidhi, wa'bud rabbaka hatta ya'tika al-yaqin. Ilahi muxuu yidhi, worship Allah until death comes to you. So you are shaitan, you are a liar. Allah will not tell me in the Quran, worship Allah until you die. And then you're telling me today, don't do everything you want. Yeah. So from that verse, Allah saved him. And this Sufis, the majority of them are lost.
Yeah, Shaitan tricks them, bro. They had some mad dreams, yeah? وصبح كله وحنا أوليو.
Yeah. Have you read Ibn Jawzi's book Tablis Iblis? He talks about the Sufis.
Yeah. It's a great book. It's a great book. Tablis Iblis, Ibn Jawzi.
All the types of Ahlul Bidah.
And people get confused with Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyya and Jawzi. Ibn Jawzi. Ibn Jawzi is a different guy.
Yeah. Ibn Qayyim is Ibn Taymiyyah.
No, a teacher, yeah. He's a student of Ibn Taymiyyah. صح.
Yeah. أخي, the Sufis hate Ibn Taymiyyah.
They hate him, bro. Wallahi, they hate him. Wallahi, billahi. He's against them. But when he's talking about Sufism, he's talking about tasfiyah, how to be closer to Allah, to clean
purify the soul. Yeah.
Purify your soul. But it doesn't mean you can do bid'ah, you can do whatever you want. This guy's talking about, I really believe some guy touching your head doing probably some sihr, and then you go to a different dimension. Wallahi, this guy is nuts, wallahi. He's nuts, wallahi.
Yeah. Akhi, you know, Sufism is a step to the Shia. That's what it is.
Yeah, 100%. I agree.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. They are friends. They are friends. Really tight friends.
Yeah. But Akhi, you see the West, they promote the Sufis.
Yeah, of course. Because everything is like peace for them, and you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So they compromise a lot. So that's where they love them.
They kind of like modern, kind of.
Yeah, like Allah were moderate, were liberal Muslims, all the Sufis and the Ash'ari, all of them.
Yeah,
100%, 100%.
you know what's funny when someone says I'm a Shafi'i Sufi and a Shafi'i Ashari, like Imam Shafi'i is against them. It's a funny thing.
Who? Shafi'i.
Yeah. You know,
Shafi'i was Salafi, bro. Shafi'i was Salafi.
yeah, I know, but you know what's his name? That Sufi guy that came on. He was saying that I'm Shafi'i and I'm Sufi at the same time.
It doesn't work.
The thing is, even Abu Hassan al-Ash'ari, that they claim that they follow, like if you see books like
at the
Ibana,
last
the
minute when he was
Ibana,
dying,
Usul
he
Diyana,
repented,
he repented from all that.
Yeah. 100%. 100%. والله رقيدي bro. marka suufiyadaniyo hadduu next time imaado wax badan baan soo diyaarinaya wallahi wax badan baan soo diyaarinaya
war waan gubaynaa badee ruqya wallah war shaydaan baa ku jira moogtay
shaydaan weyn baa ku jira saaxiib shaydaan weyn baa ku jira wallahi billahi
anaka wadajoonin Soomaaliya now ya duu Samareeb dhulkaas oo dhan masaajidadii bay xidheen ictisaamka masaajidadoodii day oo wada xidheen afti ictisaam cabaad baa ka socday marka
والله
they are crying bro مساجدة فرع
الحمد لله bro الحمد لله
but akhi one generation it took the Salafis to take over Somalia, like the Sufis that fell out like in Somalia, like
اخواني baa soo gashay markii hore moogtahay
yeah
you remember the inanta my ikhwaaniyad baa you know when they see a girl with a big hijab.
Yeah, but you know, like marka laga hadlo, you know, Sheikh Ali Machertaniyo, they were up on the Da'wah Salafiyya, but it was too weak. It was like Da'wah Salafiyya was there, but like walaga badna. Like,
are you talking about the Musa Bakr guy?
Yeah, you know,
old man.
Sheikh Ali Machertaniyo, yeah. So Da'wah Salafiyya, we could say, and then in the 70s, was all about Ka'alay. You know, you have the Ittihad key, the books, the books of Sayyid Qutb and Abdullah Azam will start coming in, and the books of Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab were introduced, start coming in as well. So but so the Sufis now are a minority in Somalia, man.
Yeah.
They're a minority, man.
That's true.
Just wallahi billah masaajidkum bay joogaan, all they do come around your house wadaadadii ri u qala markii dambe wata laha wadaadadu beer ka
xaydhala waa cunaano ilaahay ma yaabtaan
nasiisaane
waxay yidhaahdeen geesaa burburane ridu waa balaaye wankaa barida la balaayada kaa dabaala
wallahi la Sufis
waxay rabaan wan bari weyn loo barida la kici kari bay rabaan moogtii lagu yaqaanaa cuntaay cunaan waa lagu yaqaanaa
in your dhikriyo dacwana ma garanayaan
the only they do is eat. That's it.
Okay, you know the Sufis, Imam Shafi said they're lazy. That's what they are. They're built on laziness. That's what they are.
100%. Is that what Ibn Taymiyyah said?
I never saw
Shafi.
Oh, subhanallah. Look at that. Bro.
Weligii ma arkin Sufi ka hadlaya tawheed. I never see them teaching or studying the books of tawheed.
Okay, they don't know nothing about hadith. Like you saw what GS was saying.
Alfiyatu ibn Malik iyo Shafi'i iyo maxaa la dhahaa waxa Quraanka xifdigooda caadi maaha laakiin diinta waxba kama yaqaanaan bro.
Yeah.
waa ahli bid'a proper ahli bid'a weeyaan.
Waxa kaliya ta dhigtaan ma garanaysaan like the fiqh. Like waxa arkaysaa
fiqh Shafi'i daase.
Sufi minhajko dhan ba dhameeyay arkaysaa.
Wallahi. Ani oo baxa shirkana ma yaqaanaan.
They read Imam Ghazali's books.
Imam Ghazali here.
They read his kutubs.
Yeah. كتبي ساقسان
Imam Ghazali ضعيف حديث in there.
ضعيف حديث big time والله.
Major عقيدة mistakes there.
سبحان الله العظيم. These people are funny man.
سري ابن
قبوراي تجيان والله بالله.
ابن زيد قولهم.
I remember one time مليون Somaliland كنت هلي back مكان يرى.
ورشق أول برخلا يوسف كينون ويش داري إيش ورمها أحمد البدوي بلايو سيلعي أنت هسه مقامك كشري مالك استا
crazy
بابين هذا عدلين نقطة they don't get nothing man.
Yeah, no one's joining the dawah.
No one goes there.
Yeah.
ورا صعبتها
hargeysa ka dhicin hargeysana waxa soo baxay niman berberaawi iyo nimankaas hadda haystaba
بربراوي السلفي الشيخ طف ويان طف
مقبل سوري
شيخ عبد الكريم حسن حوشنا از طف از ويل
حسن حوش شيخ احمد ايدي ورجع هايستني
والسلفيين طب ويان
yeah because the students from مقبل ابن هادي وهادي
ابن هادي له نحرس there was top guy top guy man والله
لكن دمات شيعة كسرت لكن
ولد قال مين ولد قال دمات مان نيجي يحيى الحاجوري باهيستينا
يحيى
حاجورينا هل يحاجوري ويسكت ويسكت
دباتي لينيو دباتهم كنا عين مكان waxa weey mataqaana waxa weey bila faralaab hawska mudaya
صح
ma fahamti waxaan ku iri halganka iyo gaal xisaabtanka iyo sheekooyinka waa laga cararaya waxa lagu jira daya wuxuu ku leeyahay salafiga amin the Meccan period kufu aydikum
والله
ما فهمتي
هي
ولي مدينه مو سو غادي ودنا الذين يقاتلون بانهم ظلموا
وانهم
على نسل القضيه ولي مو سو غادي كواس
هي سبحان الله وكوي سلفين halka jooga
de waxa ku sheekh damaaj iyo rag qoon rabiic al-madkhal iyo dhan ka amar qaatada iminka UK masaajidada baan baa la iska dhigay meela qaar ah niba geli kartid wa asbabs de Abu Khadija iyo waxa jooga Abu Ciyaad iyo waxan
اس بوب سين انا waxaan ku nacay salafiinta eeg salafiinta اس بوب
they made tabdi on a matters that are not even aqeedah like if I don't agree with you then you become a mubtadi like look at the amount of scholars that they dropped Falih al-Harbi Abu Hasan al-Ma'ribi
Ibn Hadi
Muhammad ibn Hadi they dropped him as well So if you say, listen, I'm going to take from Muhammad ibn Hadi, I don't agree with what Rabi' or Ubayd al-Jabiri or Abdullah Bukhari said, bro, you're getting laid down. You're not part of it.
That's madness.
That's madness.
Where does it say Islam, akhi? You have to follow a sheikh. Only ma'asumka wa ilahi, Nabi Muhammad wa yani.
Yeah, do you know what Abu Khadija called how we're going to test people on Sheikh Rabi'?
Yeah. You know what they do? They use the self-atar about like, you know, Abu Ayyub as-Sakhtiyani said, you know, if you live in Iraq and you see Sufyan al-Thawri and he doesn't believe like he's a sheikh, he's a mubtadi'.
But do you know, Jay, they take that out of context. Yeah. Now, all right, you said, which they do a lot, they use the athar and the aqwal of the ulama, yeah? Now, my question is, can the aqwal of the ulama be a dalil? That's the question.
No, they can't. They can't.
Yeah. A dalil has to be an ayah from the Quran, hadith, or the ijma' of the Salaf. What they do is they trick you and said, oh, the Salaf used to do this. The Salaf never used to get out of bid'ah.
ابن القيم صعب ابن القيم حول شري العلم ما قال الله وقال رسوله
وقال أصحابه
وقال الصحابة هم أولو العرفان.
Yeah.
That's it.
قال رسول الله أصحابه وحي. So if Imam Malik says don't give salam to Ahlul Bid'ah, for example, and they make that manhaj salaf, can you make that manhaj salaf and say that the salaf used to do it? Say Imam Malik used to do it.
No, but Imam Malik said everyone could be taken except the person in the qabr.
Straight up. So that's why I say, bro, come on, man. And the support for the support that they show for the Dawaqid, like Salman, now they are dying under the secular banner of Khalifa al-Haftar in Libya. You know that they're fighting for democracy.
You know, it's so crazy. You know, when you see a Salafi nowadays, you have to ask them, are you spobs?
You have to, bro. Wallahi.
Wallahi, it's true. You know, S-Popsy, واحد رجل مرته رجل S-Popsy واحد شغله يا.
Yeah.
Wallahi, I used to remember back in the days, and there used to be guys like that. Wallahi, a sheikh will come Fajr, he will teach us Quran. Or another brother who was one of our brothers, he used to teach us Quran Tajweed and that. Yeah, they were not even going to that. Straight away, حورني Sheikh Al-Albani ninka هو بدعي. ninka kale بدعي. ninka kale بدعي.
You know, the first time the first time I came in contact with them was 2005. Yeah, I was listening to a tape of Sharif Abdul Noor. Yeah, I was listening to Sharif Abdul Noor, and one of them came to me and said, "Listen, ninka waxba kasya mubtadi' weeye." And then I know who Sharif Abdul Noor was. That's the first time on this sect, Maghlay. Then I start doing the research on them. Abu Hakim, Abu Khadija. I've seen all of them real life in the masjid. Like they were giving lectures. So I just sat down and think like, you know what, okay. Then I start doing more research on them. Then I start seeing them dropping scholars after scholar, refuting brothers on the things that not even aqidah. What furu' way? So furu' ba laga hadlaya علشان like they force you to take the opinion of Rabi'. Like if you don't agree with us, then you're against us. Like this
100%.
That's the manhaj. And they've been running away from bid'ah hisbiyya and calling people hisbis until they became a hisbi themselves.
100%.
Wallahi.
And you know that's where it comes to ghulu.
Of course.
You know, extremists. That's what happens when you do ghulu. You're gonna Allah is good at bro.
Of course. Like all of them, they're divided. The ones in the match and the ones in the US and here, they're all divided, bro.
Yeah, even in Saudi, like
even Saudi, the big division, bro.
Wallah, it's true.
Yeah. Look,
and this guy
Ismail, you know what annoyed me? Like, was it 5 or 4 years ago? Salih Suhaimi and Sheikh Falah Ismail, they came to us. Was it? Yeah. So they came to us.
iminka inaar eg ilaan ku dhaariye iminka GS wuxuu leeyahay الشباب iyo waxan waa salafiinta they're not salafis but waa khawarij waxan
they are extremists those ones
khawarij
they're not even salafi maaha way sheegtaan like if you look at the salafi
I hold the opinion khawarij to muslimin maaha that's the opinion
yeah that's my opinion as well that's my opinion as well
and that's the opinion of Abu Umamah al-Bahili so that's the
Ibn Baz said that as well.
100%
because النبي يقول يمرقون الإسلام كما يمرق السهم من الرمية يقتلون أهل الإسلام
ويقتلون أهل الأوثان
قال لي دايم مثل الدلال
it's true نبي نساس وحيد حدان أركي لهان لقتلتهم كقتل عاد سيدا عاد لو دلي له دلي بمثل لها أوصى حديث كلنا وكلاب أهل النار
كلاب أهل النار أو هم كلاب النار أو كلاب أهل النار
or the dogs of hellfire subhanallah
the dogs of the people of the hellfire so man nimankaas khatar weyn
these people wallahi these people are sick man they're sick wallahi even Sheikh Al-Albani Ibn Uthaymin all of them fatwa diben you can't blow yourself up in a bus you can't blow yourself up in an airplane you can't do none of that
you can't kill some people mas haram
it's not allowed haram weyan Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam when he used to go to a battlefield he would not even he would say leave the churches do not break churches do not kill innocent people do not kill men and women do not kill old men
that's
you get
good,
it and look at these people when they're fighting wallahi it's like hawayan bro they're animals man
bro, they blow up mosques what are you talking about
they blow up mosques exactly wallahi they blow up mosques
they're criminals
they make takfir on each other. That's the thing.
Some of them, if you drink alcohol, you're kafir. Where do they get that from? They're too extreme, bro. Wallahi.
Yeah.
You know?
They are so dangerous. Wallahi billahi ta'ala. They are dangerous. And they are too extreme, man.
Yeah, wallahi.
But yeah, alhamdulillah, man. Nowadays, I know clearly even better has to tag it even now. Asbab Sri Lali. تبليغ يجي لالي خوارج تيجي لالي نجي لالي بلا يكون عليه
100% أنا هو أملانا والله
وقت اللي تشوف that you remember the hadith of Hudayfa when Hudayfa came to the prophet and he told him about the fitan and he told him there will be people on the gates of hellfire calling people say like come to our way you remember that long hadith and he told him what should I do when that time comes and there's no imam that unites the Muslims
and they're from your
and he goes all to the tree that's the hadith all these people that the people that call it from the gates of the hellfire is all this is ashab and all this hisbis and the jama'at and all this the ahlul bid'ah that you see man I'm telling you
100% wallahi
100%
I know that's why I left him bro wallahi that's why I left him you know I quite extreme bro wallahi billahi these kids I'm shocked man they don't salat way garanayan that's it hadith ma baranay Arabic ma baranayan all day they just in the masjid كانوا أهل بدعة كانوا أهل بدعة
you know and sirah as well when you meet these madkhalis they don't know anything of the fiqh
they don't
haven't studied books of usul al-fiqh or
hadith they don't know anything about hadith as well and
All
tajweed
full Salasai, Kitab al-Tawheed. We studied that when we were like
little kids.
Somalia, when we were little kids, man.
Yeah.
Wallahi.
Yeah.
Yeah, wallahi.
No, but you know that the teachers don't teach them anything. That's the thing, man. They're not going to the books of the Salaf and that.
Yeah, wallahi.
They just learn Kitab al-Tawheed and they think they're ulama.
Kitab al-Tawheed.
Kitab al-Tawheed is a book, you know. Wallahi, most of them don't even learn it.
Yeah, I have it with me right here. It's a good book.
Yeah, it's a good book.
It's a good book. You study. It's good to start with the Kitab al-Tawheed, then Kashf al-Shubahat. Yeah, it deals with all the doubts.
Yeah.
So, yeah, man. They're great books. I ain't gonna lie, but the thing is, like, when it comes to fiqh, like in the West, we need more fiqh. We need people that can give like fatwa in the fiqh. Like, we need that. But
yeah, it's true.
And then what they're doing is like, as a Somalis here, they're forcing us to learn the Hanafi fiqh. Like even in Medina University.
Yeah, it's true.
You know, and I'm talking about the Hanbali.
You know, Shafi'i, but no, Shafi'i is good, man.
Yeah, we have to.
Yeah, we have to. Yeah, because what they
But you know, these people are against the madahibs. That's what they say, that we follow the Salafi madhab.
No, علماء egg صح سيهين انه egg. We don't follow any madhab blindly.
Any madhab, but we have to stick to the madhab.
They follow them blindly. ما قرأتي. But us when we're following علماء, they're making it easy for us.
Yeah, because there's one division, like for example, Somalia, like 100% we are when it comes to fiqh, we follow Imam Shafi'i on a matter of fiqh. Because if we introduce a new madhab into the country, then it's going to be conflict, and it's going to be a division.
Yeah, 100%.
They don't want that. So that's why the Somali students, when they graduate from Medina University, they have to sit down and learn the Shafi'i fiqh. Yeah,
100%. Yeah. 100%. But you know, Imam Shafi'i, left to give to Hukornaya. If you see a hadith or any of my ideas against hadith, Quran, all the hadith, throw it on the wall. Do not follow me blindly.
Yeah, but the Saudis are not pushing the Hanbali madhab like wow, do you know?
Huh?
The Saudis are pushing the Hanbali madhab like wow, and Ahmed ibn Hanbal never had a book.
No. We're not accepting.
You know that? You know Ahmed ibn Hanbal, he never wrote one book of fiqh.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's true. Is Imam Shafi'i who started it?
Yeah, he wasn't. Ahmed ibn Hanbal wasn't a fiqh muhin.
It's true, Allah. It's true.
It's hadith.
That's why the two strongest madhabs were the Shafi'i and the Maliki fiqh.
Yeah, it's true.
But ikhwan, look at the scholars that Hanbali madhab has had. Ibn Taymiyyah, Ibn Qayyim. Who else we have got? Ibn Qudama. I mean, so many scholars like.
Yeah, but when you look at the Shafi'i, we're talking about the Ghazali. Wow, when we talk about Shafi'i, yeah, like we're talking about
Ghazali. Scholars follow Shafi'i, you know that?
Yeah, the majority major scholars Islam are
Hadith. Yeah, the Hadith scholars, the Shafi'i. Yeah. Dhahabi, Ibn Hajar.
Yeah, Mawardi.
Allah, I love Mawardi. Ibn Mawardi, he's going. I love it, man.
Yeah. What's his name? Ghazali himself. Fakhruddin al-Rasi.
But those are Ash'ari.
Yeah, they're Ash'ari, but they're Shafi'i as well.
Yeah, even Abu Imam Nawawi is also Ash'ari as well.
Yeah. But the thing is, you can't study. It's funny, yeah. This is the funny thing. You can't study the Shafi'i fiqh without going through the books of Ghazali, without going through the books of Fakhruddin al-Rasi, Nawawi, Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani.
Yeah.
It's true, Allah. It's true.
Imam Nawawi is the top scholar in the Shafi'i madhab. Really.
Scholars علماء وحيرها السلفيين we don't call him أهل البدعة because you know خير كيسا كبلا even though أشعري لكن خير كيسا كبلا.
I ain't gonna lie. If certain people would have called Nawawi and Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani Ahl Bid'ah, they would have.
There's people that do that.
Wallahi.
I've seen Khawarij even say, you know.
No, Khawarij ما Khawarij نقدر كونسوا أهل البدعة. لكن سلفيين left to go there. I never seen anybody calling them.
Some extreme Salafis. They say Abu Hanifa. They attack Abu Hanifa.
They do. Yeah.
Yeah. They call him. He's big on hadith and stuff like that. Yeah, he is big on hadith.
Yeah, that's true.
And all of his majority of his stuff is just ra'i. You know. But I don't go Abu Hanifa. I don't rate him on that in that situation. But we have to respect him as one of the imams of Abu Hanifa.
He's a tabi'i as well, isn't it?
Yeah. And he met some of the companions as well.
Yeah, he met Anas ibn Malik. Subhanallah.
He's a good scholar, man. Abu Hanifa.
Yeah.
I love it when he was he had a Jewish man next to his house and he used to give him food and everything, man. He's treated nicely, man. His stories were is amazing, man. MashaAllah.
Yeah, Abu Hanifa, Ahmed, Shafi, Malik. There was Awza'i had a madhab as well, innit?
Yeah. Sufyan al-Thawri as well.
Sufyan al-Thawri as well.
Yeah, some ulama held the opinion Sufyan al-Thawri is like a greater fiqh than Abu Hanifa.
Yeah. But the thing is, I mean, like, I think it depends on the students that, innit? Like, because if you look at the Shafi'i madhab, the most important student of like the Imam Shafi'i had was Imam al-Muzani. If it wasn't for Muzani, we wouldn't even see the Shafi'i madhab. Wallah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Muzani was one of the Imam Muzani was one of the most important students of Imam Shafi'i from the Shafi'i madhab.
Yeah. Because it's the students, and like the madhab is also political, because the Khulafa, that sometimes they take the madhab as like the Abbasids, they try to take the Maliki madhab. They try to follow Abu Hanifa, and that's what you see in India, like most of them are Hanafis now. So therefore,
because the Hanafi madhab is a bit more relaxed, isn't it?
Yeah, it's lenient.
Yeah, while the Shafi'i madhab is like.
Akhi, if you had the Shafi'i madhab in India, you wouldn't see Hindus. Like.
Yeah, Shafi'i
What was
madhab.
that, guys? What was that?
Shafi'i madhab is like a bit strict, isn't it?
Yeah. No, I was saying the Shafi'i madhab in India, there would be no Hindus, because the jizya, no jizya for mushrikeen.
Yeah.
Okay. Nah, like wallahi, I've seen Asian people, they follow Imam Abu Hanifa blindly, bro.
It's true.
Yeah, they follow blindly.
That's the only scholar that they know, isn't it?
Blindly. I debated with some of them. Yeah, they tell you, nah, he's a ma'soom. Ma'soom means he can't make mistakes,
So he's better than Abu
Abu
Bakr then.
Hanifa told you, don't follow me, follow the hadith. But I could be wrong. I can make mistakes. Subhanallah, these people make them ma'soom, man. It's madness.
Yeah.
Wallahi billah, it's crazy, man.
But you know what it is? They don't read the books. That's the problem. They're just following the scholar.
And majority are Sufis anyway. So ayuko waxa bada bas kuma galaan diinta ma sibir bartaan.
Yeah.
Diobandis, isn't it? Mostly like all these Jama'at all Diobandis.
Yeah.
And Berlawi is called Galway Kwasi. Are you talking about Ahmed Rida Khan and that? Now Arab Kwasi will come back.
Ikhwa, have you heard about this guy, Bro Haji?
Yeah, Bro Haji.
Yeah, this guy. On YouTube.
What?
Yeah,
Bro Haji. Bro Haji. Brother Haji.
What's Somali man?
He comes to Speaker's Corner. He's Pakistani, innit?
Yeah.
Bengali or something like that. But yeah, we know him, man. Go on.
Okay, man, that guy is causing so much shubahat.
But I like how he dealt with Da'wah, man. He dealt with Da'wah, man, good. I ain't gonna lie, though. Da'wah man said that. Da'wah man made a mistake and said that, if he's speaking to the dead, it's a shirk. That's what he said. So he made a big claim. I'm trying to say that if you speak to the dead, you're a mushrik, basically. It's a shirk.
Yeah.
While we know that when the Prophet died, Abu Bakr came to him. He went to the house of Aisha because that was his daughter, and then he uncovered the face of the Prophet and he spoke to him. So, and the Prophet spoke to the dead of the Battle of Badr as well.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of incidents like that. So he can't just say, you can't speak to the dead, or speaking to the dead is a shirk. Asking for the dead, like is asking and speaking is two different things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, making dua and stuff like that.
Yeah, making dua and stuff. So I think he got it mixed up, and then, but yeah, he refuted him on that one. That was a good point. I think Bro Haji had a point on that.
Yeah, but he's opening these books and bringing up the khuruj, because wallahi, this khuruj topic, man, has been talked about too much, man.
Yeah, the khuruj topic has always been there. Because look, if you look at the Sahaba, Abdullah ibn Surad, Abdullah ibn Zubayr ibn al-Awwam, Hassan and Hussein, and a lot of other Ashaba and Tabi'in, they went against Hajjaj and Malik ibn Marwan and all this.
Yeah, but they consider them kuffar. That's the thing.
Who considered them kuffar?
Sa'id ibn Jubair when he
against Hajjaj.
Yeah, Hajjaj.
Yeah, not just Sa'id ibn Imam al-Sha'bi and a lot of people consider them.
Yeah.
Allah, it's true. Yeah, man.
The Khuruj thing.
MashaAllah, bro. I know, I know, you guys know, man. You guys know your thing, man. رقنمه صاحب رقنمه والله.
Yeah.
دينته مهم والله, man. I wish brother Somalida ما Somalisan ما تبغى دينته قرنا يعني even better الناس, man.
Yeah. So the Khuruj thing, the Khuruj thing has always been there, man. But what they do is like what Qariyan in it. Sometimes like they try to hide these things, but they can't hide it because it's in the books. Or you can't criticize the rulers. Who said you can't criticize the rulers? Who said that?
You can.
It's a joke, Tim.
Even Umar ibn Khattab, when he was a Khalifa, one guy said, if you made a mistake, we will correct you with the sword. And he said, that is a real man.
Do you know what Ashabi that was? Muhammad ibn Maslama.
Yeah.
He's a great Ashabi.
Yeah.
Because we will correct you with this sword. Straight to his face.
Allah بكور صاحب.
Wallahi, that's Umar ibn Khattab.
He was a tough guy as well.
Yeah, but then Ashaba were all tough. Ashaba were all tough.
Yeah, Wallahi. Wallahi, it's true.
Yeah.
Wallahi, mashallah, man. That's the thing, man. That's the thing people don't understand, Wallahi, man. You know?
But the Khuruj thing is like, oh, you can't say anything about the Tawaqit. You can't talk about, let's say everything is all right. Don't talk about them. Advise him privately. How about if we can't advise him privately? What's going to happen? There was many cases where the Ashaba even criticized Hajjaj ibn Yusuf and Abdul Malik ibn Marwan openly. It's in the books. There's nothing they can hide.
Sah, 100%. Allah, 100%.
So if I say Muhammad ibn Salman is misusing the wealth of the Ummah, I'm not in the masjid. I'm off the manhaj the next day, bro. I'm gone. I'm a mubtadi' now.
Yeah.
If I say something else, then I'm a khariji. أنت من الخوارج. خلاص. Like that.
You know.
Wallah, it's so true, you know. Wallah, Wallah, it's bro.
I'm telling you, bro. And then after that, they will put some shubahat into your wife and say, oh, now you're married to mubtadi', you can't be married to him. And you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Wallah, it's true. Wallah, it's so true. That's true.
Yeah. It's a joke, Tim, man. It's a joke. But the minute they know that you know the history, if you know the history, the seerah and the history and what went on between the Ashaba and these topics of Khuruj and all these things, bro, they won't come to you. They won't come to you. Trust me.
Yeah.
100%.
You know, even Albani, he criticized the Saudi rulers. Like, there's a video of it. You know, I don't know if the expert know that.
Bro, even Muqbil ibn Hadi did that, and they kicked him out from Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Even Sheikh Al-Albani,
Wallahi.
Sheikh Al-Albani, they kicked him out because he said the niqab is not wajib.
Yeah, but that's fiqh though. He wasn't criticizing the rulers though.
I know. Even that, they kicked him out.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
You know what? Yeah, these guys got to Subhan 1990. Before that, they weren't here. You know the fitna of Saddam Hussein. The Gulf War, yeah. Saddam Hussein that war, yeah. The Saudi government needed a support because there was a strong opposition of ulama, like what's his name? Safr al-Hawali, Salaman al-Auda, and Nasir al-Umar.
Yeah.
Aid al-Qarni, al-Qarni. So they were all on one side, yeah. They were all on one side. And the most active guy was Safr al-Hawali. Like, he refuted them really good and said that you can't invite like Galo into a Muslim country and now you're attacking another Muslim country, which is Iraq. And then 1 million people died. And then they needed scholars that they could use because they can't use Hayat Kibar Ulama, which was like Ibn Baz was alive at that time. So they start saying,
no, Ibn Baz, he allowed.
Yeah, Ibn Baz was alive at that time. But they couldn't use them. They
No,
couldn't.
Bin Baz was so good.
Yeah, Ibn Baz. Yeah, I know Ibn Baz.
Yeah.
He gave the green light. Yeah.
We don't know.
Yeah. But they can't use them to a certain extent. So what they did was they start collecting these guys called Ulama al-Madina, yeah, and the leader was Rabi' al-Madkhali, Falih al-Harbi, and all these people, all of them, and the Salih al-Suhaimi, all of them. After that, group al-Simiyi, there was good. There was a fitna between Rabi' al-Madkhali and Mahmoud Haddad. Mahmoud Haddad was a Egyptian. Then the group of Mahmoud Haddad, they burned the. Mahmoud Haddad said that if we're gonna say everyone is a mubtadi', then let's burn the books of Imam al-Nawawi and the books of Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani. Then what happened was that some people that were on the side of Mahmoud al-Haddad, they burned the books of Nawawi and Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani. Then there was a fitna between them. Then that's when they were created, 1990. That is when they are a group. That's when they started, brother. I'm telling you, man. That's who they are.
pure Salafi اسمها هنا.
Well, they consider do they consider them as a Salafis? They don't consider them as a Salafis.
Yeah, Abdurrahman al-Arifi,
Muhammad Arifi, what's his name? Nabil al-Awadi,
Abdurrahman Abdul Khaliq,
Abu Hassan al-Ma'ribi in Yemen, Wahasodan, Abdurrahman al-Maqrawi, they don't consider Safar al-Hawali, they don't consider them as Salafis. They don't.
Abu Sakhwani.
Yeah.
They consider them all like Khwanis. They call everyone Khwani. That's the thing. Like,
yeah, everyone is a Sururi, Qutubi, Ikhwani. They will find you a label.
Yeah, that's. You know, if Imam Nawawi was living today, they would do tabdi' on him. 100%.
Of course.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
But now they can't make tabdi' on him because the Muslims had so much respect for him and they can't study hadith without going through Arba'in al-Nawawi, Riyadh al-Salihin and these books.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, true. And the best sharh he's ever done on Muslim, Sahih Muslim, is Nawawi.
No, yeah.
Ibn Hajar has got Fath al-Bari.
Fath al-Bari, yeah.
So these are not the scholars that they can mess with, innit? Yeah. But when you know, S-Bobs, when you told them, listen, okay, you're Salafis, yeah. So you said, you teach the books of Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab. So, but you're not up on the da'wah of ulama al-da'wah al-Najdiyah. You know the da'wah that they were up on.
Yeah.
They are not up on that.
No way.
The Najdies they were hardcore, bro.
If you read the books, they're hardcore.
Like Durusaniya, up to you will make takfir on everybody, bro, left and right.
100%.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's mad. They're mad.
MashaAllah, brothers. Wallahi, MashaAllah. I hope you are listening and قرأت فهم يعني. Is anybody that document the listening بني محل عاي. نيجي نحكي ليه هاي. What is name? Distinct. نحكي ليه هاي. I'll be back whenever the topic changes. دي أنت مدورها.
دي أنتو كعرية.
يمكن واحد لا يابنا يكون secondary زمان من سنة زود. This is crazy, man.
أخي ده كفام.
ماني شيء باشر. صنديق وين كاسي.
Yeah. He says, you know, the deen and the what's called politics should be separate.
Yeah. And he says he supports that openly there. So what are they saying?
Yeah, it's clear.
And that's what علماني. You know what قف صار فكرة وعلماني مو أكتر.
what was صنديق وين؟
مسلم ما
ولا صنديق.
is ملحد.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. نيو عاوز تلفين ديكورة ده اسبابس ماشي صوغلان وهل الجبية ده ما
أخي there's no asphalt around here.
والله ديال من الهانيو ديال كلاميو.
ثم بقول لك تبديع إلا بريتولي واحد PDFs 50 pages of PDFs بلغات عربية.
نباشر برادر جميل الدهاء نباشر محمد الدهاء وأهل البدع.
There's a brother جميل online. They أهل البدع. They are on the Somali speakers. 50 pages, quotations, citations. Balayo, the ball was oh my days.
That is so true.
Yeah, they have times on their hand. Bro.
But have you seen, like, they don't know anything about the Quran, man. They can't recite the Quran. This is the problem. I've seen some of their videos. Like, it's bad.
It's a joke, man. It's a joke. In your own English, I'll go ahead or khatara or nicer. Then what let's get alim wayne. Bro, Allah, some of the Salafis that I know in Somalia has more knowledge than them. Like Abdurrahman Hassan has more knowledge than all of them.
Yeah.
I believe that. And they are jealous of him.
Yeah.
It's true. Allah, it's true. It's true. I know.
And what about Mufti Munir in America? A young brother. They're jealous of him.
Yeah, it's because they completed Medina. That's why.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie. These two brothers that I mentioned, they're educated brothers.
Yeah.
You know, as long as you're not extremist and you're Salafi or mutawassita, adalat sameynaya.
Yeah. They don't want Salafi who's balanced, innit?
They don't like that.
Like you said, mutawassita. Like they don't want that. They want you to be with them.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, when they meet you, they want to know who you are. Like they want to test you, innit?
Yeah, who's your scholars?
Like yo, man, name us your scholars, innit? Like you're in a police station. So I'm thinking, like, should I bring the whole manhaj from home, bro? Like, should I bring the books? I bring 2 bags here now. What do you want? Ibn Taymiyyah, Ibn al-Qayyim. What do you want? What books do you want?
The one Sheikh Rabi, that's it.
If you don't agree with Sheikh Rabi', if you're a mubtadi', man, that's what they believe. They will test you. What do you think about Rabi'? Like Rabi' became like some sort of an idol that they can test people on.
Yeah.
Because that itself is
and also diniyan علماء الحرم don't ask somebody about his aqidah. Yeah. Until you see something from him, don't ask somebody about his aqidah. That's what ulama say, you know, Salafis ka. لكن كون سلفيين to every minute what's your aqidah? What's your aqidah? Everyone, what's your aqidah?
What do you think about
crazy,
this?
Man?
What do you think about this? Bro, there was the way they treated this young brother. You know, he was carrying, you know, tasbiha, the prayer beads.
Yeah.
Even that
Ibn Taymiyyah said it's okay, man.
Yeah, there's a masala khilafiyya in that.
Yeah, it's a masala khilafiyya.
Yeah. So how can you make tabdi' on that? Because even though the thing is masala khilafiyya, like you can't make tabdi' on that. But they jump on it straight away. Say, oh, it's a bid'ah, you're a mubtadi'. I'm thinking like, what?
Yeah, it's true, Allah. That's true. I agree with you, Allah.
They're too fast, man. Too fast.
Yeah,
they're too fast. Too fast, man.
Man.
Yeah, they are on the Lamborghini Galados, bro. I'm telling you. Wallah.
Yeah.
Me and Khalid done a whole video talking about the minute Somali speakers.
Who's Khalid, Neo? Who's Khalid?
They ask the Khalid Yerate.
Abgal.
Khalid the channel.
Khalid the speaker, man.
Yeah. It comes on here.
Yeah, we talked about it, man.
Okay.
The made Somali speakers can Khalid day.
Yeah, guys, I'm coming back. I'm coming back
talking
here.
About this. Okay, I thought you were talking about Speaker's Corner, man.
Yeah, Speaker's Corner. I know we've done like 14 minutes long video of them, man.
Okay. Well, you was on live.
No, we talked about it. It's in the channel.
Okay. I don't know. Wallahi.
Okay, did you talk to Shamsi?
I never spoke to. I actually wanted to ask him
something.
He's with them, innit?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's with them, bro.
No, but I don't think he's like Khadija these days. Like,
well, I swear to God, if Shamsi, he is like them, because do you know why? If Shamsi like says anything or like he's done, they're gonna refute him. He's out, bro. That's how it is.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, no one is safe when you're with them. You're not safe.
Yeah, it's true.
I'm telling you, man.
It's true, Allah. That's so true,
There was one day that Shamsi was standing next to Ali Dawah. Ali Dawah didn't even say anything. He was just standing next to each other. The next day, Shamsi come on YouTube. YouTube. He made a video saying, "Oh, I made free from myself from Ali Dawah. I've got nothing to do with him. He's a mubtadi'." Basically, he's getting pressured. He's getting pressure from the big boys in Birmingham, telling him, listen, I think you're kind of getting too close to them, to the Ikhwanis. So now you have to make like 10 minutes video saying that you make yourself like free from them. I'm telling you, man.
Yeah, it's true.
I know how it works. You're getting pressured. They put pressure on you.
Like okay, علي دعوة okay محمد حجاب ممكن يكون أعدائيين okay why you with them and this kind of stuff محاولة هذا سواء
But the
مبتدعة.
funny thing is, yeah, I haven't until now. I haven't seen Ali Dawah made any major aqeedah mistakes. I haven't seen that.
صح.
I haven't personally.
هذا محمد حجابي.
Mohammed Hijab made some mistakes.
Okay.
Mohammed is not the same. Mohammed Hijab made some mistakes, but I think he retracted from his mistakes.
Okay.
But as for Ali Dawah, I haven't seen Ali Dawah made any mistakes. Apart from that, he works with the people of Ahlul Bidah and cooperates and shares a platform with them. That is what they're talking about. Like the likes of Yasser Qadi and so on and some other people. And obviously, the other problem is with Ali Dawah, Mohammed Hijab and these guys, they don't condemn or refute or talk about the people of Ahlul Bidah, which is another problem. Like, for example, Yasser Qadi, he has problems. He came out and made some major mistakes. They will never talk about it. That's another problem, innit? Like, I don't care if my friend makes a mistake in the deen or in terms of aqidah, bro, I'm gonna be the first one to speak. Say, listen, I'm gonna advise him first privately. If he refuses that and carry on doing what he's doing, then I'm gonna have to make it clear for the people. Like what Yasser Qadi said was unacceptable, man.
Yeah.
So yeah, but when I asked about Ali Dawah about Yasser Qadi, he couldn't answer the question. He was just answering with the question. So that shows you that they protect them. So for me, I'm balanced. I'm in the middle. I don't care about them and the S-Pops, bro. Simple as that. Trust me, man.
I'm like that as well, wallahi. I'm like that. I'm balanced,
Yeah.
man. وحيالها رجع الرضا funny, man. It's just funny, man, والله.
Yeah.
الرجع مركز لسه والله you will get قسوة القلب, man.
Bro, your whole brain will be like talking about refutations and
just nonsense, والله, nonsense.
Yeah.
It's غيبة نميمة. That's what it is.
Yeah, man.
What's that? I missed a bit of the conversation. What's going on?
حاسدني ماذا كبر حسنا في ذا دحين ذا يابس عن يوم.
That man are too dangerous, man. The man the sellers.
Khalid, I like Khalid, man. I like Khalid. Wallahi,
the man are dangerous. Them Salaf man are dangerous, man. No, look. There's some Salaf brothers, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, I could get along with you guys all day long. You get where I'm coming from? But there's some that's deen to Khalid family.
Bro, they call S-Pops, innit? Or the Madakhil.
Oh, I'll tell you, Noor. Hey, yo, my bro, Jay.
Yo.
What's your thoughts on S-Pops, man? Me and you, like, we haven't really spoke about these guys.
Nah, we're just talking about it, wallahi, man. They're causing too much problems.
Yeah, wallahi. Sorry, my guys, I was gone for 2 hours anyway, yeah? With me, the day I clocked these guys off funny Jamil, one day I was in a park in it, yeah? Man, me and one Somali uncle, we were just talking Somali, some white woman come next to us, of Afki Wakayabte, saying, no shake, the uncle pulled out a kitab. 10 of these spot brothers came around us. I had to tell her, you lot haram police. That's the day me and them lot fell out, like. And then from there, one day, me and Jamil are standing next to them. Yali Somali Kawali on it. Brother Jamil shutting them down. One of them's like, you don't know. And then we made a whole video about them. Are they hijacking Salafiyah? Check it out, it's on our channel. On our channel, check it.
Yeah, man. والله they're crazy, bro.
What message about Scudiria, bro?
Masajid. How can you stop someone from going to the masjid?
Yeah, you know what they say, Imam Malik, he kicked
Yeah, but that's the opinion of a scholar. Like I told Shams straight, it's the opinion of a scholar. You cannot use that as a dalil. Bring me a real dalil. And that's not the manhaj of the Salaf. Simple as that. I can bring you aqwal of the ulama, left hand and center, and I can use that as a dalil. I can bring another sheikh and said, yeah, this is the dalil. So who are we going to listen? Are we going to listen to Imam Malik or Ahmed?
Yeah.
صح.
Yeah, but that's how they trick you. They use the aqwal of the ulama and they make it sound like it's from the manhaj of the salaf. And if you
لا
ask them,
لكن إن lagu daba tukado nin de magaranaysa diinta ka baxay oo kale oo suufi oo kale ah
now
taas
kaasu lama ogola ka.
صح I'm both I'm also agree with that one.
I won't pray behind about mid gaalimo ku caan baxay de ninu maaro kala hadu salaad qabsado. I won't go behind it.
لكن qof aanad garan waa ku daba kortaa.
Yeah islaamnimada saasa fiican.
ha
iskaga daba tuko hadaanad garanin laakiin hadaad wax ku og tahay iskaga carar saaxib.
والله you know والله is madness. waxaa jira some masaajid oo maxaa lahaa all mixed together all mixed yeah
man and woman yeah
maya like tablighi different people like عقيدة kala nooc and then you have a Salafi brother that's leading the masjid. You can pray there. Do you know what I mean? Or
yeah.
on that proper aqidah, but they will not come there. They will say, that's a masjid bid'ah. It's crazy, bro.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, that's true. The only I know one brother, he will walk from here to like at least 3-4 miles, go to certain. It's true what you said. I'm thinking like, yeah, bro, it's Isha. It's a prayer time. Let's go pray here. And you know, really كعرين وأي ما قرنسها. واعتصام. You know, اعتصام ما قرنسها like Somalia.
Yeah.
عشان محمد عبده أمال يو شبلة يو الشيخ إيش تقع مصطفى الشيخ تريو رجع معرك سي. إلهي كل اللي رقم أهل البدع بقى.
No.
Come on, like, it doesn't make sense to me, bro. It doesn't make. And do you know what عرريان they say that?
لكن أنا واحد عابر نيكلا حسن
وكي.
كان نيروبي شوقع.
حسن حسين أبو سلمان.
Yeah, he's the one that so Galen he was saying it's good to be with them and القاتل والمقتول في الجنة.
Yeah, he's too extreme.
Yeah, that one I don't like him, bro.
He's too extreme. Hassan Hussein is too extreme.
Yeah. The one with the glasses.
Yeah, the one with the glasses.
Oh yeah.
He is proper too extreme. Even though he done a great lecture on the madkhalis. The way he exposed them. Like, you know, SBOPs, you want there.
What did he do?
Yeah.
What, Noor, you got a link for that? You got a link for that? You got a link for that?
Wow, of Sheikh Hassan.
Yeah, man. So send it to me on private and I
even though I don't agree with him on certain things and he's too hardcore on certain things, he even made takfir of i'tisam, he made a lot of blood of the Muslims permissible and stuff. But he had a great point against the Madakhila. The way he explained it was everything was in detail.
No, I need to see this, man. But what it is, wallah, these man there, you see these people, that can even, you know, reverts, that can deen to Ogon to Anakulahin, we're Kawali, fam. These man, your shit, we're Kawali. Wallah, don't speak to these guys. You know the whole da'wah scene, yeah? You see that video that I did with Ali Da'wah and Shamsi, yeah? It's about nearly on 200 likes in it, yeah?
Yeah.
Half the comments on their channels like, what's wrong with these brothers? What's wrong with these brothers? What's wrong with these guys?
Because they don't understand. Yeah.
And then what happened? They gave, you know, all the Islamophobes energy in the park.
Yeah, of course.
Ever since that happened, all the Islamophobes in the park, energy behind stuff. Mad.
Yeah. والله فأنا وضني ما دو ماشى والله أنا وسيف في عمله كرباش لا سيف في عم
But it's not even that the da'wah scenes died because you know what these guys did, yeah? I'll tell you the truth, it's a man, yeah. Because of YouTube views and hits, yeah. Let's argue with these guys, yeah, it's getting us hits. What happened? How do debates give like certain people and
they don't
want to talk. And now we don't want to talk. We don't want to talk big tag anything. So what happens? Jamil, how many times me, you and Hassan like sure they'll kalam kasachi not what's her name?
Yeah.
Two more or we have to go over there and pick up a little Somali brother and sister and tell them, yo, don't speak to these people.
Yeah, true.
And because what did that team do? None of them we would keep it. So I clocked here. That's when I started realizing. That's when I started realizing. Yeah, they all do all this da'wah thing is for online. It's for online YouTube. It's just to get views.
It's true.
Yeah.
Do you mean how many times have we seen people? Yeah. You see them on. Next minute later, shahwa with Abia.
Yeah, it's true. And then the thing is,
coffee shop.
another weird thing I'm quite as well. قف كلا مرة عن قف كلا مرة عن بقى.
إيه قصرعة.
أيكم أسرع.
Yeah. Because you can't. How can you hang around with the mubtadi' and ikhwani?
Yeah, that's what they're saying, which is wrong. Like,
Yeah.
these people are extreme, man.
You are what your friends are. If they, imagine
Yeah.
if the Sufi or the Ash'ari is my brother. Well, what then? Or my cousin or my business
Exactly.
partner or some shit like that.
Exactly. You see, well, these people are extreme, man. They're too extreme. Allah.
Yeah, well, I don't. The way they push you away from the thing is amazing, fam.
The thing, bro.
And I'm a nasa, fam. You get where I'm coming from?
They push it to the limit.
Man, you know what they do? They isolate you. They isolate you from the truth, from Garanasa.
It's called boycotting.
Boycotting your believers.
Yeah, boycott. They will start boycotting. But does the boycott benefit you or them? Does it actually? Is it effective? Like that's what I mean.
Yeah, the maslaha.
Yeah, is it effective? Like the maslaha, the mafsada that's gonna come out from it. Is it
What's
beneficial?
maslaha? What is maslaha? Forgiveness.
Like my maslaha وحاوية, you know, benefit and not benefiting.
Yeah.
So maslaha is benefiting. Sign. Can we get benefit from that? Or
the benefit outweighs the good.
It's like
Yeah, but I'm hearing spots with the only ones. What's it called?
So imagine if you get boycotted from Salafi Masjid and then you end up in Green Lane. What then?
Well, it's true. It's true. Abu Osama.
Then you go to Abu Osama Dhahabi and them lot.
Yeah, Abu Osama Dhahabi, exactly.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a joke thing, man.
Abu Osama Dhahabi, back in the days, they used to rate him. Now they're saying I'm mubtadi'.
But do you know what though? He's a soldier. They couldn't handle him though. I swear to God, he was like, "Nah, I'm not gonna have that."
No, Osama's a tough guy, bro.
He's a tough guy, bro.
Yeah.
Wallah, he's a tough guy, bro. He's been dealing with it for 20 years.
Yeah, he's even told about a story, you know, in Medina when he first came there. They asked him, he's a straight river from America. They asked him, "Where's Allah?" And he said, "I don't know." And he's talking about how he's about to break the guy, like he's about to have a fight with the guy in Medina.
Imagine that. Tell me, please. You're asking a new refed about these kind of questions. Like these are made.
إلى محيدي ادعو إلى سبيل ربك بالحكمة والموعظة الحسنة.
Yeah. وجاهدهم.
وجادلهم بالتي هي أحسن.
Yeah.
No معناه. What does that mean, man? For us laymen, isn't it?
Yeah, جميل.
What's it called?
Call upon people with حكمة.
weird. That's حق إلهي حكمة weird.
Yes.
And a good advice.
Nuruddin.
Yeah.
Nuruddin. Why do you think I used to never get along with the other brothers? It's for example, until I met brother Jamil and brothers like Muhammad Okala, Dinta Dadka, and OJ. Look at Dinta Sachi Dana, bro, yeah? There's some brothers out there, they're vile with the thing. Vile. One you don't know what type of deen that they have there. And you think to yourself, okay, man, you're doing anti-da'wah. Some brothers don't realize they're doing anti-da'wah big time.
And then you got the extremist theories on the other side as well.
Yeah, the Kharijis.
It's mad.
You're saying that Ahmed Ali guy, he's a big one, man. That guy's been making takfir on me left, right, center, bro.
Really?
Isn't he? Yeah, bro. I laughed at him one day, innit, yeah?
Yeah.
I laughed at him. Not the day he got beat up by Jedi, but the next day, when he came to the park, me, Hassan, a couple of guys, we weren't bustling, innit? We laughed at him, innit,
yeah?
The guy went on YouTube like, he's making takfir of man. Left, right, center. Left, right, center.
He's mad.
Left, right.
Who's that? Okay.
Some guy that got beat up in Speaker's Corner, bro.
Yeah, Egyptian.
Yeah. Some Egyptian guy, innit? And then he come on his channel. Oh, la. He's proper making takfir, man. I'm like, bro, what are you doing for my community? What are you doing for the Muslim community? Except for just going online and speaking in Speaker's Corner. You're making takfir. It's a takfir. You're making takfir. This guy's a takfiri.
What's it called? Uncle Omar as well. He's one of them.
He's Khariji.
He's a Khariji.
Yeah. That guy, what do you think?
marka waxaasoo dhan baa Khalid una haystaniyo labada dhinac wayna iga socotaa.
No, but the thing I know and Kayabe is the guys that are offline that cat for these guys. Like a certain sister, we know who you are. I don't even want to mention your name on my channel, on it, yeah. You clap for these people, and it's like, yeah, and then you got a cheek to ask who's Muslim. Why don't you ask yourself, Lolo? That's why I tell a lot of people, yeah, before you start pointing fingers, you gotta look at yourself deep down inside. Why don't you think I never give people hadiths, da'wah masiyos? Because I need da'wah myself. I need to listen to things. And I go behind and then this is what this is what's I'll tell you the truth was creating a madness is what the other hand, yeah. It's people that are not educated in the deen. YouTuber you're translating it on your phone because everyone's a sheikh now.
Yeah.
Bro, people used to study for years before deen to Back
true,
in the day, guys, you have to study. When a paratid, when a hadith, everyone on their phone thinks they're a scholar. Well, how can you read Arabic to me on your phone in English, yeah, but you can't even read it in the deen?
In Arabic, yeah.
Oh. And then you want to make takfir on people, like, who are you? That's why I stopped talking to bro.
That's the big thing that you just made, yeah. Making takfir. Like, this takfir thing became a joke. Like, if you see it on Twitter, yeah, you've got all the Kharijis on there. Like, the most Kharijis are on there. They're chilling there. They breed like rats on Twitter, making takfir left and right all night and day, bro. Trust me, that's what they do.
Subhanallah, man.
And it's dangerous.
It's dangerous, bro.
Yeah.
من قال لأخيه أنت كافر فرد على ويكون قال سميد ويكون قال سميد كود
Yeah, well, either one of them.
He's one of them. ده بين كل شيء تعالى قالوا بيه. It's very dangerous situation, man.
Yeah, and you end up like Majid Nawaz.
Subhanallah, man. It's madness, man. والله وولي.
Yeah, man. أروين دالي والله عاوة سفع.
وارنيو أنا وحرب.
يو هذا. ماشي باك هنا نقول ما تدوي دنيو ما كماش الفرودة.
أنا سمعها. Definitely والله definitely. أنا وحرب سلفيني أنا قاعد أعرف عنيو.
Horta, we became the second Sunday when we done that video. Probably went out then. So we were looking for it on the second Sunday. I did my dad. I was ready for them anyway. So no matter remember. So I did my dad. That's it, bro. We are ready. We don't even need
No, it's not even that. I'm not gonna lie to you. While in the park, why do you think it's spots? They don't come back to Bertame, my dog.
Yeah.
Or group money, madam. Because you got to
and they can be violent sometimes as well, innit?
I'm not gonna lie to you. Do you know who exposed them the worst? Allah Isa. Allah Rahman Rahimin.
Oh yeah, Isa, I love that brother, you know.
And then these men are the guys, yeah.
Humble brother,
are you crazy? Do you know what they try to do? This is when I said these men are disgusting, fam, yeah. Nicky or Dimte, yeah. I was in the video. You know the video I can shake it out. Man was in there. Jimmy, me and you watch it. He didn't say nothing wrong. Nation of Islam Bullah Hadley. Next minute later, Nation of Islam Kullah Hadley.
Why don't you say something, Kulaha?
Why don't you say something?
Like, for example, let's say I'm in a park here, and then someone says something about the Prophet or attacks one of the aspects of Islam or Aqidah or our beliefs. Then, Isa rahimahullah, he stood there basically. So they're trying to say that he did not react or say anything about that. He did not defend the Prophet or the deen of Allah. That's what they're trying to say. What I'm saying is, like, imagine if he did not hear it, or his attention didn't caught that, or he heard something else. You understand?
100%. You have to give the person excuses.
So you can't just refute someone like that and say, oh, because he was stood to someone who said something.
Exactly. Well, it's true. 100%.
Yeah,
And then
even
they came
go ahead.
Go on, Jay.
Go on, Jay. Come through, Jay.
But even if someone was coming from like a bar, like you can't say he's been drinking, or if he's got alcohol, like he smells like cigarettes or alcohol, like you can't even say he's drinking. Like you gotta have proof.
100%.
Yeah.
Because you know, النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم النبي لا يحيي يا أيها الذين آمنوا اجتنبوا كثيرا من الظن. Suspicious. It's not a good thing, you know.
And the other thing was the timing. Everything goes with the timing as well. Just the brother was buried yesterday. The video came out the next day. Like refuting him at the same time, saying good things about him and refuting him indirectly. That's what it was.
Okay.
and saying, "Oh, we're warning against his mistakes." What mistakes did he make, bro? Nothing. The joke thing, man.
It's the music thing. It's about the music. Ibn Hazm's opinion about music. Yeah.
That was after, Kazi. That was after. What he
Yeah,
was
I know.
talking about, yeah, was
But
the Nation of
music
Islam.
is haram though.
I remember
Music is
Isa. I remember that day Isa. Ilan had it still. It was the first year I came to the park in it, yeah. And we could play the both videos right now. They hardly in it, yeah. One of them, I was in the back smoking a cigarette. You could clearly see me. It was Callum. They were all talking. Next minute, like conversation about the sky thing. Muslim, black Muslims, Kemet. It was just a regular conversation. And then the Nation of Islam Balarke. And I was like, when you look at both of the videos, Isa was just so humble. Nicky goes, "Can I talk to you? I don't really understand nothing about Nation."
He's beautiful, brother. Ilah Harista, man.
He was best. And then what happened? The video came up and he said, "I left these guys. I used to be part of these guys."
Yeah.
It was Ali Dawo released it, innit?
Yeah.
MashaAllah.
That's when I said. That's when I said these man they're on something different. Like my channel Kelly Gold be loose me.
هذي مفاتيح الشانل هيان يا قفنا ميسي
قفنا من كل الحين
أول أقول لنا.
But where did this movement start from? Yeah, Kenny Wahan.
Bro, we discussed all of that. You missed it.
Sorry. I'm gonna go back into it, man. Share can't put in it, yeah. I'm gonna go back into it.
صاحب
What's that?
محل هذا مثل سلفينتي وحكوا لها لسه.
No, we haven't got that yet. What we did, yeah, is me and Jamil one day, yeah, we were standing in the park, yeah. And you know how the whole camera crews, they follow Shamsi. Melbourne's got tag name, Maliti the Shears, Berta Kibuhan. Yeah. We're scaling Kiriwa in the Shears, isn't it? Yeah. So I know the Melska tagging, Yali or Somali, Sino Skishak, Son and Ashak or Sino Kuchuni. Namakinu and Nakasa Herrera Hena with what was scaring on here. Obviously, brother Jamil or Kaita Dean Sanuka, son in it, yeah. Jamil was just telling one of the Somali brothers, Wahana de son in Neil Slay up, Wahana Dawanin. One of the brothers or Spobs Ushaka is just listening to us. You man, what do you mean, bro? Like, you see the negativity, you could tell these people, Shaka Walam be putting money on. Like, Sinan, what? Aggressiveness, what? Anyone that this wait, I'm like, bro, like you're just following Shamsi.
You want to talk? He was like, "Oh, I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk." So
I don't want to talk. We're just talking to our Somali brothers and sisters, isn't it? Yeah, and we're just warning them. Bro. Next minute later, Hamid, we just went and we did a whole video. Guess who saw that video? Brother Haji.
Okay,
He's bigging us up. Look, I'll show you. I'll play it right now, man. Look at what Brother Haji said for me and Jamil. Look.
Go.
He says right at the end. Brother Haji goes in. He goes, "Big up you two. I see what you two are doing. I ain't can. We're all putting in work on these." And ever since that day, yeah, well, ever since the Isha issue, ever since everything, Ragan Berta wala go away. Berti done well away. They don't come to the Berta. Man don't really see them. Channel code that I've unsubscribed. Yeah, come from. والله ما بقول شيء استوبتي.
ده كيس نعسية والله.
ده كيس نعسية فعلا.
Yeah.
No, والله إنار هذا.
Most of the Salafis at some point they were with asbabs.
Jamil, you know Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam used to get along with everyone, bro.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, he used to get along.
مع القالة.
قالة ها حتى قالة. والله بالله he used to help people. Even night time قرنيسها. Or dictate محل لها. وضحها. And he looked for her. قبل ما حكوا عي. He went to go look for her.
Yeah, but إخوة, that's ضعيف. That's ضعيف. Yeah, you know the Yehudi woman throwing stuff on the floor by the whole house of the Prophet.
No, Yehudi Mahin. Abu Lahab, his wife.
Oh yeah.
وامرأته حمالة الحطب.
Yeah.
جبين.
ما شاء الله جميل. أصلا ناس نيجي. It's a nice one, والله. So man, والله بالله, you know what I mean? He used to go along with everyone, man. أخلاق is a very important man.
ما قاعد شميل مسكين بالدليل. كليل بنقضي. خالدو.
Why?
bedelaya kuleel buu noqday
haye haye
waa la yara bedelaa marmarba moogtay
100% you have to bro والله عادي انا وانا بدلني انا يا بدلني
ma soo yara bedelayaa sugsug mid kale la imanaya dhag silfiinta haddana dhabar jibin baan kusoo sameynayaa
كوركس كجاي مونيو
alla nimankaasniyo niyoadhe come to us man wan badanna dee ani xasan buruc iyo nin la idhaahdo cabdilqaadiro dee qosol
No, I was one money والله bro one money والله
we're badanna niyo it's like 10-15 of us even more maybe والله
I know I came one time and Khalid was there
yeah
I came one time only one time Khalid was there Maverick was there Maverick I had a little bit argument with him
Maverick يعني فير بنيجا قاعد فير
No Maverick had to high park ما قرني صدق ما بدي يستبع
Apparently Maverick he's live on his channel
right now
really
ميل سوق لك ما له سوق لك
لا
قال سوكر بس
maxaa ku qoran Maverick
bro I can't find this video man it was the one with what's his name bro Haji was like yo I see what you man are doing Bande mande bunuguri fam
I know where it is man I think I know where it is
it's a live stream I was live streaming and it was right at the end I was live streaming the park and I caught him right at the end the last 5 minutes when I lost a hard lane it come over he's like yo I see what you man are doing bond these guys for the montage video that you made he proper chiefed up that man them fam I'm not gonna lie to you
detective ka soo helay
he's right at the end it's one of these videos I just for God's sakes I can't find it anywhere and the way he chiefed up that man there and from there when bro Haji came to us here wallahi from there went a night fam Wallah assalamu alaikum they don't say no salam to man in the park none of that and
because you know once you're against them you're a bit in it
I'm a bit
yeah
I'll be like bro
yeah
bro I'll tell you the truth my brother Jay Muhammad and Jamil I don't want to be with them بدون ترى عنه
صح لا والله
but they think that
waste of knowledge والله ما فايديس صاحب والله بالله
yeah would you say Jay yo Jay
I said they think the safe sector
yeah fam I don't get it and they're like oh we don't unite with our Muslim brothers and sisters one time but you agree with that then I was like what do you mean you don't unite then who else are you supposed to unite with who else like you tell me you guys you tell me like who else are you supposed to unite with Jolt team fam well that's a Jolt team fam that's when I said I knew one but you know how many of them Muhammad I told them I'm old school I told them I'm old school Bankrudi I told them yo man's old school my brother innit yeah my Islam's before you know 9/11 شكون يمكن ما فاهمي أنا 9/11 مساجد شنطة وخديتكو صوم you know the ones كبحي وأنت واحد أفصل قرماي ولا تيجي تشوف
نيو حكوش قد محلها
خالد
كيرا يم قرنسا جي اس مرة مغنى ذو حسين يم قرنسا
اسمه
لأن عدانا ما سوق علي ممكن عدانا قارر سوق علي
yeah what's his name what's his name Crab Daddy
Sound like Crab I think
Crab Daddy yeah I know Crab Daddy yeah he's been coming on the channel yeah what about محدعي
ninkaas soo galay kadibna wuxuu yidhi intuu anaguna we having a debate kulaha kuwani waa shabaab waa terrorist brother waxan muxuu haniyo
now he's one of the American guys the stream
Maya, I'm talking about GS
the GS
waxa ku sheegay Jamil sheegay waxa dhacay waxan iyo bilaadad buu haniyo wallah
what happened I was gone you know for that 2 hours as soon as I put Jay in as soon as Nuruddin jumped in I just jumped out
anigoo sheekadii marayno suufiisan baan ka hadlaynay moogtahay and then ninkii baa soo galay ninkii markuu soo galay
balaayo ku akhriyay
بلاي كو اخري حكوا له رجل والشباب وتيرورست واسلامك فاندمنتالست والله واحد بلا عيلتها اليوم
Well, to what happened? You know, I'm gonna look back at it. GH, مصحن بوقشين. What happened? Monkey, did he just leave? Did he just leave?
وشك والله
وعرني
مو حلقة.
والله انه انك هو crazy man. It's all emotional man.
Yeah, man, he knows nothing. Wallah, he's got no knowledge.
Who's this Imam Ghazali going with you? You know, I need to search this Imam Ghazali.
Yeah, Imam
Who was
Ghazali.
he?
It was a
Who are
Sufi
you?
guy.
You are.
Who's an imam, like famous imam?
There's a book he wrote in it about Haya, something in it, Al Haya or something.
Al-Hayya ul-Madin, something like this.
Yeah. Haya
It's got a lot of da'if hadiths. You know, the Sufis, they know nothing about hadith. That's why, you know, when you're asking GS, you're saying that we're saying what scholar has said this hadith da'if. You couldn't name one scholar.
والله بالله. And also, you know, he said as well, Huydi, back in the days, Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and we didn't have the technology we have now. You go to a physiotherapist, he's gonna help you to connect to Allah. So he will hypnotize you, and then you will connect to it. I'm like, Subhanallah, man, what is this guy on about?
Akhi, the guy was swearing on the kitab. He's supposed to swear, like, you know, you're supposed to swear by Allah, but not by the kitab, the Quran. Like, imagine if someone swear on the Prophet or something. That's minor shirk.
Even Kaaba la mogala.
Yeah, you could say like Lord of the Kaaba, but
yeah, sorry, you can't say Lord of the Kaaba. Wa Rabbul Kaaba, yeah, you can say that.
Guys, do you think it is? Well, you know, that badon deen tell us Khalid al-Fahman.
Yeah, wallah.
Yo, 4 o'clock بمرسان yo.
You know what we do? We've got about, what was it? 10 more minutes, 12 more minutes. Let's round it up to about 7 hours on the head. Got some things on that.
Where's Distant? I thought he's coming back.
Don't.
Distance, شكل الدين في النعبي innit?
Yeah.
He doesn't do the deen debates. When it's deen debates, he's off it. Certain people have certain debates.
It's like, yeah.
You know, Nuruddin, ever since I started doing this, I realized who loves the deen debates. I know who loves this type of debate. This type of debate. I know the, you know, the Watanis.
أيامها وحنكبح لعبة woman and man debate.
Oh, you crazy. Every Friday night, that's our new segment. Every Friday is going to be about relationships. Relationships.
To be honest, I didn't know I gave that kind of madahanun last time.
No, last time, yeah.
Yeah, man. إذا أنت واحد تري مدحنون باي ودعني ومركب ماشي كباحي.
توتري.
Like, I think she had like 2 or 3 paracetamols, man. Wallah, because I know she was angry. I was scared that you moved to us like that.
Nah, you don't wallah, no. You don't ask wallah, she's on point, man.
Yeah. I'm thinking
like wallah, she's sharafi وهذا الشيء, bro. She's sharafi وهذا الشيء.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
that was good. I'm thinking like,
you're talking about sister talk.
Yeah. So I'm thinking like, let's see the having كل الشيكات ونقطه وسيقر حساني قدام أسري.
Yusuf, my brother Yusuf from America.
Yeah, you guys are about to wrap it up, man. 6
Our last 10 minutes, man.
50 minutes.
Are you crazy?
We're about to wrap it up, man.
Yeah.
We've been chatting for 6-7 hours, bro.
Wallahi. I gotta rewatch some of it. I gotta go back in time.
Definitely.
I heard there was a couple of Halimas that put their points across and what have you. So I gotta look at that.
So
yeah, man.
Yeah.
Where's brother?
Everybody from the UK?
Everyone here is from the UK, my bro.
Okay.
The only
I missed
state
out
side,
a lot. I should have pulled up earlier.
What is it? Pulled up earlier, man. You should have threw your 2 cents in there. But what we're gonna do every Friday is gonna be about relationships, women. We're gonna encourage more sisters to come up.
That's my forte right there.
Every Friday is gonna be for ladies' nights. You know, we're gonna be talking about love, finding love. We want to see,
Right,
you know,
right.
Somali speakers, his first marriage couple. We want to see it happen.
Oh shit.
So Nikki Kevin Samuels محمود يسدحوا مرة يا هذان قاري وانا هيك.
أنا
كيفن
محمد باش
ساميول
كنا
عادي
قلنا
ما نكس.
أنا محمد لبدنا علماء كنا قلنا مهرك يوحص.
Definitely.
What I
أما
nikah
بعد
over Somali speakers, yeah.
Yeah, nikah.
Well, we can
We're
make
gonna
it
do
happen.
everything.
والله.
Yeah, we're gonna start doing that. All the Somali brothers and sisters, you know, Chael, Hadeh Hayan, when I'm gonna so work Isa did it in Amaha, Ablahana, we're gonna give it to one of the sisters. We're gonna fill out your criteria. You get me? هذا سكوي من كرسان.
matching innit?
هذا خير. We're مش match. Somali match ما أرندونا for the moment.
That's it, man.
Yeah, that's it, man. Any Somali because I'm seeing the what's it called? The South Indians do it. I'm seeing the Asians do it. The Chinese are doing it. The black people doing it. So we need to start doing it ourselves. We need to start finding what is love.
You know what? What's beautiful talking to somebody that's not in your area معركة is, you know, زندا كفكته, you know what I mean? You build the chemistry up.
Mm-hmm.
You heard me? But shit, if she's a mile or two away, I don't know. That's might not happen.
For real.
Yeah.
What did my man say? What did my man say? What did he say here?
Make it MP3 download link so people can listen like a podcast at work.
Well, should I start doing that? Yeah, man.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I can start getting people because you know I do 6-7 hour streams. That's someone's whole shift done.
Yeah,
So the know they get sent on. Yeah, we're gonna do that, man. I'm gonna start putting stuff on Spotify. We're gonna start doing that, man. That's what Shekoin Keda. They're telling man, yo, Khalid. I love SS and Shekoin Koda, but we need to one in Gagab, you know.
Yeah, true.
Half an hour, 1 hour, 10 minutes, 20
The
minutes.
last time, the last panel was on fire.
Tonight's panel.
Nah, the one previous that was on fire, man.
That was. Well, I think today. I think today's one was on fire.
Today was on point, man. Today was on
because we had. Remember, we had 3 different girls.
More like productive, innit? It was more like productive, innit? Like.
Yeah, today was more, and plus we had so much.
More
we had
positive.
We had 3 different sisters panels, views, all different views as well. All 3 sisters were different. I want people to go back and listen to all 3 sisters as well. They're all different. You get where I'm coming from, yeah. What did my man say? Ali Capo said, "This is my podcast." See, I like. You hear me? Because we're talking real shit, man. Man's not out here talking. So you know, certain podcasts they're talking like iyal. Man's all like we're grown ass adults, man. I can't be talking iyal shit, bro. Like you know, a certain amount of grown ass adults with young gal talking young shit. It don't make sense to me.
Right.
Definitely.
That's why we're not. And I'm like, we can't be talking about certain subject that it's a mad thing.
Wallahi, it's mega.
But next week, we even made the subject right now. Next week's subject, do you know what it's called? New way to find love, online or offline. I posted up on Instagram right now, so I'm gonna be posting it for next week Friday. Wednesday, give me a topic, you guys. What topic do you lot want for Wednesday?
Wednesday's got to be something other than love, right?
No. Wednesday is more siyasat than modern car.
Right.
So what do you guys want to talk about Wednesday? Thursday night now, I want to do a day for the deen, my brothers, man. Because you know what? Let's show these little kuffars that are coming on the channel something, yeah? Thursday night, should we do deen on Thursday nights? Straight hadiths.
Let's do Thursday and it's going to be secularism or we can do Sufism or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to go? Furthermore, next Thursday, should we do secularism? Sufism.
I think secularism, because Sufis are dying out. The secularists on the rise.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay, next Thursday, yeah. Furthermore, all right, how about this? Wednesday topic on Wednesday is going to be straight secularism. We're going to find out the original secularism, what it is. Is secularism good for Somalia? A majority of us say no. I want to hear these kuffars come out. Obviously, J Money. I want J Money. I want who else? Nomad. I want all these. What's his name? Fucking Maverick X to come out. It's us against them, you know. SS Dean squad, we're back, fam. I got my playmaker as well. Nuruddin's just come back to the scene. That playmaker up front. I got Mohammed Jamil, Khalid's in there as well. Hassan. Who else? We're gonna smoke these guys, fam. I want to smoke these guys on the channel, fam. Because you know, SS Dean squad, they're the only Dean team that's undefeated.
Yeah, wallahi.
We're undefeated, but we need a good challenge, bro. We're undefeated out here, fam. I want to take on the Quranistas. The secularisms. Distinct's on that side as well. Distinct. Who's it? Distinct. He's a secularism guy.
Well, I was a
Money's
feminist.
on secular. Huh?
Feminist.
Feminist.
Yeah.
No, there's. You know what? You see the feminist, yeah. Because half the sisters now we've got Jay are on their deen. They're anti-feminism. They don't want to come near us, fam.
Yeah.
Some of them are out. Do you know what it is? I'll let my
Maybe
sisters
secularism
on them.
because of Jay, innit? Jay.
Yeah, do you know what it is? My guy, yeah,
And
Jay, yeah.
numbers is also he believes that as well. Numbers believes that as well.
Yeah, Numbers is another one. Yeah, he's a big debate as well. Numbers is going to be a bit tough, but I think we could break him down.
Was he
Who
a
else?
feminist?
No, he's a secularist.
Secularism.
What was he talking about?
And Jay Money as well.
Jay Mon is the big secularism guy. Every minute, Nuruddin, every conversation, everything that comes out of his mouth, secularism.
So what was Numbers talking about Bukhari?
You know, is that a UK thing though, bro? Like I think over here in the US, we just say liberalism or liberals.
Yeah, that's secular.
No, but with secular is all right. All of us were from Somalia, right?
Right.
We're all Muslim Yusuf, innit? We're all Muslim Sunnis, innit? Yeah.
Alhamdulillah, yeah.
Everything we need is in the Sharia ilahi, Musa did, Allah's law. You get what I'm coming from? Everything perfect is designed for us. Our way of life is there. What usub is book, fam. That's how I see it. Anything else here, man, don't know, fam. That's how I see it.
Right.
But these men what they want to do is separate religion and state. That's what they want to do.
Oh, okay. Separation of
secularism.
religion and state. Okay.
That's what they want to do. But how can you do that when our religion and our way of life is intertwined? It don't make sense.
Do you think like the United States is like that with
United States
separation
is big
of
time
religion?
It's the worst.
It's the worst, fam. France and United States. France invented it. United States perfected it.
Wallahi, that's what you think?
Yeah. Come on.
Okay.
It's even in your constitution to separate religion from state.
Yeah.
It's on your constitution.
But akhi, look at the Somali Muslims in the UK. They're different from American Muslims. The American Muslims are liberal.
No, because shall I tell you why? In America, they don't have Salafiyah movements. They don't have what we have. You get where I'm coming from? Like, it's very limited. You get where I'm coming from? I ain't doing the din to sahabarten. So what it is, we're way ahead of them. All you gotta remember, Europe on we're Muslims. We've got Turkey. France is one of the biggest, is outside. You know, one of the most highest dense population of Muslims live in France.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the homies in the masjids here, the UK, man, they got the deen on point. That's what they be telling me. They got they on the correct path and what have you. So that's what they be telling me. But I'm a little confused, and I don't really think the United States knocks religion like that. United States is like one of the most religious countries, in my opinion. Even Galata had that.
Not really.
I'm not kidding. Galata had that like the Christians, like the Baptists and what have you. They're really heavy with their deen, man. And the government doesn't tax us, the church and stuff like that. France is the country that's highly sus. They're the ones on behind niqab and all of this. United States, we don't care. I mean, I go to high school. When I used to go to high school, right? There were niqabis. Everybody, you know what I mean? I know, like when I was going to high school.
But you went to high school in
my
Minnesota.
Best friend, Minnesota, any high school in the United States. Like in the school, in the public school.
But what you gotta remember, you come from a highly Muslim demographic at the Genta. You get where I'm coming from, my G.
Oh, okay.
You
saying like if I go in the middle of nowhere, they're gonna
go
knock
to somewhere
it,
like Texas, or if you would have grew up in California or somewhere where there's hardly any Muslims, where you're the only Muslim minority, you would have been very different. That's why I don't count them. You know, Minnesotans, I don't really count them.
I personally been to like Texas, even the truck drivers, there's a lot of Somali truck drivers that just go from state to state. Bro, nobody really cares how somebody practiced the deen and stuff like that. It's this whole Trump shit. Trump, the whole Islamophobia and stuff like that. These girls are weird, bro. Like, Hadar Khan, like, mid Adana I would pop up the Sully. She'd be like, "Oh, it's so cute. He's praying." it's whatever. Well, I don't. I've never seen like racism or Islamophobia. Me personally, I ain't really see it like that. I never really personally experienced qof oo dhahay oo Muslim aad tahay ama gabadha sayta niqaabka xiran tahay waa istigrad or something like that. I don't know about all that.
No, but you know what it is? It's the Muslims. It's not like the country.
Oh, the Muslims. No, the Muslims are weirdos, bro. waxaa maqlay Umar Suleiman, like the tap imam or whatever, man.
Yeah.
He was doing some libation stuff. He was
Yeah,
like hugging hands with pagans and things like that.
Yeah.
Daniel, that brother Daniel Hakakachu or something like that. He
refuted him.
He refuted him crazy, man. He put him on blast. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You know what you have? You either have the liberal people or the people extreme, like in America. So you either have Anwar Awlaki or like what do you call it? Like almost woman.
I used to love
لا نحرست Anwar Awlaki. I used to listen to that guy.
yes.
He almost made me a terrorist, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. Anwar Awlaki baraktu, bro. I was watching that ISIS stuff, bro, way back in the day. Okay, like CNN. I was like, God damn, I should probably go to Syria.
Yemen,
or
innit? He got
something,
killed
man.
in Yemen, innit?
Yeah, he got killed in Yemen, bro, and his son Ma'ala Maskin. His son Ma'ala Walid. You know what I mean?
You know, guess what? You know when he was making the
Sirah.
The Sirah of Abu Bakr Siddiq and Umar ibn Khattab, I was there, you know.
Wallahi?
Wallahi?
Wallahi, I was there in UK. It was
Mashallah.
in UK.
Yeah, I saw some of the video.
Mashallah.
Like,
Abu Bakr definitely was there, wallahi, all the way through.
but he was different then, innit?
Yeah, it was different. Then he started making about 10 hour about jihad.
Yeah, he's talking about fiqh of jihad and this.
Yeah, all of that stuff.
وانت قدرت تبشر خاكال لسان.
And I forgot what website I used to vibe with. There was a website I added you to.
The life of the Prophet.
Yeah, that's the one. That's
in English.
His language is a next level, bro.
His next level, and it's beautiful.
It's a next level. His voice is unique as well.
Wallahi,
it's true.
Mega Ilay was sick, man. I used to love his. I used to love it, wallahi. And also, when he's using the Quran, he puts on different sheikhs that read the Quran.
Yeah.
But each surah, it was just beautiful, wallahi. Oh my goodness, man! From Dawood all the way to Muhammad.
He's one of the great speakers, isn't it?
Wallahi, he was top.
Yeah, most of the people they got through the deen like through Anwar Awlaki, like.
Yeah.
Oh, I definitely did. I not like when I listened to man. Yeah, wallahi, he did a lot to change my mind.
You don't call it a night. All right, I'm gonna do 3 more minutes. So no, 3 more minutes. No, let's I'm gonna switch it off. 7 minutes. I'm going to 7 hours and 7 minutes, isn't it? There's something funny. You know with me, there's something funny about me. Yeah, I like to fill out the times. I like to have 7 on the head. I like to have 7:30 on the head. Something odd. I don't like these odd numbers in a color dial for some strange reason. You get where I'm coming from? I don't know, wallahi. Someone said this, but I watched it.
PDF بالك أسوق قرية بدل الحاجة.
No, I'm one of them people, you know, OCD. Like, I like things in a certain order.
Yeah.
I do misku حاجة كونا I do وحي يالو. I just have to automatically put it somewhere. Huh?
Perfection is أيضا نقطة عمل.
Oh my god, if you would have seen me on the walk, wow, the way I chew, bro, everything has to be تعمل علامتي 12 كيرة. I'm one of them guys.
أنا حاسس أنا بريجي دي باشا دي وبحر كده يا مثل كبير ويمشي واحد سكدر تري يشق كان بيزا أبت ليدا العبسة ليدا
You say you clean up the whole house, Bilay, as a menace up to you. The whole house is cleaning. You don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Up to thousands of findil. You know findil كده.
Oh yeah.
I used to make thousands of them. One year بيشتري. حلو نم حالي بس الشيء كذا. أنا AB.
I'm thinking, you know what it is, yeah? Tomorrow I'm gonna take a break, lads. Sunday, Barcelona, you know, the whole day. From the whole morning to having keep on Sunday, about 12 hours, 15 hours on Kachari Dona.
We're had Sunday discussion and
because there's no people school.
In time, lockdown could man. We should catch up one time, man.
Yeah, we're gonna catch up one time, man. Come on, we gotta go Woolwich anyway soon on Love Dinner.
So the youth club keep me for a new.
Yeah, they're gonna do this. They're waiting for us, innit, to do that subject. As soon as that's done, we're good. Hear me. On that note, Somali speakers, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. People share, like, and subscribe.